What experience of yours is so crazy you don't tell people about it because they wouldn't believe you? Back in high school a few years ago I had a photography class with my best friend and we went to New York City to take pictures for an assignment. We were walking through Times Square and there's always people trying to hand out flyers or comedy club promise, bus tours, etc. This pretty girl got our attention and she was talking to us about a book. I can't remember the name. Anyway, she's explaining this book to us and suddenly she's like, I have someone who can talk to you about this book in more detail. Come with me. And she grabbed my friend and I by the arm and starts walking us somewhere down like 42 RV. If I remember correctly, it ends up being a Scientology church. At the time I had no idea about Scientology and was just curious what the heck was going on. So she walks us through the door and immediately a small group of people approaches us. She tells them we want to join and their eyes light up. One of the leaders I guess comes over and the girl basically hands off to him. He leads us down a hallway and says something along the lines of, we have a special movie for you. So we are brought into a small backquote theater, if you could call it that. Maybe like 20 chairs and a small screen. He says the video lasts about half an hour and leaves closing the door behind him. After 2 seconds my buddy and I finally go what the fuck and head for the door. Turns out it's locked. We looked around the room for any other door, but it was dark except for the light from the screen. I really did think we were gonna get gassed. The video was about how each of us will have untapped superpowers and this was more or less an instructional video of how to activate them. It was so absurd. When the video ended they opened the doors and asked us to fill out a contact form. Nope. We beelined it for the door and got out immediately. Headed to Midtown Comics to catch our breaths and then went about our day. I've told people before and they've been skeptical and dismissive by saying, well, why didn't you just get out immediately, or why didn't you break free from the girl, etc. I don't know tbh. In the moment I didn't feel threatened or scared. I wasn't even sure what was happening because it was so sudden and quick. It wasn't until we got in the little theater that we both like opened our eyes and went, dude, what the fuck is going on? So yeah, kidnap might be a strong word, but that was my one and only brush with Scientology. Once as a landlord I had to break up a 18-person orgy. We had noise complaints which were common, went to the room to check and things were odd. They would barely open the door to speak to me. They had the weirdest assembly of clothing on and there was this weird salty smelling fog in the room. Finally, just for documentation sake I had to have them sign my report and they said, do you want all of us to sign? I said what? They turned on the lights and in the middle of the floor was a giant pile of naked ass. We are talking every gender, every position, a clown, a midget, a toilet seat, all in one big pile gyrating. My presence wasn't going to stop the party. I then looked up at the TV. They had a gigantic 80+ inch TV, super high definition, playing the most explicit porn I've ever seen. I mean, you could see razor burn. I had to shut down the party because the buildings were sheet and there was an occupancy limit in each room. You could only have 7 people in at a time and they were over quota. All at once like 15 angry naked people got up and started storming out of the room in various degrees of nakedness. I had to return to my office to write a report up and were we told to be as explicit as possible. So I included the razor burn, the sloppy ham smacks sounds, everything. I got a call in the morning from the female manager going, yeah, we don't need that much detail. You are in trouble. The owner wants to speak with you. So she put on the elderly male owner and he exclaimed, that was the best story I've ever read. Please write more. I have actually shared this story on Reddit before, but it was a run-in with the cops that I had that seemed like a scene from a movie. I had taken a cab back from a work party and I was pretty drunk. My friend and I had just moved to this new apartment, so I accidentally gave the cab driver the wrong address. I ended up on a block that looked very similar to mine and a building that looked like mine. There were 2 doors before getting to my apartment door, which was on the 1st floor. Like my apartment building, they left the first door unlocked and locked the second door. I kept trying my keys to open it, but I couldn't and was confused. I went outside to look for my car and it wasn't parked there. That's when I realized I was on the wrong block. I started walking in the direction I thought my apartment was when a cop car pulls up. They ask me what I'm doing, and I tell them, I'm really drunk, and I just want to go home, which was the honest truth. They told me they got a call about someone trying to get into an apartment building. I guess the people in that apartment building woke up and thought I was trying to break in. They were super suspicious of me at first, but eventually it became clear I was just some drunk idiot and not a burglar. They ran me through to make sure I didn't have warrants or anything, and when I checked out they offered me a ride home. The ride back was hilarious, because when we were getting to my apartment I tried telling them that it was a bit complicated to get to because of all the one-way streets. The officer driving was like, "Who do you think you're with?" and then turned on the lights and went the wrong way down the street to get me home faster. It honestly felt like I was with the two cops from Superbad. When I was 21 I was going through a really lost and stressful time in my life. I'm not religious and don't really believe in spirituality or the paranormal, but I kept having sleep paralysis episodes that seemed so real. The hallucinations, the panic, everything was very much real and right in front of me. An old lady who was my neighbor heard from my mother that this was happening to me, so she had me call this guy who apparently was like a guru with paranormal experiences like that. He basically told me to simply go through my room and every day before going to bed to tell whatever it was that was causing these episodes that it wasn't welcome and to go away. So I decided to humor him in hopes that it would make it stop, and after doing this 1 or 2 times I wake up in late morning and notice that I can't move. I look up and there are these 2 beings in my room talking to each other in this strange form of language, doing things like clicking and using solid tones. They notice that I'm awake, and one of them slowly comes over to me on my bed and says to me, "If you would like, we can show you your past, present, and future," except it didn't say it out loud like in words. It like forced this sentence into my mind and I could hear it without hearing it. I know that is very vague, but it's the only way I can describe it. Basically it was like a really loud thought. I still have no idea what it really meant by saying that, but I look back at this thing and barely am able to shake my head and let out a very weak and scared "no thank you," and they both leave my room and I have never had another experience like that again. Still not convinced it wasn't just a wild hallucination, but definitely a weird and interesting experience nonetheless, especially with how it hasn't ever happened to me since. Makes me wonder what would have happened if I had said yes to this thing instead of no thank you. Either way, I tend to keep this story to myself as I completely understand how it sounds and would admittedly have trouble believing it if someone else told me the same story. Accidentally starting a small race fight at ASU by puking off a balcony onto a group of black guys. I was 20 and I was tutoring some of the football guys there, some of whom were actually brilliant and some of whom were total goons, but good-hearted people all around. I had just had a birthday the night before, and since my 3 students who lived on campus had all passed the tests I had been preparing them for, we celebrated. Little did I know what celebrating was to these freaks of nature. These guys could put down an entire handle of hard liquor easily, and I was absolutely no match for their drinking games. I'm a slim guy now, but then I was freakishly thin, like 129 pounds soaking wet. So the liquor was waging a war of attrition with my delicate Jewish insides. After about the 7th shot, these frat guys had kind of adopted me as a surrogate member. They even gave me the nickname Matty the Mouse because of my being the smallest dude there. 4 or so hours in I get challenged to chugging Everclear, which for those of you who don't know, is one of the strongest liquors available in the United States, or it was at the time, and I made it for about 2 seconds before I leaned over the balcony and puked, like violently, on a group of black guys underneath. They rushed up the stairs and were asking for Ed, unofficial group leader guy, and that I be handed over to fight them. I'm a pacifist and a gentle soul and my football buddies knew it. They weren't going to hand me over. Black guys left swearing they'd be back. They were. About an hour later like 7 dudes pull up and start threatening to fight their way to me. I found out later I had vomited onto one of their cell phones mid-call and gotten some of my vomit into his mouthpiece on his phone and directly into his actual mouth. Everyone started getting puffy chested and screaming and After about 3 minutes of blistering, everyone sort of calmed down when one of my buddies bust out a joint and offered it to them as an olive branch. They accepted and I apologized over and over, as none of it was done in malice. My friends still tell this story to this day to people I introduce them to faking dicks. Okay, buckle up. This is the story of the worst day of my life. My boyfriend's dog ate 1.5 pounds of chocolates Rumbles our house guests had purchased and left in their room while we went out for breakfast. We came home to find a very drunken, very sick corgi and more pup and vomit than a dog that size should even be able to produce. Meanwhile I realize that smell isn't all just from the dog. You see, it has been raining very hard for days and turns out the lift station in our community is ancient and the motor died. I live at the lowest point in the community. Buckets of sewage water backed up out of both toilets and spilled into our home point, so there are our horrified guests profusely apologizing and gagging. They had to leave to catch a plane and my boyfriend had to leave so he could get little drunky McChocaholic's stomach pumped. So there I was, 2 bathrooms full of human waste and a living room full of dog shit and vomit. I cleaned it all up alone. I threw out the clothes I was wearing and took a 2-hour shower that night. It was the most disgusting mess I've ever seen in my life. I had to light like so many candles. My god, the stench. I went through more bottles of bleach than a hospital custodian. But wait, there's more. Boyfriend comes home. Dog is gonna be okay, thankfully. The vet had kept her overpass to observe her and allow her to sober up, but she was fine. I call our hoa, and they promised to have someone come to figure out a solution to the sewage pump problem. That night I settle in for bed and fall fast asleep, just happy that the day was over. Around 6 AM I'm suddenly jarred awake by the sound of an incredibly wet fetch followed by a putrid smell. I slowly become aware that there is now a puddle of diarrhea less than 6 inches from my face. Turns out my chihuahua, whom occasionally has bout of stomach issues, had crawled into my bed and then proceeded to get sick right next to my face. My boyfriend had already left for work, so I cleaned up the mess, cursing my incredibly bad luck, and then walked into the bathroom to shower only to find the toilets had backed up again. It was my friend's 21st birthday. We decided to grab some drinks in Minneapolis, because why not spend a bunch of money on a special occasion? It was a Monday, so we figured it'd be pretty slow, and for the most part it was. We went to a karaoke bar first, and left almost immediately, because none of us sing. But at the second bar we meet these Asian guys who are very nice and very interested in the birthday girl's Asian friend. They learn it's my friend's birthday, and buy all of us a shot. This is especially nice, because there are 6 people total in our party. I thank them, and offer to get their next round, but they refuse. This was the first indicator that they were rather well-to-do. They proceed to get a few more rounds until the entire party, now a total of 8, is lit. That's when a good night turned great. One of our new party financiers mentions their favorite strip club is nearby. Drunken party goers like us could not refuse the invite. So off we go. The walk isn't far, and when we get to the bouncer, before we are even asked for our IDs, the guy who suggested the venue change whips out a red card and we are ushered as a group to a private lounge. All the women are topless, and the only service is bottle service. I quickly scan the menus and realize there isn't anything under $100 for sale. The 2 Asian guys, who by this time are obviously crazy rich, ask the server for some Patron Silver. And the birthday girl says, "Fuck it, I'll have Johnny Walker Blue." Luckily the party boys pay for the bottles. We have a few more drinks, everyone gets a lap dance, and then the women start to dance on the stage. Our friends, ever trying to outdo their last act of charity, offer us a massive wad of singles to toss to the women. We get front row seats and begin chucking wads of dollar bills at the dancers. All is going well. We are having a great time drinking and chatting with the workers until, very suddenly, the birthday girl vomits and is rushed out of the club. We catch a bus back to our car and head home. The next morning I've got a banger of a headache and every pocket has singles stuffed in it. Well over $100 still. Everyone in the party woke up to a similar scenario and an amazing 21st birthday story. TLDR. 21st birthday party ended up getting financed by crazy rich Asians. It's actually a shared experience between me, two of my aunts and my sister. It happened when I was 11. My aunt was visiting our house. I lived with my mom, my other aunt and my two sisters. Both my aunts were talking and catching up and her son, my 6-month-old cousin, was getting fussy. I offered to take him and brought him back to my room to lay him on the bed and play with him. He was fine for a while, but got fussy again. So I went to take him back to his mother in the hallway closet. On the way out to the living room and kitchen was our washer/dryer. Someone had taken out clothes from the dryer and left the basket in front of it during the time I was in my room. I ended up tripping on the basket and my cousin fell out of my arms and into the air. This all happened in slow motion for me, but I remember catching myself, leaping forward and catching my cousin just before hitting the floor, like he was a damn football. Suddenly it's really quiet. My youngest sister was staring from the living room couch and my aunts were staring, jaws dropped, at the kitchen table. He starts screaming, and my aunt rushed over to pick him up, and keeps thanking me, and laughing hysterically out of nervousness, confusion and probably just the situation in general. We told this story to my cousin years later, and he just doesn't believe us. We haven't shared it since, but my aunt made a joke about it when I was holding my own child and tripped a little over an area rug. You're clumsy, but I know you won't let that kid hit the floor. My father was adopted, and he died when I was a toddler. It was a closed adoption, but my grandparents who adopted him were told some things about his birth parents, occupation, the country they were from, etc. The occupation sounded made up to me, and I always thought my grandpa was just trying to make my dad feel better about the people who gave him up. Earlier this year my aunt, also adopted but from another family, and cousins were doing ancestry DNA kits. I decided to Google the occupation and country of origin that my grandparents had been told about, and within 45 seconds I found a man who looked exactly like my father. My entire family was floored. Turns out he is famous in his country and won some very well-known awards. I messaged him on LinkedIn and he confirmed that his child was put up for adoption without his consent. The dates matched and the resemblance to my father was uncanny. He always thought that his son would come looking for him due to his fame. He introduced the parents of a very famous celebrity that almost anyone would know. We talked for a month or so, but now we don't. He has other children and I don't think his wife liked the idea of a random grandchild coming out of the woodwork. I really just wanted to meet him as I don't have any memories my father and have always had questions about my heritage. He seemed very sweet and was devastated that my father had passed away so tragically. But yeah, that TLDR I found my dad's biological family despite a closed adoption. My grandpa is famous and incredibly wealthy, but we've never met, and he doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Sounds pretty unbelievable to me. I once spent a few nights in Yosemite, basically just hiking and getting drunk from time to time. One night myself and a group of friends hiked to the top of this little mountain near Camp Toanga. I distinctly remember all of us seeing this meteorite fall into the atmosphere and briefly light up the sky. But that's the last thing I remember. It's as if I blinked, and it was late afternoon. I got off the ground, nobody was around me anymore and my ribs were in a ton of pain. Scared the shit out of me, I started running down the hill following the path hoping it would take me back to people. I still remember running, and it feeling like I was in a nightmare, like a Twilight Zone where everyone disappeared. Luckily I got back to my camp and my buddy was freaking out asking where I went, and that he was this close to calling 911 to put out a search party for me. I tried my best to just wave it off, but it freaked me out so much to just lose 15, 16 hours, like that. The part that scared me the most was to this day I have this thing in my rib where the pain was. No scar. Went to the doctors about it. Doesn't show up on an x-ray. Non-cancerous etc. Edit video proof. Edit 2. Edit 3. Okay, so this whole thing is weird enough where I've decided to move the whole thing to r/aliens. So follow that. If you want updates, someone messaged me and had a pretty good idea of putting a flashlight under my skin. Sadly the only flashlight I had was on my phone and taking a photo was impossible. I just bought a flashlight and posted the original photo, but I swear, if you tweak it around a bit you see something that doesn't look like part of my rib, or a cyst, a fat deposit, etc. I'm posting the original photo, and not any altered photos, where I change brightness and contrast, because I'm trying to be the best op I can be, and avoid any accusations of this being a hoax. I'll be honest guys, I'm actually a little freaked out right now. And I'll keep you updated on my doctor's appointment this Thursday. I turned 21 on a Wednesday in the middle of midterms. My friends couldn't join me for a drink, since most of them had exams the next day. I wasn't about to turn 21 without having my first legal beer, so I hopped on my scooter and butted into downtown Savannah, Georgia on a cold January night by myself. Not many places to get a drink in that town at 11:50 p.m. on a weekday in winter, but after riding around for a bit I found a place on the riverfront that was open. I'll never forget how the neon open sign on the old wood door lit up the fog covered cobblestone street. I park my scooter on the sidewalk and walk up to the doorman. He towered over me, and to his right were hundreds of confiscated fake IDs. Without us speaking a word to each other, I stretch out my shaking hand and give him my learner's permit. He checks his watch, hands the card back, and says in the deep thick country accent, "Happy birthday, son. Welcome." The three servicemen at the bar and the bartender watched the whole thing go down and started to clap and cheer. An hour later, we are all 4 shots deep, doorman included, and everyone is about to head out. 2 of the servicemen say they are going to the club and asked if I wanted to tag along. Sure. We walk to a nightclub just after a drag show has ended, and I spend the entire night opening up to the bartender about an ex I hadn't gotten over. Next thing I know I'm waking up in my dorm room and there are dollar bills all over my bedroom floor. I go back the next night to get my scooter and decide to swing by the club for a drink and to find out what happened that night. Turns out I was ready to ride my scooter home sheet-faced. Thank God they stopped me, so the bartender and a few of the dancers gave me some of their tip money to pay for a cab, but only if I danced for it. I must have been pretty good because I still had $30 in cash after my cab ride. I was the oldest of 2 kids to a single mom. There was a nasty bug going around. Maybe it was the flu. I don't remember, but I do remember my brother got it first. Mom ended up using all her sick leave and vacation time to nurse first my brother and then herself through it. I remained healthy until my mom had to go back to work, of course. She had 2 jobs, no health insurance, 2 kids, bills to pay, and no choice. She left 12-year-old me home alone. Stay in bed, drink lots of fluids, call me if you need anything, and off she went. While I was sleeping, I heard someone knocking on the apartment's front door. I don't answer the door when I'm home alone, and I feel like shit, so I roll over and try to go back to sleep. But I hear the door open and someone calling my name. I hear my bedroom door open next, and then feel someone sit on the bed next to me, still saying my name over and over. I thought maybe my mom had asked a neighbor to check on me, but the neighbor wouldn't have had a key. She's not saying my name anymore. Call your mom. Get up. Call your mom apostrophe my name. Get up. Call your mom. I rolled over, and there's a woman I don't recognize in my room, but I get out of bed and stumble down the hall to the house phone. I called my mom. My mom says I called her speaking gibberish. I had a very high fever. She lost her job because she walked out to take me to the hospital. She never left me home alone while sick again. But she never asked a neighbor to check on me either. A few weeks later, my mom got a package in the mail from her cousins. It was a framed photo and a few family heirlooms. I recognized the woman in the black and white photograph as the woman who woke me up. It was my great grandmother's wedding photo from 1912. She was 16, and she came back from the grave to save her favorite granddaughter's kid. Or I had one hell of an unexplainable hallucination, considering I had only met my great grandmother as a baby when she was 94. My sister and I both worked in a supermarket in a small country town in Australia as teenagers, and were working the same shift one Sunday morning. It's 2007, I'm 16, she's 17, and we are just here so we can spend all our pay on Von Dutch hats and mini skirts our mum won't buy. It's your average Sunday shift, just us and another girl, 15 on registers. Seems like any other weekend until some sweaty junkie who's about 30 comes in. He goes up to the main register with the cigarette case and tries to buy a lighter, but his card declines. Then he tries again to get a 20c box of matches, but he can't afford that either. Someone he knows goes through the register with their stuff. He begs them to buy his matches but they won't. After they leave he walks in circles pulling his hair for a while and then returns to the girl at the register to say he wants the matches and he'll bring the money back later. She refuses and he pulls a gun on her. He demands she call someone to get him his matches, so she calls my sister, the front-end supervisor. I see the gun from my spot at the next register and instantly hit the deck like any rational person. This is where it gets ridiculous. This madman is waving a gun around screaming about how someone should give him the matches before he does something they'll regret. My sister positions herself in front of the original target and stands her ground that she won't give him the matches. The gunman starts to beg, and my sister decides this means she has the upper hand. At school she's the popular type, alpha female and all that, manipulative like any cool girl. She decides that she can play the popular kid card on the drugged out gunman. I'm hiding behind my register and hear her say it's not cool to have a gunman. It's just not cool. I glance around the edge of my hiding place looking at the situation terrified, expecting that I'm about to witness my sister get shot, but she continues. You should just put the gun away and go live your life. Guns just aren't cool. You could be a cool guy without it. And he puts the gun down. He nods at her and walks out the door, off to ruin someone else's day. She was really faked up for a while after that, and our workplace wouldn't even let her off the rest of her shift to do her police statement. Turns out they never told any weekend staff where the hold-up alarm was, and they wanted to keep that from coming out and getting them fined. None of us was even referred to a counselor, and my sister now admits it is the stupidest thing she's ever done, and she should have just given him the matches. The police apprehended him quickly after seeing him on the CCTV footage because he was a frequent guest at the police station. He was found with a gun on him, which turned out to be a very convincing fake. The cops said it was the most convincing fake they'd seen. The police lectured my sister for almost an hour on never reacting to a gun like that again, because she should have been shot. The junkie didn't get any jail time, just a community service and rehab order. Every time I mention what my sister did people think I'm exaggerating. That's legit what happened. Couldn't make it up if I tried. I was in Washington DC for a vacation. The hotel we were staying in had a conference going on that weekend and the lobby, as well as the elevators were packed. My cousin and I, bringing in our bags, did not wish to wait for an elevator and decided we would use the stairs. Now we didn't realize at the time that the doors in the stairwells are only supposed to let you out on the ground floor. That is in case of a fire everyone from the top can get to ground level, but someone cannot subvert the cameras by taking a stairwell up to a specific floor. For whatever reason the door on our floor was open. We dropped off our bags in the room and proceeded back down the stairs to make a second trip for the rest of our stuff. When we returned however, the door to our floor in the stairwell was now locked. We went down, floor by floor, trying each door with the same results. When we got to the bottom even the ground floor door was locked. It was then that we started to panic. We were locked in a stairwell with no cell reception to tell the people we were with that we were in trouble. At ground level there was a door, the only unlocked door in the entire stairwell, and an ominous set of stairs behind that door that led into a level below with a sign marked staff only. Out of options we ignored the sign and followed the stairs down in search of an exit. The stairs led to a corridor which 100 feet later turned into another stairwell going up. We again tried each door on each floor until one opened on about the 7th or 8th floor. When we walked out the scenery had completely changed. No longer was there a hotel, but office cubicles and ringing phones. Understandably we ducked back into the stairwell confused, went up a floor, and saw the same thing. Open door, many cubicles, phones ringing. When we reached the 9th floor and saw the same thing we figured we'd investigate. When we went further into the office area, I turned to my left to see a 10 feet tall portrait of George W. Bush. This was circa 2005, and above it a sign that said US Department of Homeland Security and Immigration Services. Now we started to really panic and figured let's just find the first person we can and explained what happened. That first person happened to be a large African American bodyguard who, when he saw two 16-year-olds in street clothes, was visibly shocked and took a step back. I look at him and I said, I think we are lost, and he said, you absolutely are. He told us to come with him and he led us to another elevator that required a fingerprint, code, and key card to open, and another guard in it that rides it at all times. They took us down to the ground floor where there is a guard outside the elevator and a security checkpoint at the entrance similar to what you have at an airport. This guard freaked out as well, and they took us to a room to question us on how we had gotten into the building. After 2 hours of us telling them every detail of the escapade, they let us go. I personally think they were embarrassed that two kids had subverted Homeland Security and didn't want their superiors to know once they knew we were harmless. When we left, we asked where the hotel was, and he pointed halfway down the block on the other side of the street. That subterranean tunnel took us farther than we thought. My grandparents were rather upset and thought we were lying. When we finally met back up with them, TLDR, my cousin and I accidentally broke into the United States Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C. while on vacation. I had a summer job where I went door to door looking for monthly donations for a variety of charities. Pretty sure it was a scam, but that's besides the point. It was fun though, because we traveled around and would spend each week in a different city, and my coworkers and I didn't take our jobs seriously at all and just faked around most of the time. One week I was sent to a city that is known for its history involving witches. I don't know much about witchcraft, but I had learned a bit about it and this city from a friend. One day when we were there, I was knocking with my friend slash coworker who was a very spiritual guy. It became dark and we were finishing up our route. We walked up to an older, rough-looking house and knocked. An old frail woman answered the door and the atmosphere shifted immediately. It was my coworker's turn to do the sales pitch, but he didn't start his pitch and we all just stood there staring at each other. I decided to jump in and take over the pitch, but I got choked up and just couldn't really talk. We had badges on and were carrying pamphlets, and the lady reached out from her doorway and took a pamphlet from my friend. She didn't look at it though and maintained eye contact with my friend. I felt like I wasn't really there anymore because they were both so focused on each other. Then she reached out again and tried to shake his hand. He was really hesitant, but he gave her a limp handshake. She just said, "It was very nice to meet you." Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a pamphlet of her own. It was folded so that the content wasn't visible, so I didn't see what it was for. She tried to hand it to my friend, but he stepped back immediately. I finally thought, why are we still even here? And I kinda zoned back in and said, "Have a good night, we'd better get going," and grabbed my friend's arm and led him away. We walked away quickly until we were a few houses away. Then I stopped and asked him what the fuck just happened. He burst into tears and I felt terrified because I didn't understand what was going on, and I started crying too. By this point I was thinking about what my friend had told me about witches in this city, but thought I was being crazy. His crying eased up and he said something was wrong there. I don't know what, but something was wrong. She wanted me to take that pamphlet from her so badly, and when I didn't I felt like I was being stabbed by her eyes. I knew what he meant because she was really forceful about it and her eyes were creepy as hell. Later that night I found out that all of my coworkers, including the one who was with me during this, had eaten a shit ton of edibles before we started working. And I did too, except I didn't know the delicious chocolate bar they gave me was an edible. I really have no idea if it all happened how I thought it did, or if a poor old lady just had her evening interrupted by two people too high to talk trying to scam her. Not telling you where or when, but I was 19 years old, driving my father's truck with a suspended license. Girlfriend is having a party at her house. Everything is going well. Fast forward to late into the evening, early morning, and the party is over and there are two people in the house that need to leave. I offer to give them rides. Bad idea, get the first guy home and then the second. Now I'm heading back to girlfriend's house to get laid. I come around a corner a bit quick. The rear slides out a bit. I correct, but too much. Then I'm correcting back to where I began and now I'm moving sideways down the road at about 50 miles per hour. This is where it gets interesting. Things go really slow. Like watching a slow emo movie. Before I begin, let me tell you that I'm only typing this due to wearing a seatbelt that night. I didn't move. Back to the story. 50 miles per hour or so, traveling sideways, and there is no more correcting. I'm now along for the ride. I watch as the front end gets close to the edge of the road. Front tires begin sliding into the ditch. Then, boom, front tires hit the concrete tube under a driveway. Then I begin to roll and roll and roll. I estimate I flipped 5 times, finally coming to a stop some distance away from the driveway, and now turned around the other way, facing the road. Everything stops. I look to my left and grass, just grass. To my right is up. I notice all of the windows are blown out, but the truck is still running, and the lights are still working. Roof is hardly caved. I pull myself up and onto the top of the truck. Passenger side door is now the top, then jump down. My mind is racing. I don't know what to do. I'm still processing all of what just happened. It is around 5 or 6 AM and there are a couple vehicles stopped. The owner of the house comes out to see what happened. At this point I'm not sure what to do, but reality is setting in. Been drinking, not drunk but have been drinking. Right now at that moment I'm dead sober. Rolling a truck does that to me, I guess. Folks are asking me if I'm okay, and all I can think is if I can get the truck on its wheels I can drive it home. I ask the homie owner if he has a rope, still not fully processing, and he looks at me like I'm crazy. A truck driver stops, and now the road is fully blocked. The trucker offers some advice: stay and wait for the police. Well, shit, that is not what I was thinking. It has now sunk in that I'm not getting the truck flipped back on its wheels. I look around at everyone there, and I decide to book it. I'm running so fast, straight through the woods, and down into an area I barely knew. I was running through some thick brush, but wasn't stopping for anything, running on pure adrenaline. I make it through the woods to a road. Now I start walking back to the main road, the one I wrecked on. Back on that road, I'm walking towards my girlfriend's house, and away from the accident. I'm about a mile away by now. I haven't been walking on the road for a few minutes when an old truck pulls up, rolls down the window, and asks if I'm the driver of that truck. I say, what truck? They answer, there is a truck up the road, flipped on its side. I respond with, I don't know about a truck. I'm walking to my girlfriend's house. Guy says okay and starts to drive away. I yell out, hey, if you are heading that way I could use a ride. Guy says jump in. I'm heading that way for work. Not much talk on the ride. Total distance is about 5 miles. I have him drop me off about a half mile from girlfriend's house, just in case, and as I'm exiting the truck the guy says to me, if you are the driver of that truck, deny everything. Happened to my brother, and he got away with it. I reiterate, I don't know about any truck, but I sure thank you for the ride. Guy pulls away, and I start running to my girlfriend's house. I arrive at girlfriend's house, bust in the door and wake her up. She asks what happened, and I tell her. I'm so exhausted we both fall asleep. I wake up at about 3 PM. I know, right, and call my father to tell him the truck has been stolen. I'm thinking he is going to flip, but he seems calm. I later find out when he tells me that the truck being stolen was a relief for him, as now I'm not able to drive on a suspended license. To this day he does not know what happened. He got money for the truck and that was that. About 6 months later he gets a call from a tow yard that his truck has been there for the past 6 months. He tells them to keep it as he already got money from the insurance company. There are so many ways this could have gone bad. I got lucky, so damn lucky, and I will never forget that night. I ended up with a scratch on my arm from what resembled a thorn bush, which was the only physical mark from that night. Thank you to the driver of the truck that picked me up that night. I have no idea who you are, what you look like, nor any idea of what your truck looked like. I was in a daze. There is no way that guy didn't know I was the driver of the truck. Did I mention that he took me home in the opposite direction from which he was driving? The guy had passed my truck on the side of the road. then turned around more than a mile down that same road, and then picked me up, drove me 5 miles away from the accident, and gave me advice on how to get out of trouble. If that wasn't a guardian angel, I don't know what one is. Have a great day to all those that read this far down, and wear your seatbelt. I forgot this, and a windshield reminded me, don't make the same mistake I did. Just got a text from my dad asking if I can help with some stuff for him tonight after work. It is the least I can do. I accidentally designed the mascot for a sorta popular web series and never got credit. I don't want to get into specifics because, I don't know how that might end up, but back around 2006 there was an animated web series that was getting relatively popular for circa 2006 internet, and I was active on its forums. I drew characters based on the creator's art style and posted it there. The creator was active on those forums as well and asked if they could use it in the next episode. I was like, hell yeah, just put my name in the credits. Sure enough, next episode went up a few weeks later, and not only was the character there, they were basically central to that episode and the next one. At that point the series ended up getting picked up by a variety site, which would fund several dozen more episodes, and my character would feature in the intros, make regular appearances on the show, and would function as a mascot as the series franchised out into other media. My name didn't appear once. When that first episode went online, I messaged the creator and pointed out that they hadn't credited me. They said it would be too complicated to do that and re-upload just to add a name to the credits, but they'd be sure to do it in the next episode. They didn't then either, and that wasn't long before it got picked up by the variety site. At that point I'd given up getting credit and lost interest in the whole thing. Years later, I decided to check in and saw the series was still going and the character was still in use. The old forums had long since been wiped, and I'd replaced the computer the original drawings were on, so there was no evidence anywhere I'd had a hand in designing it. I've tried a couple times to contact the creator on a couple different platforms just to be like, hey, I don't even want royalties or something, but it would be cool if you acknowledged I did this. Have never gotten a response. The series is pretty much dead now, but you can still watch it. Just kind of a bummer. When I was 14 my aunt committed suicide and the house became quite volatile because of the tense emotions. I decided to stay with my uncle for a bit as I resemble him in many ways. I was a science person 100%. If there was no formula explaining it then it must be bullshit. He had a girlfriend at the time, who is a medium, peered straight through my soul. Told me things about myself I had never told anyone. I'd never slept easy in my uncle's house, and she explained why. She had just sorta exorcised someone who'd been murdered there, and said there was like an energy vortex left on the spot she did it. Told me and my cousin, that uncle's son, to stand there in turns. It was like gravity shifted. I could see I was making circles, but I felt like I was standing perfectly still. I saw it happen to my cousin too when it was his turn, and he even got sort of flung off balance. This was my first spiritual experience, but an addiction came soon after those times, and only the last few years have I been able to get myself to try and get back into it. Took many friends who back then were skeptical about my wondrous tales to her, and she brought some of them to tears. For some I was their only friend in their darkest hours, and I didn't even know half of the things she uncovered. They almost felt like different people sometimes, but that's the thing, you never really know what's going on inside another. I've become more cautious telling, showing this side of me. One of the things I noticed is that there is little use in talking about it. It is my experience, and my words will not create an experience for others, thus they will only sound like the words of a madman. They have no convincing power, and in a way I like it that way. Not like the pushy ways of many popular faiths whose believers must mostly just believe the words without any personal experience whatsoever. The son of this deceased aunt was torn away from our side of the family by his father, who was a big contributor to my aunt's suicide, but that's a different story. That side of the family was devoutly Christian, and so he became one too. Funnily enough, I can talk with him about this shit the best, now that he's an adult and has re-established contact. I tell people, but they don't believe me. I had severe asthma as a child and had an attack at soccer practice. I didn't have my inhaler, So I sat down crisscross applesauce and just breathed with my eyes closed. It felt like an hour and I reached a state where I could see the individual blades of grass and a ladybug crawling along one of them. It was like a movie where the camera pans through grass from the perspective of a beetle or something. Opened my eyes and only less than a minute had passed, and I found the ladybug 1.5 feet away. Preseason soccer, we played 3 strikes. There were about 5 of us left when I blocked a ball from Maddie and had a strange pain in my left hand. Shook it off and got in line. It got down to 2 of us and I was in goal. Maddie took her shot and time slowed down. I had my hands out when the ball was halfway between us and had a premonition. I knew something was wrong with my left hand and that if I blocked this ball the same thing would happen to my right. Pulled back and let the ball go in, losing the drill. Finished up practice and couldn't untie my laces. Asked for help, saying I broke my hand. They didn't think so. Turns out, I broke both the ulnar and radius right at the wrist, so had to get a full arm cast. Did not make varsity and couldn't play all season. TLDR, time and space control during soccer practice. When I was living in London, my flat was right next to a church of Scientology. Our living room wall shared a wall with them, and we could often hear muffled conversations, not well enough to actually hear what they were talking about. Well, one night we are in the living room, and there's a muffled conversation happening. It's pretty late too, maybe 10 p.m. The tones of voice began to raise, and it was clear it was an argument. We could distinguish 2 different men's voices, a woman, and then a young woman's voice. This argument kept getting more and more heated. The men and older women kept trying to calm the young woman down, but she was yelling and raising her voice. Then the others began shouting too. Then there was a loud thud against our wall that knocked a picture off the damn nail, and then there was silence. It was terrifying. We called the police and watched 2 officers arrive, knock on the door on the street level, wait around a bit, and leave. 2 weeks later, I get home to find massive anonymous protests across the street from our building and the Scientology church. They were all holding signs saying things like "Where is insert girl name?" I can't remember the name. I asked some of them what was going on, and the story was that a 16-year-old girl had gotten involved with the church and that this was the building she would work out of. She had contacted her parents a few weeks prior saying she felt uncomfortable and missed them and wanted to go home 2 weeks prior. All contact with her had stopped and no one had seen her. I turned faking cold. I told them all everything we had heard/experienced and let them know they could contact us if need be, but they never did. Faking scary. It was my friend's birthday and Tim, his friend, and I decided to go to the beach, so I snuck out that night. We walked around for a bit and looked at the stars when we decided to sit on the sand and chill for a bit. That's when we started to tell creepy shit that had happened to us, of course setting an airy mood. That's when I started to tell the story of my nonna's brother. So background about my nonna's Sadie, very religious and doesn't lie about things. Anyway, she had said when her brother was just a baby he had got extremely sick and was close to passing away. He had been in like a really bad state. I'm pretty sure Nonna said he had been pronounced dead. Anyway, a man showed up. Keep in mind when this happened it would have been 1920s and he was wearing an all black suit. He told my nonna's mum to put the baby in a bath of freezing cold water, which has brought him back from the dead, my nonna said, and when had awakened he had a red ring on his head. Anyway, as I was telling this story to my friends, I so happened to be walking around with a stick in my hand drawing a circle around my friends. It was purely me just bored telling the story when I sat down in it and a huge ring appeared in the sky and crashed down in the bushes. My friends and I shot up, almost as if someone had shocked us. It was like electrical current. Now to anyone this would sound faking crazy, but it was so coincidental and it honestly looked like a UFO or some weird shit. Anyway, we were scared shitless. I'm not scared easily, but it was like some weird sort of energy, and it was just not right. I could feel it in my gut that something wasn't right. I had to have them walk me home that night because I couldn't stop crying due to being so scared. I bought an old used car and was looking for a repair manual because with old cars things tend to break a lot. I found one for $10 on my country's version of Craigslist and it was only a short drive away, so I contacted the seller and scheduled a pickup. The next day, I went to the seller's address and knocked on the door. A woman opened and let me in. We started making small talk, and despite me not being good with small talk, it turned into a nice conversation. Turns out the manual belonged to her ex-husband, who left her recently, and she was selling some stuff he left behind. Just before I came, she started cooking, and during our conversation I casually complimented her on it, and then she invited me for lunch. At first I was surprised, but since I was hungry, and I didn't lie when I said that the spaghetti sauce she was making looked yummy, I accepted. While eating, we spoke some more, and the conversation turned more private. She told me that her husband left her for a younger woman, and that she was devastated, etc. I tend to kinda ignore what people say when they inundate me with sad life stories. She then started crying a bit, and instead of the blank stare of awkwardness I usually do in this kind of situation, I put my hand on her shoulder, saying time heals all wounds. Soon this will only be a bad memory. I genuinely felt bad for her and just wanted to console her, but then she hugged me and cried even more, and before I could react, she started kissing me. She was in her late 30s or early 40s, maybe 10 to 15 years older than me, but she was looking decently enough that my brain kinda shut off, and I just went with the flow. One thing led to another, and I had some weird but good sex. I then left her house with a full stomach and empty balls while she was taking a shower, and the best part was that I got the repair manual for free as she forgot to ask for the money. I was at a donut shop near San Francisco. It was 0300 and I just got off work. As I'm paying for the donuts, I witnessed a car's crash in an intersection directly outside. The first crash was alarming, but then I realized the car intentionally rammed this vehicle 2 consecutive times. I immediately stopped and called 911 and ran towards my vehicle to get out of there because the situation felt really awful. Out of nowhere a woman jumps out, if the vehicle being rammed, and ran towards me with her pit bull. She screamed at me that they were trying to kidnap her and traffic her. This all happens in like 30 seconds. Get in the car, I tell her impulsively. She gets in the back, and her dog gets in the front, and I speed out of the parking lot and outrun these people by zigzagging through residential streets. I'm screaming at the 911 dispatcher of the intentional vehicular assault and this lady's assertions that she was a potential trafficking victim. Our good friends at San Jose police roll up on me, and this woman won't shut up. She is talking a mile a minute as they question her in front of me like a victim of a crime. Her story becomes more erratic and morphs. They were trying to kidnap me, morphs to they were trying to kidnap my dog. The officer looks confused and asks if I will take her home. The woman is begging me to take her and is stalling to get out of the car as the officer looks at me with skepticism, like I picked up the worst crack hoe and we were trying to get our stories straight. After a lot of bad noise, the officer's partner is like, dude, take her home. That's not this guy's place to take her home. I tell the cops I will be back finishing my donut transaction if they have follow-up questions, and they take her home. Back at the donut shop 10 minutes later they come to question me and insinuate I'm lying about something. They get a story from me consistent with my contemporaneous 911 call and look at each other like, what the fuck? Is this guy serious? The next morning I'm loading my kids in the car and I notice a white crystalline substance spilled all over the back seat of the car. In my kids' car seats, in the center console, in the carpet. My first thought is that would be a lot of drugs. Second thought was, she was homeless and probably spilled laundry soap. I taste the substance and notice it is bitter and do not sleep for the entire night. My wife is like, what the fuck is in the back of the car? I tell her it's probably detergent or something. She is like, no, that's crystal meth. Long story short, it was indeed crystal meth. It was like, so much meth. I've never seen meth before until this day. I felt violated that this woman dumped her entire stash of speed right where my kids sit. It was all so clear to me now. The cops' skepticism of me, my wife's erroneous realization that I'm associating with crack hoes in the backseat of my Bob Saget SUV. To this day I struggle to convince her of my intentions, to simply be a good Samaritan who made the wrong decision to help someone. They say appearances matter, and this has faked with me for months now. How does one explain several grams of pure meth all over their car? I'm a relatively straight-laced person. This was disgusting to me and my family. It made me look like I was up to no good. I resumed lithium shortly thereafter. I had been off the meds for a few weeks and impulsivity crept in. As benign as my intentions were, this made me look bad. After the fact, it doesn't actually matter what really happened. I'm still explaining my innocence to this day. I once was chased by a car. I was on a lonely stretch of Highway 17 between FL and Gab one night and I passed this person pulled over on the side of the road. It was an unassuming black Civic, I think, with heavily tinted windows. When I passed the Macca, they were on the shoulder. I didn't think anything of it. No one else was on the road, so when they screeched off the shoulder and started to gain on me way faster than was normal, I noticed immediately. They got on my bumper and rode my tail very aggressively. I legit thought they have an emergency, so I slowed down and waved them around. Even though no one was coming in the opposite direction, they kept it up. I got scared, called 911. I told them what was going on, and in the meantime, I sped up. I was afraid they were going to bash me from behind and cause me to wreck. I'm now going 95 on a highway with this person firmly jutting their vehicle at me from behind. We approach the on-ramp to 95 towards Gap and they fly off the road into the grassy hilly part. I told 911. Then they corrected, got back on the ramp, and came at me. I told 911 I was at the Gabway station. She said, "This is now an issue for the GA Highway Patrol. I'll connect you." And she accidentally hung up on me. I was freaking out, crying, thinking I was going to die. I pulled into one of the exits trying to call GA Highway Patrol, but trying to drive, and freaking out, and phones don't mix. I finally took several turns on back roads that I know in that area, and lost them. When I pulled into a packed parking lot and hid there. I had a flat out panic attack for a solid hour in that parking lot. It still amazes me it happened, and it was so bizarre I feel like people will think I made it up. When I was 18 I had a job as a desk clerk at a state park, and at the time I was working night shift, 11 PM to 7 AM. One night two of my buddies came with me, and we pulled an all-nighter, playing cards, and just hanging out. It was snowing that night, so we knew nobody would be there but us. This particular night there were no overpass guests, and I was the only employee in the lodge, which sat up on a mountain sort of all alone with a view over the park. My car was the only car in the parking lot. There is no doubt that the three of us were the only ones in the building. Sometime during the wee hours of the morning we heard the heavy fire door upstairs close loudly. These are very heavy doors and could not be blown around by wind, etc. We looked at each other in wonderment. A moment later a second fire door further down the hall closed with a similar loud sound. There was only two ways into the upstairs where the guest rooms were. So I sent one of the guys up one way and the other up the other way. I stepped outside where I could see both entrances to the building, which was sort of a L-shaped. Nobody came out except my friends. There were no tracks in the snow, except our footprints. No one was staying there, and no employees were there except me. To this day we have no idea what caused two different fire doors to open and close in succession. However, there is a local tale that the park was built over a Native American burial ground. I worked numerous shifts after that and never had it happen again. I think I somehow saw a peek of the past. Okay, so I was going on a walk around my block. I live in the suburbs, and it was a nice day, so I wanted to savor it. This is the same house I grew up in and still live in as I'm 17. I got out of the door and took a left. Then, something got in my eye. I stopped to rub my eye, but there wasn't really anything there. Upon opening my eyes, I felt the weather change. It got drastically colder, and I don't remember what time of the year it was when this happened, but it was warm. So all of a sudden there's like a 30°F drop in temperature. Then, when I opened my eyes, it was late in the evening. I was standing in the same position as before, looking at the once clear sky, which had now turned completely cloudy. Looking at my surroundings, the tree I stopped under was gone. My neighbors recently had poured concrete under their fence and had turned all their land into concrete. I looked through the metal fence, and it was all land. I started feeling nauseous, considering my options that maybe I was hallucinating. I had no idea what to think. Anyway, I turned around, and my dad's white work van, as a construction worker, was now replaced with his old green work van and there was a RAV4 parked next to it, the car my mom used, and the old Prius we used to have parked next to the house, in the street. I looked at the light post we have, and it was on. Now that was very weird, because for the past 5-ish years or so, it hasn't been working. In fact, all of these changes were about 5 years difference. I started piecing this together. I walked closer toward my house, and it was all completely changed. The plants we used to have situated on our lawn, some patches of land on the front that we had covered with concrete a few years back, some clear areas with no plants. For clarification, my mom has a really big passion with plants. She has more flowers than I could name, and now there were close to none there. I looked up at the window on the second story, which used to be my old room until my little sister got it, and I was forced to share a room with my brother, just 2 years ago. I looked in the window and I saw a little boy, short hair, fat, looking out, sitting on the windowsill. That was when I started blacking out. I felt myself lose consciousness and I fell down backwards. Right as my head hit the grass, I woke up in the same spot. Resting on concrete, I was back point as you could probably guess. The little boy was me. Every time it was my birthday, I would sit on the windowsill and wait for guests to arrive. Last time I remember this happening was when I was 12. And I can actually vaguely remember a long-haired, physically fit man walking up to my house and looking at me. Then I just saw him fall and disappear. I told my mom, but she said it's just my imagination, or whatever. Thinking about this now I can feel weakness. It's hard to type, and I feel nausea, nostalgia, whatever you can say. That's my story. About 6 months ago I was on a train from Rondebosch to Woodstock, and the train broke down in Salt River. We stayed stuck in it for about 30 minutes, before everyone started trying to get out and off. I joined point. I managed to jump off the train and started walking back to the platform to wait for the next train when a man walked past me and said, "There's someone dying over there and no one seems to care." No one has ever said those words to me, and I couldn't believe this, so I turned back and went looking for him. And there he was, lying all broken on the grass. I honestly couldn't believe my eyes, so I went to him, and he wasn't dead. This day will break my heart for the rest of my life. He was trying to breathe, shaking a little. His arm was broken, and his head severely gashed in. I screamed. I cried. I called the cops, the ambulance, the local authorities, and this was the worst part. The lady who worked there said it was his own fault. The man that worked there said it was the 4th body that week. It was Wednesday. The police arrived an hour later, did no report whatsoever, and when I started having a mental breakdown, agreed to call an ambulance. My husband found me at around this stage and sat with me while I tried to figure out why Noon really did care and this man was in fact going to die. 2 hours after sitting with him waiting, we left. As we got to the car, we saw the ambulance arrive. I don't know who he was or if he made it, and I think about it every day. I came off my bike when I was around 11 and cut the palm of my hand open just above the wrist. It was really painful, so I pulled my sleeve over my wrist, started heading home, visually checking the wound for dirty TC and I noticed what looked like blue ink coming out, which really freaked me out. I got a tissue out of my pocket and stuck it over the wound and hustled back to my parents to tell them. Of course, by the time I had got back, the blood had oxidized and turned red, including the blood on the tissue, which was initially blue, and the blood on my sleeve. My parents didn't believe me and told me to stop being stupid and stop telling tales, but established that the wound was severe enough to warrant a trip to A as there was a concern I might have sprained my wrist too. So off we went. Again, when being examined by the nurse, I told my blue blood story and she gave my parents a very concerned look and then told me that was impossible and it must have been paint from my bike, which was neon pink. My parents again told me off for telling tales and apologized to the nurse, said I like telling stories for attention. I got really upset as I know what I saw. I still have the scar to this day from that injury point. I have no explanation as to why my blood was momentarily blew apart from the oxidization thing, but every time I mention this, I get laughed at and told it's impossible, even as an adult, so I don't tell it anymore. The last time I told this story on here on another account, I got asked why I didn't take a photo of it on my phone. It was 1993 and nobody had phones then. My 19th birthday party. This is a long one, so strap in. I had just moved into my new house a few months prior, and at the time I had a fake ID, so I could buy as much alcohol as I wanted. I worked as a server during the week, so I made enough money to buy plenty, and that also meant I knew a lot of people, so I told everyone to bring anyone they wanted. Huge mistake. The first few hours of the party were great, but unbeknownst to me someone had invited a 15-year-old girl who had never drank before and stole the bottle of Captain Morgan. We are all dancing in my living room and then we hear a horrible shriek coming from the bathroom. Everyone runs in and sees this girl screaming and thrashing in the shower curtain, almost like she's seizing, to be honest. A couple friends of mine grab her and calm her down, and things start to seem like they will return to normal. My friends walk her out with everyone just kind of silently staring at her when suddenly she screams again, breaks free from my friends, and immediately runs over to the table where all of my alcohol, shot glasses, etc. are sitting. Puts both arms down on the table, and I shit you not sweeps the entire table with her arms and knocks everything off of it before running out onto the deck and attempting to jump over the railing. Fortunately a couple other people are out there and catch her around her waist before she goes over. Around this time my drunk ass then girlfriend starts losing her shit, part of the reason it didn't work. She was usually part of the problem instead of the solution, and screaming at me in the middle of the party while I'm trying to calm everyone down. Ryan, what the fuck, who is this drunk cracked out 15-year-old bitch? How could you let this happen? She storms out of the party and drives away in her truck. I didn't find out till later, but she literally did not turn a corner before drunkenly hitting a pole and wrecking her truck. Luckily she was not injured. Back to this girl. We drag her onto the couch and start trying to calm her down again. It seems like she's relaxing, and once again things are starting to chill out. Right around the time my friends relax their grip on her again, I see her eyeing my vinyls kind of funny. I have a record player and a good portion of my collection is spread out across the coffee table. By the time I see her move I was already too late. She stands up, grabs 2 drinks, then immediately proceeds to dump them across my vinyls. She is once again tackled to the couch and held down. At this point we call her mom, but she also waits tables with us at the restaurant we worked at, and she is incredibly nonchalant about the whole thing, like these things happen. We make a plan to get her home, and this is about the point everything really goes to shit. There was this guy, let's call him Aj, who had also been invited to the party. Aj was a 17-year-old hothead. He could be okay sometimes, but he was also a little unstable / aggressive. He started off okay at the party, but then as he gets more drunk he decides that his girlfriend of a week who was out of state that weekend was cheating on him. In response to this, he becomes really angry, jumps a fence to my neighbor's house and starts just pounding the drywall with his fists. Now if he had stayed over here I would have been okay with this. It turned out that the house he went to was vacant for 7+ years because there was a double murder there, and the lady who owned the house had some kind of weird emotional shit with the house and wasn't ready to let go of it or deal with it. But of course after making several loud angry laps he comes back into my backyard and starts escalating it. Aj decides to pull out his knife and is now holding it with both hands, threatening to plunge it into his chest while shouting about how he doesn't want to live anymore. Luckily my best friend was on the scene, although I think he was also responsible for both of these people being here in the first place, and starts trying to talk him down and telling him to put the knife away. He realizes he's going to need to take the knife himself, so I watch him get closer, but this immediately causes a physical struggle between the two. Suddenly I realize that the knife is moving from a place between the two behind my friend's back. I hear my friend start shouting warnings. Aj. Stop. Aj. Don't do it. Aj, please. No. About the time I realize my best friend is in serious danger of being stabbed, I also remember that he's trained in several forms of combat, and just as Aj is in a position to stab him in the back, my friend picks him up completely over his head and slams Aj into the concrete about as hard as I've ever seen someone hit it. So now Aj is out cold. One problem solved. Point cut back inside. One of my roommates, we will call him Sour. He was this pretty weird 26-year-old dating a 16-year-old named Corn. That one isn't a fake name. Anyways, Sour had decided he had enough of this, and by the time I'm back inside I see him chasing people around the kitchen and living room with a broom, threatening to hit them with it and shouting at people to get the fuck away from him. For some reason we had given Demon Girl a glass bowl in case she needed to throw up in it. I watched this girl stand up, raise the bowl over her head to smash it. This time though we had finally gotten smart to her and someone caught her arms. At this point we decided we were stuffing her in a car immediately and taking her home. No more time for planning. I cannot confirm this part, but it's my understanding that on the way to her house she rose from the back seat to bite my friend driving her home in the neck. He did have bite marks the next day, so you decide on that part. Right around the time we are getting this girl out, my neighbor knocks on my door and starts screaming at me. He's like, I have heard the screams of at least 3 different people from inside your house. Hear sheet breaking, and someone is lying in your backyard and I haven't seen their chest move in 20 minutes. Do I need to call the police? I say no sir, I'm sorry, we have it under control. We did not have it under control. I wish he called the police. Anyways, I'm actually at a point where I need to stop typing and get up and go to work. But in summation there were several more people having mental breakdowns in the midst of all of this. A shit ton of people yelling at me and asking me what to do. All of these events were happening simultaneously, and needless to say it was the worst birthday of my whole life. But damn if I didn't get a story out of it. Point I also DJ'd a college party in an apartment complex once where police came from both sides to surround everyone at the party and wrote over 50 mix that night. But that seems way less exciting than Demon Girl, Aj, and Sour being absolute nutjobs. So there you go. TLDR at the bottom. Point I went to Thailand with my boyfriend in November of 2018. It was a dream vacation. We were supposed to be there for 2 weeks and the nightmare happened on the 6th day. Point we went to the party district in Phuket and all was going well. I didn't know that weed was so illegal until that night. We went to a ping pong show and the girl gave me a joint. She said I could light it in the club. I thought that it was cool and I wanted to smoke. My boyfriend told me not to, but I said it was fine and he allowed it. A few moments later the guards came and snatched it from me. Point we walked out and they blocked us into the entrance with chairs and about 12 other guards. They pushed my boyfriend around and called the cops. The owner came out and I tried to speak to her. They thought I touched her and dragged me away about 5 feet from her, which made my boyfriend go off and get protective. The guys jumped him and he ended up having a seizure on the ground. The police came and took us to the station there to where they told us to contact our embassy. We did, and they gave us no help. They told us we were on our own because the US wouldn't not deal with the local legal system. We spent 4 days in jail cells. We got lawyers. We paid around $30,000 to never see a judge and be released to go to immigration by plane to Bangkok. They told us we would spend 2 days there and then go back to the States. They lied. My boyfriend bribes guards to see me. We were stuck in there separated for over 3 weeks, just waiting. I was wrapped by multiple guards of the detention center, which I never told him even to this day. I was beaten. He was stabbed. I found this out when we got to the States. Here is the part even I don't believe. I grew up in the Middle East, so I speak Arabic pretty fluently. I'm a white, blonde, brown-eyed, American female that speaks fluently with an Arabic accent to show how well versed. My luck was that my challenges were run by Iranians. A few weeks after getting to Bangkok, and after being beaten and wrapped, I started praying in Arabic. I was holding my scripture and desperate for help. She came to me and told me that I'm to speak with the detention leader. They took me to a small well-kept room and gave me tea and food. Point my BFS cell leader was also the detention center's leader. He was allowed privileges and ran the entire facility. We started talking about me at first. And then I started asking about him and my cell leader as well. Turned out I knew one of his cousins, but I also knew my cell block leader's brother. I asked him if I could see my boyfriend. They happily obliged, and he came down. We all started talking, and I found out the reasons they were stuck there. They gave us a cell together, and they personally watched over us, and gave us actual beds. The rooms we were in before were about 300 square feet with up to 150 people in the cells. Mine had 125, my boyfriend's has 140. Other cells has 150 to 200 depending on race point. The guards didn't like this much, but didn't have much choice. They kept food from us, but the leaders sorted out better food for us to have. Even so far as to getting us beer and wine. When they got the paperwork to let us fly back to the States, I made sure to also take copies of their paperwork. When we left, I immediately contacted their families and a few lawyers I know. I managed to fix their paperwork problems, get them new passports, and get them tickets to go back home. A few months later I get messages from both of them. Turns out their families are influential, but for the 7 to 10 years they had been there, the families didn't have the only connection to get their passports fixed. Because I have lived in the Middle East for so long, I had a lot of connections and found the person they needed to stamp their paperwork. All they needed was one stamp. They came to Kuwait where my boyfriend and I live, and we are now finding ourselves in the Parliament of Kuwait talking about the upcoming war and plans for security, as well as how the economy will do after this is over, with infrastructure to fall on when the fighting ends. I have a business science and international marketing background. My boyfriend is ex-military and has more certs and degrees than I can count with fire, police, EMT, and diplomatic personal security. TLDR, going to jail in Thailand led to my boyfriend and I being consultants for the GCC and the upcoming Gulf War too. The amount of bad crap that happened to me growing up. I was even told as a 6-year-old when I tried to talk to a teacher that I was just making stuff up for attention. I talk about it on here because it's a good place to talk about this stuff, but with the amount of crazy and movie-like stuff that happened, people just don't believe it. It freaking sucks. Getting told some of the worst moments of my life aren't real. My mum gaslights what happened to me as well and says things didn't happen, then turns around with the evil grin and told me I deserved everything I got. The crap I went through in school was insane as well. The fact that it was so bad and no one really helped me was even crazier. When the same crazy crap happened to a girl years younger than me, her family got involved, and it became this massive deal. She had people walking her to classes, sitting with her in class, walking her home, etc. It freaking sucked, and I was pissed that there was only one person who tried to do anything for me, and I think it ruined his work relationship with all the other staff, and that's why his job sucked so much. I wish I could find him and thank him for everything he did. The only reason I was okay during those years was because of him, and things went to crap quickly without him being there. When I was 17, my sister passed away from leukemia, but before this, she was in the hospital for treatment. Her illness was sudden, and she passed away 4 months after being diagnosed. She loved the singer Beck, and had purchased tickets to one of his shows long before she was showing any symptoms. Unfortunately, because she was sick, she had to miss the show. She was so upset. She gave her ticket to my older sister who went with a friend. What happened next, I couldn't believe, and will never forget. The night of the show, my sick sister was so depressed I tried to keep her company at the hospital, but it didn't help. It was already late, and visiting hours would end soon. My sick sister looks over at me and asks, "Do you think older sister's name is having a good time?" I replied, "I hope so." Then my sick sister's cell phone rings and it's my older sister yelling in excitement, "He's here, with us." My sick sister is so confused. My older sister calms down and tells her that she waited at the exit of the venue and sure enough, got a chance to speak with Beck. She showed him a picture of my sick sister and tells him about her. She asks him if it would be okay that he talks to her on the phone. Beck agreed. She passes the phone to him. Then my sick sister puts her phone on speaker mode. My parents and I can hear him. She tells Beck she is very sorry she missed his show and that she was heartbroken she couldn't be there. He comforts her and tells her it's okay and that he hopes she gets well soon. I will never forget the look on my sister's face. She was beaming. That was the first time my sister looked so happy, since she was diagnosed. I'm looking over at my parents and we are all in shock. We can't believe my sick sister is on the phone with her musical idol. She adored that man. They chat for a couple minutes, and he ends the call with Godspeed. She hangs up, and we are all like, did that just happen? That was the happiest my sister ever was, and a few weeks later she passed. Every time I think about it makes me cry because deep down, I feel like it was all meant to be. Just wanted to share this story because I still can't believe it happened. Okay, so when I was in year 6 I had this friend who always seemed kind of out of it. Let's call her Amelia. I just brushed it off and never thought anything of it and decided to have a sleepover at her house and then the next day do some photo shoots in the local park since she offered. I got to her house. Everything was normal as expected. A couple hours pass of us just hanging out, chatting, and feeding her animals. She had a shed of them, literally. Anyway, it was beginning to come up to tea time, and her mum made us something. Not exactly sure what it was, not that it matters. After tea it was near enough sleep time and Amelia and I decided to stay up and watch one of her favorite shows, and her mum was staying up also. About half an hour into the show, her little brother woke up and was at the top of the stairs now. Amelia and her mum had a massive freak out over this and grabbed me by the arms and dragged me somewhere where the stairs were not visible. Her mum started to say to Amelia's brother that I suddenly had food poisoning and were throwing up aggressively. I had absolutely no idea what was going on and just decided to stay quiet and do as I were told. He finally went back to bed and Amelia and her mum just acted as if nothing happened and went back to the couch. I was so confused. They watched the show till it had finished and her mum had already disappeared somewhere when it ended and we couldn't recall as to where she went. Me and Amelia just went to bed and her mum opened the door as we were just about to fall asleep. She was wearing this black almost swimsuit type outfit and I could tell Amelia was so embarrassed. Amelia finally asked her mum to leave and before she could say anymore her mum just literally flashed us like we were 11 and she just left like it was no big deal. When we woke up, we decided to go downstairs and to our surprise she was sleeping head first into a Sunday dinner. I was having a panic attack because I didn't want to be in the house any longer and Amelia on the other hand just laughed and brushed it off making it seem like this was a normal thing. Her mum woke up after about a couple minutes and went upstairs, got dressed and came back down and was beginning to do my makeup for the photo shoot we had planned. Her mum was acting off her head. Now that I look back on it, I'm pretty sure she was on something hardcore. She was a complete airhead. By that time I was ready to call my mum to come pick me up and get me away from that house. Her mum also asked me numerous times to feed her, and every time I awkwardly answered she would just laugh hysterically. I've not told anyone, except my twin brother, as I've got older. Even though I probably should, it still creeps me out to this day. Every time I mention it to my twin brother he either thinks I'm making it up, exaggerating or overall lying. Not my experience, but my uncle and auntie's life together was absolutely insane. More specifically, my uncles. A lot of this is so unbelievable, none of my friends truly believe me when I tell them. It's been a while since I've been told this story, so I'm very sorry if my memory is foggy on some details. My auntie and uncle met online in a chat room during the dawn of the internet. My auntie being in her early 20s, she's late 40s now, and my uncle being 35 years older than her, has 80 something. Their age gap was so huge that my uncle shared the exact same birthday plus birth year as my auntie's mom, my nana. After talking online for a long time, my uncle invited my auntie out to sail the world with him on his sailboat. She left her whole life behind here in Canada and divided to join my uncle on his adventure around the world. My uncle himself had probably the craziest life a person could live. He honestly needs a movie written about him. He's from South Africa, has white though lol, and at one point on his trip living on his sailboat before my auntie, he met a girl in which they fell in love with each other. This girl, who I believe was underage, and he was an adult but this was different times, just happened to have family owning the largest coffee supplier in the world at the time, and was blissfully rich. He took her on his sailboat, and sailed for months, stopping in remote places, and spending time with African tribes. Because of the girl's wealth and the time my uncle and her spent with one tribe, the members of the tribe decided to gift them with a pair of otters. That's right, otters. After living for months on the boat, the girl became restless and decided she didn't want to live on the boat anymore. They decided to dock in the United States. The problem when they arrived on the coast in Georgia is that upon security inspection of their boat, they found that their gifted pet otters were actually an endangered and protected species, and that they wouldn't be able to keep them as pets. Deeply upset at the thought of losing her beloved gifts from the tribe peoples, she had the idea of buying a huge chunk of land in Georgia and registering it as a sanctuary so she could keep her otters. They took my uncle's sailboat out of the water, stored it on their land, and lived together for years on the farm. They got married and eventually started breeding the otters on the sanctuary to help repopulate that otter species. However, with my uncle belonging on his boat, he itched to go back. At that time as well, the girl and my uncle had a falling out with their relationship, but yet still cared about each other in a friendship kind of way. They decided to get a divorce and the girl decided to move back with her family somewhere in Europe. She felt bad leaving my uncle with nothing but a sailboat, so she let him keep the farm to do whatever he wanted with it. She also wanted to give him a sum of money to live off of for the rest of his life so he could live comfortable. She offered tens of thousands of dollars, today's currency, per month indefinitely, but my uncle, wanting to live a humble life, only would accept about $2,000 per month. He never worked again after that, and up until about 2 years ago, we presume she passed away. Monthly checks of $2,000 steadily rolled in. Point anyways, stuck with the farm, my uncle sold off all the animals and sold off the land as well. In the deal with the new owners of the land, my uncle had to be able to live on the farm, but he would help them out as an unpaid farmhand until he could fix up his boat and get it running again. That's when he met my auntie online, and once the boat was ready to sail, my auntie tagged along. They sailed together for months and months at a time, only taking a break for about 2 months of the year, only to get back on the sea again. My auntie has memories of pirates trying to hijack their sailboat on the open seas, meeting tribes from all around the world, so many near-death experiences, and so many life-changing ones as well. They eventually decided to dock back in Canada, where our family all lives, and bought a farm outside of our city to settle down in. I believe my uncle's sailboat is still somewhere stored in a secure place, though I think it might be too old and damaged to even sail again. I had been to their farm as a child and spent many evenings listening to the incredible stories my uncle holds. Sadly, just 2 or so years ago, my auntie and uncle decided to end their relationship of over 20 years, and now I have a new uncle, a Welsh man who has a beautiful singing voice and plays the fiddle. He's absolutely amazing, and my uncle is now living across the country in BC. My auntie and my first uncle still talk and Skype frequently till this day. My auntie has even bought her own sailboat with my new uncle. There's not much for records of all of this that I personally could find, since it was all a long time ago, but my auntie and him are working on a book to publish, half of the book from my uncle's expert perspective and the other half from my auntie's novice perspective. I'll have to give an update when they finally are finished writing the book and have it published. I also believe they're creating a website where they can publish all the receipts and their individual stories, so I'll have to link that when it's up. Point. If you've read this far, thank you so much. I've wanted to share this story with the internet for years and years now. That's why I just got read it recently. I hope you enjoyed hearing this story told vaguely by me as much as I have from the first account. Not too crazy, but girls always say it reminds them of like a romantic comedy, so they find it hard to believe. Point had this one night stand with a waiter in the city. He was fun, and it was good, but we never exchanged any info. 2 weeks later I'm heading back into town and I get a phone call from a girl I sold a concert ticket to. The will call wouldn't take her ID. I go to her to figure the situation out, and then back on track to town. During all this, I ended up losing my wallet with my train tickets. No way to go home. I'm sitting on the curb with 2 bags and no idea what to do. Magically I see someone run off a bus. It was that one night stand guy. He asked why I was alone. I explained the situation, so we spent the day together before I ended up getting my wallet back from a friend who found it at the concert area. Nothing stolen. Skip 2 weeks again. I'm back in the city, and I end up with a dead phone during a night of drinking. My hotel key was in a bag with another girl. Couldn't get in contact with the girls I was with that night. I head towards our hotel. No one was in our room and my name wasn't on the account for me to get another key. I go outside to buy a charger, to see the one night stand dude again in a cafe just studying at like 3 AM. I knock on the window and ask for a phone cable. Thank goodness we have similar phones, so I just hung out with him again while the group of girls got back to me. We finally exchanged numbers XD. Sorry if my English is bad, but here goes. When I was in first grade, it was almost the end of recess time when I spotted two boys walking to the other direction and going to their respective classroom. One boy is crying badly, while the other one was comforting his sobbing friend and helped him walk. Little naive me got very curious and decided to follow these two friends to know where they are heading. I was watching from afar as they are heading to the school's gate that was slightly open as they continue to walk past it. The school's security wasn't that strict back then, so there may be cases that some kids can escape school without anyone knowing. I start asking myself if I should keep on doing or not, despite from all the parents and teachers saying that it's dangerous to go out. But I continue on following the two boys and go beyond the gate point. While walking far behind them, I was amazed to the world around me that I get to experience, like observing every detail of the houses I pass by. And half a meter away from school, I got caught by the boys and found out I was following them. They were aggressive at first, asking me why I'm stalking them. I told them that it was my curiosity that made me follow them, and I promised them that I won't tell anyone so they won't get in trouble. They toned down and introduced themselves. I don't remember their names since it's been years, but for the story's sake, Denver, the sobbing boy, and Kyle, his friend, and the two of them lets me join into their little adventure as we became friends as we walk all over the town. Kyle told me their story about what happened to Denver. That poor kid got bullied all day to the point the bullies thinks it would be funny to kick his legs hard and injure him. Crying from the pain of his legs and shame, he told Kyle about it and begged him to help bring him back home. Throughout our little adventure, I help with Kyle recovering Denver's walking problem from his injured legs. Thankfully the kick from the bullies wasn't that hard that could cause a fracture of his bones, so me and Kyle carry Denver from each side and slowly help him walk again. We were 3 kilometers away from school when we arrived in Denver's house, dropped him off, and thanked us for bringing him back home. And that leaves me with Kyle, and we both head back to our school. Before we part ways and get back to our respective classrooms, he thanked me for helping him bring his best friend to his home. It was a lot of fun, and if ever we meet again we'll play games together and have fun in the playground. I nodded and said my farewells and went to my classroom. I lower myself to the ground hoping that I won't get caught as I reach to my table in the back row and quickly hiss under it. One of my classmates saw me curling under the table and called the teacher. Teacher, Yarlamode has been hiding under the table. Teacher scolded me to get out of the table and sit up in the chair correctly. I was confused and thought to myself, did no one noticed that I'm gone the whole time and they assumed that I've been hiding under my table all along? Dang, that saved me from going to a trip to the principal's office. I don't know to you, but as a sheltered little kid, that time is one of the crazy moments I ever experienced. When I was in college, my friend and I decided to go kayaking in the Laguna Madre. We lived in Corpus Christi, Texas, and we had a free day from classes. We had parked near the causeway and were going to explore the little islands in between. You could paddle up to the docks and visit with people if you wanted, or go to the restaurants nearby. On a weekend it was normally very busy there with lots of eyewitnesses. We were there on like a Wednesday though, so not as many people were around. Anyway, as we are exploring we get waved down by this scruffy looking gentleman. He's on this old boat and he's offering thirsty mermaids some beer. My say no to strangers alarm starts going off, but before I know it, my friend is agreeing to get on this stranger's boat to have a bush light. I didn't want her to go alone, so like an idiot, I tag along. We get on the boat, and there's another man, and I swear to God he had a parrot on his shoulder. They hand us unopened beers and tell us to make ourselves at home. I'm furious with my friend for putting us in possible danger. The scruffy guy turns out to be hilarious, and the captain starts telling us about this time he got shot because of his ex-wife. He also tells about his teenage son and how much he misses seeing him all of the time. Bitter divorce if you couldn't tell. He also occasionally yells from a megaphone at passing boats telling them to slow down. He was the self-proclaimed wake police. Anyway, we wound up hanging out with them for a couple of hours. We tell them we have to go, and they politely helped us back onto our kayaks. When we got back to our friends, we told them about our new pirate friends. Half didn't believe us, and the other half scolded us for trusting strange pirates. We never saw them again. About a month later, I was watching the news and there was the boat. The Gypsy second had vanished with the captain and his teenage passenger. Apparently the kid wasn't really his son. Anyway, they had taken off without the mom's permission. Apparently they were last seen/heard from off the coast of Louisiana. No one has seen or heard from them since. Pretty sad. I went to my friend's place and showed her the story. We were in shock. We also kept telling our friends that's the pirate ship. That's the one we were chillin' on about a month ago. I'm still not sure if they really believed us. Edit. They filed a missing persons report on the teen back in 2006. When I was 15 years old, I met these two girls at the beach. About a year later, one of them added me on MySpace. So we talk on the phone every now and then. We were like semi-internet close. She lives about 8 hours away. So fast forward a couple years to my senior year in high school. I feel like I'm pretty close with this person. We talk all the time, though I haven't seen her since that day long ago at the beach. She tells me one day that she's feeling really depressed and she's thinking about killing herself. So I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go down there. Not even thinking that it was odd that I'd never heard about this before. So I head to the bank and pull out some cash, tell my parents I'm staying at a friend's house for the weekend, and I'm off on this adventure. So now things start getting weird, and every time I think about it, I'm telling myself, how did I not see this coming? I get a call from an unknown number and it's a friend of hers, and she tells me meet us at the Walmart off of Cortero. Hallie can't be home right now. All this time I can't actually get a hold of Hallie. So I finally get there around midnight. There are only a few cars in the parking lot, and one of them has this girl standing outside the car. So I come around, and I ask if she's Annie, and she's like, hey, you must be XXX. She said Hallie is inside, she's getting some things. Why wouldn't her friend be with her? She's holding a half-empty water bottle, and asks if I'm thirsty. Idiot me says yes, and I drink the water. So I'm talking to this girl and she says that Hallie has been having some problems at home and she just can't take it anymore. So I'm like, well, let's go inside and get her. She keeps playing it off like, give Hallie some space, she'll be out soon. I start getting mad like, dude, I drove 8 hours to see my friend, like, can you please get her? Things started getting very foggy. Next thing I know, I'm in my car parked on a random suburban street. I had about $250 in my wallet. When I came out, none of it was missing. Lots of time had passed. The sun was up and bright. I tried calling, but the phone was off. Didn't know what was going on. Tried to drive home, fell asleep and crashed. I've never tell this story because I didn't tell the police, though I should have. I saw someone die from an overdose on heroin. I tend to make friends with some kinda shitty people, and those people like to take me to where they like to have fun. Trap houses, shitty hotels, abandoned buildings. One day a friend of mine asked if I wanted to go to a party with him. I had nothing better to do, so I said yes. We hitchhiked a few towns over to a hotel that by the looks and smell should have been shut down decades ago. I followed him to a room that had a horrible stench. I couldn't put my finger on just what it was. We walked in and at first it seemed like just a bunch of people having a party. I knew they weren't great people. I could tell most of them were on some drugs already. Someone handed me a beer. Karen is not my favorite, but it was a party. After about 10 minutes someone got a bag of white yellowish powder that I thought was cocaine. Turns out it was PCP, and the group that snorted it started acting crazy, as one does while on angel dust. I tried to avoid anyone that was faked up on hard drugs, but the small size of the hotel room and the surprising number of occupants was full of hard drugs. The friend that brought me there was high on meth, and who knows what else. He was faking some random chick in the hallway. I was alone in a crowd of lunatics. Then, out came the heroin. I knew what it was when I saw it. I wanted to get out of there, but I didn't know where to go. The couch was empty, so I decided to take a seat and wait out this faked up storm of drugs and psychopaths. The TV was on, but I couldn't tell what it was on. It was in Spanish and the remote was mutilated on the floor. There was a man in the chair close to the couch. I noticed him there when I got to the couch, but I just thought he was doing the same thing as me. The dude was sniffling a bit, so I guessed he had done some PCP. Then I saw him fumbling around for a minute. I realized who was sitting in that chair. That guy was my friend's acid and meth dealer. Maybe it's a small world. He then proceeded to smoke from his pipe, unlike what I was used to. Then he offered it to me. I knew it was meth, but I still tried it, mainly because it was a little difficult to find the courage in the word no. Now I knew that I was going to be faked up too. Two people, a guy and a girl, both in rough shape, came and sat on the couch next to me, dividing me and Mr. Meth. The two started a torch, used a black and bent spoon, and proceeded to inject the liquid they had made into each other. The man started to twitch and scratch as they both laid back and felt all of the effects. I didn't move. Maybe it was the meth. Maybe I was just stunned, but I didn't even move. When they did it again a few minutes later, I knew it was not going to end well, because they were already faked up, and this time the needle was emptied straight into his arm. The woman that came to the couch with him had left, and Mr. Meth got up shortly after. The night was still not winding down, but I guess there were too many people that were too high for the party to still be lively. The man wasn't moving for a while. I was just a few feet from him the whole time, wondering if he'd say a word. I started to wonder if he was breathing, because I couldn't hear it, but that scared me. I pushed his shoulder and he moaned very softly but still deep. But at least I know he's alive. I wanted to call 911, but my phone had died at some point. I couldn't tell what time it was, but I knew it was time to get the fuck out. I kept pushing the guy around before I left to see what would happen, because I knew he couldn't survive that much heroin. No one can. He died. I was panicking. He wasn't breathing. My heart was racing and checking his pulse was difficult, but I knew it wasn't there. I walked out of the hotel and back onto the street. There wasn't really any cars, so I just walked home. It was a 25-mile walk, and the meth started to wear off at some point. The next clear memory I have is crying in my bed wondering what the fuck happened and hoping that I can sleep off the whole night. Maybe it was just a dream. I prayed that I was wrong about the man on the couch. I hoped he wasn't dead, but he had no pulse and no breath. I saw him die from heroin. I have never told this story to anyone at all. This is the first time point. That hotel was burned down by the fire department a few months later as a practice burn, since it met basically no regulations. I haven't spoke to that friend since then, and last I heard he's just been doing drugs and nothing else. Mr. Meth went to jail a few weeks ago for evading court, and me, well, I haven't touched any drug other than pot. Me and a couple of my friends back in the day would climb up on Old Man Frederick's shed and jump off onto the trampoline in the adjacent yard. Old Man Fredericks would saunter out and yell at us to stop, and we would run off. We did it all the time. My mom one day saw us climbing up on the shed and pulled me aside when I got home. You really should ask permission before you climb on his shed. Mr. Fredericks is very old and it's rude. I said okay. The next time we were gonna jump off his shed, I ran to his front window and peered inside. I saw Mr. Fredericks sitting at the couch watching TV. I waved to him and ran off. I didn't know if he saw me, but I was okay with that. After all, now I had plausible deniability in that I waved to him right in front of his face. We jumped for hours and he never came out to stop us. The next day the same thing. I went to the window and saw him there illuminated by the TV. I waved and ran off. All week we did this, and he never came to stop us. I thought, wow, Mr. Fredericks is super cool now. That weekend it all changed. The police and paramedics were crawling all over his house. When I woke up, I asked my mom what was going on, and she told me poor Mr. Fredericks had died. His son came to visit that morning to mow his lawn and found him in front of the TV dead. Someone had broken in and smashed his head with a bat. He never even saw him coming. I was horrified. All that waving was to old man Frederick's rotting corpse, and the whole time we were making a racket jumping on his shed, the sounds of us playing echoed through an empty house. They never found the killer, but some valuables were taken. It was probably a robbery for drug money. We stopped jumping on his shed after that and moved the trampoline away to another yard. We treated that house like it was cursed for years. Sometimes it would rain just over his lawn and the wetness would soak the dry pavement around his property. Sometimes in the night we heard shuffling around inside if we walked too close. I eventually moved out of that town, but 2 years ago I was visiting some old friends in the neighborhood, and on the way I slowed my car and I could swear I saw the flicker of an old TV in the window. Mr. Fredericks died, but he never left. Point by the way, the house is still there. It's in Holbrook, Massachusetts on Western Avenue. Go there and feel around the street. You'll find the house. Not so much on the crazy side, just people don't believe me. When I was maybe about 10 years old I was obsessed with Taylor Swift. That year for a Christmas or birthday present, hazy memory, my mum got me tickets to see her in Manchester. I was obviously elated getting there, and we were seated kinda near the back. Being 10 years old, that didn't really bother me though. However, as it was, I think, her fearless, again hazy, tour, she wasn't quite as popular in the UK as she is now, and there was still some empty seats. Halfway into the warm-up act, a security guard asks us if we want to be freely upgraded to better seats, so of course we said yes. We ended up being seated one row in front of the B stage with a great view. I was stood on my chair singing along when I get a tap on the back, Taylor Swift's mum asking if I want to meet her. She lifts me over the barrier, and after Taylor sings her songs on the B stage she comes and hugs me. Must have been a regular occurrence on that tour, as there was about 5 of us stood there, and I've never really seen that happen at any other concerts I've attended. People don't believe me because there is literally no video footage. I've scoured YouTube, and my mum had pictures on her iPhone 3GS at the time which she never backed up onto a computer or anything. As a young skinny white kid I used to hang out with some pretty rough people at some apartments I definitely shouldn't have been in. One time we were purchasing the devil's lettuce and a guy named Gator arrived and told everyone to get on one side of the room and don't put hands in pockets. He then proceeded to sidestep along the opposite side of the room with a gun in his hand. Shorted me, but I definitely didn't say anything. Pretty sure he was a decently famous local rapper. Another time I forgot something in my car in between transactions, and as I was walking out I heard a "Hey, come here." There stood a uniformed cop just leaning against a car. Now, mind you, I'm underaged, drunk, and there is never a time when a sweet wasn't being passed around, so I'm sure I looked rough. The cop made me empty my pockets on the back on a random car, asked what I was doing there. Chilling, and upon finding no drugs I'm assuming he was looking for, he just took my money and cigarettes and walked off. And yes, it was 100% a real cop hired to do security for the apartment complex. This was in the apartments behind Sharpstown Mall in Houston, Texas. Highly recommend avoiding both of these places. Edit. Also in Houston, I was cut off and almost crashed into by a guy in a Bentley trying to squeeze onto 59S, now 69S, nice, from 610N. If you know the area you know this intersection is notorious for dicks waiting until the last second to cut in before the split. I caught his eye to kinda scold him, and I swear to God it was Bruce Willis. When I was, say about 12 or 13 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to sheet. I was so sleepy that I tried to just get comfy and go back to sleep, hopefully deal with it in the morning. But no, I couldn't. So with a sigh of frustration I sat up and waddled to the door of my bedroom. Now, I had only been living in the house I was in for perhaps a few months, but that's no excuse for this. I couldn't find the door knob. Sure, doesn't sound that weird, right? It was night and completely dark after all, and a few months is more than enough time to have the muscles memory you get to open doors and log into your cell phone and such. But I couldn't find it. I trailed every inch of the door frame with an open palm, hoping to find the frickin' knob. It was like it just disappeared. So logically my next course of action was to find the lamp I had on my dresser and turn that on and find my way. Mind you, I'm still in quite severe bowel distress. Like I need go, bad. So I shuffled to my dresser and grabbed my lamp and stuck my hand under the shade, trying so hard to find little twisty switch to turn the bulb on. But just like the knob, I couldn't find it. Now this was really getting to me. How in the hell can I not find either the knob or switch to my lamp? Well, in a last ditch attempt to find the dork knob, I crouched down to do a final, forearm long, rub/sweep against the door frame. And I sheet myself. Well, needless to say I managed to find either the knob or switch, because I ended up cleaning myself and the floor up that night all by myself. I was far too embarrassed as a teenager to tell anyone in my family that I had sheet my pants because I couldn't find the dork knob to my room. So now, over 9 years later, I've decided to tell all of you. Now this may indeed be a believable, even likely story, but I believed my stupidity was so great I 1. Couldn't tell a soul, and 2. Didn't want to believe it myself. So, I think this counts in this thread. Thank you for reading. Good night, and big balls. I have told a few people about this, but they all thought we embellished it, or were lying, so I stopped telling people anything, except the first part. In high school we used to go on rides in the valley near us, and drink or whatever and just drive around, since we still lived at home, and had cars and could drive. At one spot we hit the top of a hill on a 1-lane road that came down a hill that connects to a larger road, and as we crested the hill there's a mountain to the right. On top of the mountain were these orange lights that were all in varying heights, but perfectly spaced and rotating around and slowly upward. Kind of like the helix of a strand of DNA video everyone saw in school. There were probably a little more than 100 of them all together, and the pattern had to be thousands of feet high. So we turned and drove up that mountain, but the road you take blocks your view of the top of the mountain as you're going through trees. We got about halfway up and hit a roadblock to large wooden barricades and road closed sign. We turned around and got back to the bottom of the hill as soon as possible, and when we looked back the lights were gone. The roadblock was not there just a few days before when we had gone up that road point, so we are all talking about it and trying to figure out what it was. My best guess was there was some kind of event going on up there. It's pretty barren, just a few farms and sparse houses, and people had lit those Chinese lanterns off. Maybe there was a strange wind pattern that made them spin around in the helix formation we saw. That was the best guess, but it would have had to have been like 8 people standing in a octagon letting them go every few seconds in perfect formation and unison. The weirder part was when we got back to town. As we were driving in down from the top of the mountain that separates the town from the valley, we can see a ton of smoke and flashing lights from fire trucks and police and ambulances. The main street was blocked off, so we took a side road that goes around by a baseball field. 3 big black Chevy trucks with government plates and blackout windows in a convoy formation went flying past us the other way, out towards the valley in the direction where we saw the lights. Further down that road, a car was on fire in the middle of the road they had just come up. There were no fire trucks, cops, EMTs or anything. We just stopped and stared at it for a few seconds before the driver got paranoid and drove off towards the middle of town. We got to the middle of town, and there's the fire that we saw from the top of the mountain. An entire house was blazing, dozens of trucks and cops around, firemen spraying the hell out of it. We had to go up the wrong way on a one-way alley to get out of town. Still have no idea what the lights were, what the government subs were doing, and there was never any mention of the car fire in the paper the next day. The house fire was reported though, and unfortunately a man was trapped on the 2nd floor and died. I stopped telling people about the subs and fires because everyone looks at me like a conspiracy theorist when I do. TLDR, saw very strange lights, government vehicles fleeing a burning car, and a house fire simultaneously broke out in a small town all at once. No idea what happened. My friend had just broken up with a guy and we went to go get her stuff back. The guy ended up wanting to just meet us at a park. When we showed up he had a friend and immediately started attacking her as the other one came at me. I pushed her ex away from her and immediately got Sparta kicked in the face by the other guy, but my adrenaline was pumping, so I just tackled him to the ground and started punching. Me and this guy had been fighting while my friend and her ex were in a violent screaming/pushing argument. This went on until I let the guy I was fighting get up. At that point they went to their bags and started throwing her stuff all around the park, and I went to go get them to stop. This is when the ex pulls out a literal hatchet. He thought he was just meeting up with my friend who's a short cute girl and starts coming after me with it. He wasn't swinging, so I thought he wouldn't. So I tried to close distance and grab the hatchet, but as soon as I stepped closer he started swinging like a madman. So here I'm pretty much running backwards from this guy swinging a hatchet and his friend in broad daylight, while my friend is screaming bloody murder. And just when I thought I was gonna get my ass chopped up, my brother comes from across the park yelling at the guys chasing me, and that made the ex put the hatchet away, but it made the other guy divert his attention to my brother. They look at each other, run up to each other and hug, talking about how they hadn't seen each other in years, and asking how each other had been. Turns out they used to be best friends and my brother talked them into just leaving. It's not like we all just immediately became cool, but it went from a near-death situation to a weird betrayal reunion thing really fast. I was so close to dying that day. I can't stress it enough. The only reason I'm okay is because that happened and shocked everyone so much that we were taken out of that blind rage state we were, more specifically the guy with the hatchet. We got my friend's stuff, we just had to collect it from around the park. This one's insane. When I was 15, I went to a party with my friend. Her mom was supposed to drive us there, but then her friends picked us up. 2 men in their mid-20s and a 14-year-old girl, and I was immediately uncomfortable. We ended up splitting up at the party and she called me. When we were leaving I got in the car expecting to go back to her house, but instead we went to a drug dealer's house and the men got a bag of coke and a bag of weed. I was freaking out. I kept asking if we were going back to her house, and she said we were going to some motel for the night. When we got there, everyone started doing coke, besides me, so I smoked some of the weed to try to relax. I decided to try to sleep to avoid the whole situation. I woke up at one point and the next thing I know they are all having sex on the other bed. I thought I was dreaming or something ended up actually happening. I tried to go back to sleep, but then my friend and one of the guys get in the bed with me and started having sex on top of me. Somehow I fell asleep like that. I woke in the morning to a bunch of texts from my sister asking why I was 4 hours away from home. Now I really starting freaking out. I woke up my friend and told her I really needed to go home. She woke everyone else up and they all started having sex again. My friend eventually stopped after I yelled I needed to leave. The other 3 decided to have a threesome. I went in the bathroom and cried. I called my brother to tell him what happened and begged him to pick me up. He said no, I'm at IHOP with my friends. But eventually they all stopped having sex. We finally were about to leave when they all chugged 4 lockers and did more coke. I gave up at this point. My brother picked me up at my friend's house and I told him what happened. He said, what, I would come to pick you up. Craziest night of my life. Oh boy, I've wanted to tell this story forever, but I never do, because it's so outlandish. Here goes nothing. When I was a kid I had access to a lot of movies a 4-year-old probably shouldn't be watching. Gladiator, The Last Samurai, Troy, lots of military war-based films. After watching enough of these I decided it was my life goal to become a military leader and conquer the world. So I set out to fulfill my dream. My school was something out of a horror film. It was in a old car factory. The warehouse where they used to keep the cars was our playground. Concrete floors, steel bars on all the windows, metal hooks hanging on chains from the ceiling. You can imagine us kids did not have much to amuse ourselves with. On a good day we used to use a bottle cap to play football. The boys' favorite pastimes was to get into fights. This became a culture at our school, and every day there were huge brawls between 60+ boys on different teams. After I discovered this, I formulated my plan. Recess rolled around, and I walked over to the leader of one of the biggest and most respected fighting teams. He was in 5th grade, easily 1.5 feet taller than me, and waited I don't know how much more. It did not end well for me, and he broke my 2 front teeth. Fast forward a week, on my first day at school, after I get my teeth fixed, I walk straight up to him, pin his foot with mine, and step down on his leg with my other foot so hard that I break his femur. He wore a cast for 9 months and will never be able to walk properly again. This happened in the middle of the warehouse in front of the rest of the student body. By the end of my time at that school I had a team of 140 boys aged 6 to 9 under my command. I would train them how to fight using moves and techniques I found on the internet and called them my legion. Using this power I staged an escape from my school for all the students. There was this huge iron door they used to close behind us once we were all in the warehouse to make sure we didn't get out and wander off into the rest of the school. I gathered my legion and hit the gate with full force. The teachers couldn't hold us back, and by that point the rest of the student body had joined us. 600 plus kids flooded out of the warehouse like a shaken soda can. From that day onwards the school never made us go in the warehouse again, and allows us to play in the massive parking lot where the cars that had finished production would be left until they were shipped out. I know this doesn't sound like much, but at least we had more room and sunlight. TLDR. Staged a revolution at my school for a better playground. My husband took my car in for service while I was at work to replace the tires. When the car was on the lift the mechanic asked if he could remove the key box inside the wheel well of the car. My husband replied to him that there was no key box in the wheel well. The mechanic came back to my husband with a pelican box in his hands and said this was in the wheel well of your car. My husband, who had never saw that box before, opened it and found a tracking device in the box. The mechanic laughed and said, "Whoa, your wife is tracking you." To which my husband replied, "This is my wife's car." My husband called me in a panic and asked if I was okay. He then came and picked me up from work and told me the story. I didn't believe him. I couldn't comprehend why someone would want to track me. I called the company of the tracking device and they said they could not give me the name of the person who owned the device. They let me know that it was sending a signal every 12 minutes and the person who owned it could log into their website and track my car. My husband and I went to the police station. They first assumed we were cheating on each other. They questioned us and then let us know that it wasn't a crime to place a tracking device on someone's car. They said they would hold the devices and someone would probably come in and claim it because it was valued at $500. They also suggested that we go home and check my husband's car. We were annoyed when we left, but we did go home and check my husband's car. We found the same adhesive on his car. We went back to the police and they questioned us more. My husband and I couldn't think of anyone who would do this. He is the military, so we move around a lot. Since my husband is in the military, they conducted their own investigation and was able to get the person's name who owned the device from the tracking company. Much to mine and my husband's shock and horror, it was a middle-aged man who was a neighbor who owned a condo in the same development we did. We had never met the man, never had an interaction. We came to find out that he had been tracking our cars for 6 months and we had no idea. To wrap up a long story, we pressed criminal harassment charges and he is now on probation. We never found out why he spent $1,000 and tracked us. I was out in our backyard with my cat taking care of her. My yard, which was pretty bland besides the fake deer I use for bow practice. This is important later. I was sitting on some steps petting my cat. I'm out there cause I can't leave her alone cause we live in an area where dangerous wildlife are common. So I still feel it's not the best to leave a one-eyed cat alone. That's beside the point. I'm sitting on some steps with my cat and I hear this leaf crunching. I look out and there's something there too small to be a deer and too large to be a bobcat. I look back at my cat, which is a little freaked out but not too out of it. I look back and the faker is gone. You bet your ass I wasn't sticking around to find out what that thing was. I took my cat and booked it back in the house. I sat down on the couch and watched TV trying I forget about it. It's probably just the neighbor's dog. I thought I trying to calm myself down. The neighbors don't have pets. I was lying to myself. Eventually I forgot about it and slept peacefully. I woke up again the next morning and remembered it. I was in a better state of mind at that point and brushed it off. I went to look out the window to check if anything was disturbed. Trying to ration it was maybe a dream. I look out my window and the fake deer is torn to shreds in more pieces than a human could create. That scared the fuck out of me for a while, and to this day I don't know what I saw or what tore up the deer, but I don't think I want to know. Notes. I know this isn't as scary or mind-blowing as the others. It could have been just a wolf or something, but in the spur of the moment 100 foot of open grass between you and a wolf is still terrifying as fuck. It doesn't help that it was never confirmed to be a wolf. I once touched a burning biplane point. I was on my way home from school and saw a couple of old biplane practicing in the air above me. We lived close to a small airport, so it was a common enough sight. One of the planes was doing that thing where they trail smoke as part of the act. Only this time it wasn't part of the act, because when they went behind the hill I was going up, only one flew past and started circling point. I hopped off my bike and ran over the hill and saw the other plane crashed on the ground burning. I ran up to it to try and save the pilot, but I couldn't see anything past the flames. I had all these thoughts of being a hero and saving this guy, but I was just a teen and afraid of the flames and couldn't take the risk. I felt so bad, and unless that I remember banging the wing in frustration and finally just leaving, teenage thinking, I don't know why, and going home point. I found out that the pilot got out and went around the hill to the road while I was going over the hill. Someone driving by took him to the hospital, and he was fine with some minor burns. I never really mentioned it after that, because I always felt dumb for not realizing that I couldn't see the pilot because he wasn't there, not realizing the other pilot would have kept circling if his friend was still there. The other guy flew around where his buddy was until he got picked up, probably radioing locations, and for just deciding, well, I might as well head home. This guy's toast. In no way does the story make me look good at all. I once had a dream that I was in an airport. It was one of those hyper-realistic dreams where you can remember every detail. I remember a woman dropping her blue purse and it spilled all over the place. I sat and talked with an older man on a bench for a minute, and I remembered the whole conversation. I remember what he was wearing and all of it. There was an announcement that our flight had been moved to gate D16. Some other weird details. A month or so later, I went on a trip through an airport I had never been to. It looked exactly the same. Exactly. I remember the same lady from my dream dropping the same purse. It spilled the same contents out on the ground. I sat and talked to the same old man for a minute, had the same exact conversation as in my dream. The only difference was, when the announcement came that our gate had changed, I knew it was going to say D16 before it did. I was sitting there in anticipation, kinda freaked out by it all, when the old guy quietly said D16 a second before the intercom. He casually thanked me for talking and walked away. I was kind of stunned through the whole experience and never really knew how to ask the old man if he was some time traveler or something. I didn't see him on the flight or anywhere after that. I have had several other dreams of similar nature over the years and often have déjà vu moments, but that one was by far the most memorable. We were about 16 at the time. We went to a school camp with people from all over the world like Austria, Israel, Palestine and us Hungarians. It was hosted in Austria in the woods far from cities, in a very cozy village resort. One night we sneaked out of the window to go down into the village. There was a tiny little shack or hut in front of the little grocery store, really just big enough to fit 5 to 10 people. We heard that music was blasting out of the shack, so we slowly opened the door and found that it was an unmarked pub, a rather small cozy but very smoky and shady pub. Point in the middle there was a log people had to one-hit huge males into to win free drinks. The locals gave us some Georgia shots, a beer and talked with us for a while. Point then a weird little man approached us. He asked us if we would like some weed. That was the part where I skipped on it, but the 2 other guys said sure, why not. Point the man hopped into his car, said BRB and drove off drunk. He came back, rolled a joint, and that is when we noticed he had most of his fingers missing. Only had like 2 and 3 fingers. Guess he has been playing that one-hit nail game for a long time. The next thing is that he gave my buddies the joint for free. It was a 0.8, so great for 2, and then we left. We thanked them and all. Point my friends smoked the stuff and got a great high. We just laid down on a very steep road and watched the stars, talking about how faking random it was and how we got drunk and stoned for free. Point we were 16 FFS. This was a whole new experience. This was the best fun we had. Sadly we don't talk anymore, but if you happen to read it, PLS don't backtrack my post and comment history. I'm so awkward here in incognito mayo. I was around 11 years old, playing in the garden at my friend's house. There was a large hill over a fence at the back of his garden, which we decided to venture to point. Whilst clambering over the hill, my leg fell into a large ditch, and I heard a large crunch sound. I lifted my foot out, and my shoe was covered in a strange sap residue. Thought it was a little strange, and went to rub it off on the grass. As soon as I lifted my foot out of the ditch, with no exaggeration, a cloud full of wasps rose from the depths, and attacked me to kingdom come. I would say a good couple of hundred. They covered every section of my being, and blurred my vision. I thought it was the end. I sprinted faster than I ever could, and climbed over the fence quicker than what can be humanly possible, screaming and crying trying to shake the bastards off. The funny thing is, I don't remember being in any pain, most likely due to the adrenaline and panic. But I do remember running faster than ever before back to his house, and stripping all the way down to my boxers, to try and get rid of the fakers. I had to pull them out of my hair as my hair was very thick and long, with them still buzzing and stinging my scalp. Went straight to the hospital shortly after my mum had been called, and was sprayed head to toe with sting relief spray. If I had been allergic, I would almost certainly not be here today. Back in late 2016, I saw a good sized fireball or something flash across the sky. It was blue, about the size of the moon from my perspective, and traveled exceedingly fast before disappearing. I might have thought it was a flare or something, but it looked too distant, and it was traveling downward. It probably covered 45 degrees of sky in the half second it was visible, and it made this rushed, energetic sound, kind of in the same ballpark as a flare, but distinctly different. It scared me to death. I was out for a walk in the middle of the night and nobody I knew was awake, nor was anyone else outside with whom I could confirm it. I assumed it was a meteor or something. I wasn't in a great state of mind at the time, being unemployed and even suicidal, but I didn't experience any other hallucinations at this time, nor was I drunk or anything. The strangest part though is that when I tried to look up articles on the internet for fireballs or meteors, or whatever in the sky on that date, and I know the date because I made a Facebook post about it, I get nothing. I do however get articles for other fireballs around that time, but they all look smaller and less impressive than the one I saw. So those fireballs got articles but mine didn't. It makes me wonder if it was something else. Having hallucinations, but mostly delusions. Slowly started to have them since I was maybe 9 years old. Started to take antipsychotics only recently. Don't know why now or not. As soon as my doctors got to know I'm having them. Saw and heard some weird stuff pretty often. Recently, I was working on some stuff at school, some baker stuff, and in the corner of my eye I saw my dad walking towards me in his blue shorts and green jacket. I knew what was probably happening, so I just watched from the corner of my eye, a bit terrified that I believed at first it was real. When he walked past me, I looked at him, but it was just a random worker. Pure white, no green or blue, also didn't look like my dad, not even a bit. Let's say I was a bit terrified, because the place and its workers were all in white. There was no green, blue, etc. Just white. Sometimes I don't know what it could be, but when I look in the mirror and look at myself, I don't recognize myself. Instead see some sort of pale looking lady in my clothes with my hair, just looking dangerous and maybe in her mid-30s or 40s. Don't like mirrors because of that. Scared of my own reflection. Sometimes I also see some stuff like weird creatures I can't remember what they look like, just standing somewhere, and in a second I look at them, they're gone. And in crowds, I see some familiar faces, usually a certain one of a person I wish to never ever see again, but after a little while, I realize it's not them, just strangers, usually not even looking familiar to them. Or I hear someone always calling my name, usually family, but when I ask them, they say they didn't call me. Maybe I'm just really paranoid, who knows. This was around July/August of last year. I live in Florida, so my friends and I go to the beach regularly. It doesn't matter the time. I had went to the beach with 3 other friends around 3 in the morning, and there we met 8 new friends there. After we parted with our new friends, my friends and I were hanging out at a building with the same structure as a gazebo. The technicalities don't really matter. We were talking for an hour, staring at the stars, when we see an explosion in the sky. You could hear people at the shoreline say "oh shit," and people gasping loudly. I looked at the sky and there was an explosion of color. Blues, reds, purples, yellows, oranges, just about every color you could think of. There was a horizontal line in the middle of the circular explosion that seemed to linger longer than the colors. I then got a lot of messages from 3 of the 8 new friends I had met, and they were at least 2 miles away, and asked if I had seen it as well. Of course, my friends and I pondered about what it was for the rest of the night, and also a few days after as well. None of us were on any substances, and I doubt the people at the shoreline were either. I called the news team and asked if they could check the cameras they have at the beach, which they use as a background when they are reporting, and of course all I got was a chuckle. She asked me if I do any drugs. I told her no, and plenty of other people had seen it as well. I told her the time and where it could be seen at, and she said she'd check on it. Of course, I knew by her tone that she wasn't going to check it. I told my parents the whole thing, and even they didn't believe me. So now my friends and I just keep it one group secret. I was on a business trip in a mid-size American city. My meeting wrapped fairly early, so I went to a very fancy chain restaurant for half-price happy hour. Think upscale steak/seafood chain, not Jeffrey's. I had a few drinks, decided to eat dinner at the bar, yada yada yada. Then suddenly it was 10 PM and the restaurant was closing. Obviously a bit tipsy at this point, I was standing out front smoking a cigarette, pondering my next move. At that moment a back-of-house employee I marginally knew came out of the restaurant. He was a culinary student working as a prep chef in the restaurant. We had talked a few times before for whatever reason. After a few minutes of conversation, he invited me to a party, saying there would definitely be girls there. Lacking any coherent plan, and with time and money to burn, I agreed and we grabbed a cab there at my expense. We walked into a quiet house on the bad side of town. It was just a few people watching TV in a dark-ish room. They were immediately suspicious of me, though my acquaintance vouched emphatically that I was cool. It took a minute to piece together that it was because I had just walked into a crack house dressed in a black business suit. I immediately realized I definitely needed to buy and smoke some crack in order to prove my coolness and preserve my personal safety. I resolved to do this calmly and quickly and then nope the F out of there. I was taken to a bedroom with my acquaintance and agreed that I should pay for some and share it with him since he was nice enough to bring me there and vouch for me. He also had to help me since I had never smoked crack or seen it done before. Then he had his fill and left the room and returned with a girl who also wanted some free crack. His gestures and body language seemed to indicate that she might exchange other non-monetary items for the crack, and I pretended that was a good idea. He left and I gave her the rest of my crack. She was pretty happy, but wasn't sure what to do about my lack interest in the crack or her other assets. I insisted she let me watch her smoke the crack, so some more time would pass, and I would seem less suspicious to the dealer in the living room. I was trying to make this seem like a kink, rather than just telling her that abject fear was discouraging me from asking for a BJ, or whatever. When she was done, I thanked her for a good time, and slipped out, thanking the dealer, and telling my acquaintance I'd catch him next time I was in town. I half ran to the nearest main intersection with some visible car traffic, and called a cab back to my hotel, shaking the whole time. I don't tell anyone this story, because even though people know I'm down for a party, this was a step over a few invisible lines I'd like to honor in the future. I experienced a wide variety of feelings in my shame spiral that night, ranging all the way from thinking I should have just banged that girl, to maybe I should have rescued her somehow, to the banal question of why I didn't just change clothes before going out that night. I don't go to that restaurant anymore when I'm in that city. This is gonna get buried, but screw it, I wanna tell it. I was about 25, 26, and my parents and I went to this small town in Texas to support one of my dad's clients' fundraisers. We stayed at this hunting lodge that was even further outside of town, which was your standard one-light town. Basically, there was zero light pollution. One night, my dad had to go to a dinner, but my mom and I stayed behind. At maybe 10 PM we went and laid out by the pool, smoked a J, and just gazed up at the stars and visited. We live in a big metropolitan area, so stars aren't something we get to enjoy often. So we are laughing and talking. She's in the middle of a sentence while we are both staring straight up, and she stops mid-sentence. She stops speaking at the exact same time I see two extremely small, far away, dots floating toward each other. They are slightly more grey than the black night sky, but one is almost buzzing around like a bee. Not as fast or as erratic, but clearly wandering around toward the other one that is also slowly floating toward the other, but in a straighter line. Point. No lights. No nothing. Just grey. Point. They meet without touching and shoot off in the same direction, perfectly straight, and very quickly. Point. We were both silent the entire 1.5 minutes it took to happen. We both followed them with our heads as they flew off, and we both gaped at each other trying to as if the other had just seen what we saw. Point. Dad laughed at us, told us to quit smoking so much, and went to bed. I know when somebody important in my life is going to die. Now, I will say I have several anxiety disorders, and sometimes I feel like someone is going to die, but it passes without incident. But I have called it every time. Literally every time. I like to put it like this: I'm not always right, but I'm never wrong. Maybe it's a coincidence because of my anxiety, but I've never missed it. Point. One night, when I was little, my heart dropped for no reason, and I felt sad. My mom came home a little while later with the news my aunt Ava had passed due to her cancer. This one is a bit more lighthearted, but one day I was sitting outside feeling like there was a weight on my shoulders. I just knew someone had died. My mom came out and asked what was wrong, and when I told her how I was feeling, she embarrassedly admitted that one of my fish had died when I was at summer camp, and she had replaced it. Point. My sister and I were in her room giggling and being silly when my parents walked in with serious looks on their faces. I immediately asked who died. I was half joking, but it turned out to be my great-grandmother. Trigger warning for shootings. This one is a bit questionable as a sixth sense, as the odds weren't high, but they weren't low either. One day my math teacher looked like she had been crying and was trying to fight back tears. We kept asking her what was wrong, and she was honest and said she wasn't allowed to tell us. One of my classmates had just gotten back from an eye doctor's appointment and said he had heard on the news someone at Virginia Tech had died. This caused a panic as we lived not far from there, and many people from our hometown went to school there, including my sister. When the classmate declared it had been 11 people, it made everyone panic more. The teacher burst into tears and said that wasn't right. Turns out the Virginia Tech massacre had occurred that day. My sister was thankfully okay, and we were lucky enough to get a hold of her quickly, but while we waited for the names to be released, I just knew someone I knew was going to be announced. Turns out I was right. My sister's friend who I had met was one of the first victims. Another trigger warning for gun violence. A few months later, a classmate was absent from homeroom. Normally I wouldn't think anything of it, but for some reason that day I had a bad feeling about it. Later that day it was announced she and her sisters had passed. Turns out her father wasn't a fan of the divorce his wife was trying to get and snapped, shooting them all in their sleep before himself. Point. One day my mother and I went to our backyard to get some sunlight. We saw a neighbor who waved to us. We waved back, and I thought to myself, he was so nice. I really miss him. I then stopped, completely baffled at myself, as the man was clearly right there perfectly fine. Not even 5 minutes later he dropped dead right in front of us from a heart attack. Point. I had just graduated from high school and was living with my parents at the time due to illness. My mom works at the school. One day we saw one of her students pass us in a car, and she made the comment about how sad it was that he had cancer. I had a breakdown. She didn't realize we were friends. He was given 10 months to live, and 10 months later I started to obsess over it. I worried and worried, but nothing compared to that one night. I suddenly started crying uncontrollably. I knew it. I knew he was gone. The next day I spent the entire day sobbing. When my mom came home from work she asked why I was crying. I replied, Dex is dead. I know he is, isn't he? My mom's response was a baffled silence before she said, did you see it on Facebook? No, I didn't. I don't even use my Facebook. Yet another trigger warning for gun violence. One day I woke up to a horrible atmosphere. The cats and dogs were all upset, and after an eerie silence my mom started screaming at my dad from her bedroom. My older sister, who lives many states away, texted me to ask if I was okay. Now numbers 4 and 5 have left me with some PTSD, so I immediately went to someone has been shot. I went into a panic attack about it, but as it turns out my dad had an affair a long time ago, and it had just come to light. As weird as it sounds, I was relieved to hear that, because I was so sure somebody had been shot. I relaxed, but unfortunately that was too soon. I found out later that day someone who had been really kind and played with me when I was little had been shot and killed. I like it was a mugging, but that day was kind of a blur with everything else going on. The person I have eventually talked about this with is my mother, and according to her this is something that runs in the family. My granny would dream of saying goodbye to people, only to find out the next day they were gone. My grandma on the other side has told a few stories like these as well. While I know there are people out there obsessed with the supernatural who would believe me, the few times I tried to tell a friend were immediately met with uncomfortable silences, or blaming it on my anxiety disorders. Those few times were enough for me to learn I know, when people are about to die, is not a great topic of conversation, and is something that's better to keep to myself. Most people would, and have, think I'm full of it, or am just warping my memories, but I know better. Not a single major death in my life has come as a surprise. I'm not always right, but I'm never wrong. Dad used to do a lot of weird stuff to us as kids. Sometimes really messed up. People believe me now, since mental illness is more understood, but as a child people just didn't know how to react to it. Sometimes I know they'd think I was making stuff up. Dad had a personality disorder. He's been a nuclear physicist, Jesus Christ, the devil, a pirate. He's never really had a job and he's antisocial. He'd just hang around home living these extra lives. Jesus listened to reggae and used the Bible to punish us constantly, because as a father he must be seen to be disciplining his children, and he wanted to be seen doing it. He used to mistake me as his turkey nemesis. He'd chase me around with an axe a lot. He'd also often bring up how he'd like to behead me just casually, like over the dinner table. We lived on a farm with chickens. Often he'd call me outside to watch him behead one, and make it very clear to me that if I don't worship him, he will send me to the Holy Father. The nuclear physicist used to smoke a lot of pot and spend the day getting unnecessarily angry at talkback radio. He'd often call the station and argue with the hosts and get his number blocked. He was also sexually perverted and would say I had brought it on myself for things like wearing black tights which were part of my school uniform, or simply just being female and suddenly developing breasts. He'd parade me in front of people in public every time I outgrew a bra size or got my period. The devil was a more self-centered asshole, but I honestly think it was better than Jesus. He was not as violent. He was also proud of his kids for once, bragging about us being his spawns, therefore the spawns of Satan. He still beat my mum, but at least he was more family orientated. He wanted us to all move back to the farm, all 12 of his kids and extended family, and prepare for his rising. I got a protection order and didn't really get to know the pirate. My mum and brother said the pirate just lives on his boat and survives of fishing and comes on land to spend time with his pig that he appears to have some sort of questionable relationship with. It's messed up, I know. I grew up trying so hard to get someone to get me out of there. School counselors etc. But by the time people realized I was actually telling the truth I had already escaped. I met a 19-year-old girl on Tinder who was in my state in a rehab facility. She would sneak out and I'd pick her up almost every night. She was also batshit crazy, but I loved it. Well, 4 months after meeting her it's time for her to go home. She graduated rehab and she was clean. So I pick her up from rehab to take her to the airport. Little did I know that beach took a shit ton of cold medicine before I picked her up. She starts tripping balls halfway to the airport. She gets extremely paranoid and she thinks she's going to out and die. My best plan was to shove my fingers down her throat to get her to throw up. I shoved my fingers so far I could feel the ridges in her throat and she just wouldn't throw up. She then tells me, while full on crying, "Let me suck your dick." And I'm like, "Beach, this is no time for that." She said she would gag when she'd suck it so maybe she would throw up. I was like, holy shit, this beach is gonna use my dick to puke and probably puke all over me. While I couldn't get hard, I was way too stressed, and she was just sucking my limp dickle mayo. So here we are at the airport, and I'm like, I gotta get this hoe on her plane. I talk her into going into the airport finally, and I'm like, I gotta hurry. I look at her eyes and her pupils were dilated as fuck. She can barely walk, so I'm carrying both her suitcases, and I'm holding her up as we walk to the shuttle. We shuttle all the way to the airport, and I'm freaking the fuck out the whole time. We go inside, and I seat Sam, so I start tripping balls now, because I thought they were going to arrest her for being on drugs. Then the best thing in the world happened. She was acting so faking stupid with Tsab. One of them asked me if she was special needs. I was like, wait a minute, they think she is faking retarded. I was like, yes, absolutely special needs. They called over someone with a wheelchair and wheeled her high ass to the airplane thinking she was mentally retarded. She then calls me on the plane and tells me she's taking off. I went and sat on a bench in the airport and reflected on what the fuck just happened. I've never talked to her again. This happened to my boss, not me. He told me this story over drinks. When he was 17, he and his friends decided to sneak into a club. He's Spanish, so the fact that they didn't ID them is a little more believable because the drinking age there is 18. They sneak in successfully, and my then teenage boss approaches the bartender and asks him what he can buy for €2. The bartender laughs in his face. This pissed my boss off, so to rectify this injustice, he stole a bottle of rum from behind the counter and took it back to the bathroom, where he and his friends proceeded to guzzle it all and get wasted. So he goes back to the club, now drunk, and starts dancing, but keeps getting shoved by people around him. It was crowded. Eventually he snaps and shoves one guy back, and wouldn't you know it, it's a security guard. He basically picked my boss up by the scruff of his neck and threw him out. Boss called his friends to tell them what happened, and lo and behold, they'd all been kicked out for various reasons. So they decide to walk home, but are accosted by muggers. They hit one of my boss's friends, so my boss retaliated by hitting them back. Boss gets flattened when they punch him in the nose. My boss's friend then tried to defend himself, got a broken eye socket. Luckily by this point the muggers realized they were all broke drunk teens with nothing of value and faked off. Boss's friends took him to a nearby hospital where they determined that he did have a broken nose. But they refused to treat him because this was a private hospital and he didn't have health insurance. In Spain, public hospitals are free for the public to use, which they thought this hospital was. So if we use context clues, how do you think boss reacted to being told he was too poor to receive treatment? Yup, he robbed the hospital. He went home with his freshly stolen medical supplies and blood still caked all over his chin, passed out, and woke up the next day with a wicked hangover. His friend actually did end up having to get his face treated, and apparently now has a metal cheek. I believe this story 100%, because my boss is absolutely chaotic enough to even do something like this now as a 30-year-old tbh. Rewind about 2 years ago, and I was living in this small desolate town in South Georgia. Nothing to do but ride my bicycle on dirt roads every evening, so I was doing just that one night right around dusk. I had rode down this hilly road, so the lights from cars would be visible over the little hills before you saw the car. I ended up seeing lights coming up over one of the first little hills, so I put my bike at the side of the road and climbed up on the side to sit behind a tree. It was already getting dark, and it was on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. Obviously I didn't want anything to do with someone there. The car finally passed, and about 2 minutes later I'm back standing in the dirt road sitting on my bike, checking my phone before going again. My back was turned to the direction that car went, then all of a sudden I see light coming from behind me. That truck had came back and stopped in the middle of the road where I was. I moved out the way, but then was frozen shock when instead of driving ahead, their car door swung open and a dark silhouetted man stepped out. I threw my bike and started running through the cotton field on the side. Running as fast as I could, with no light, except the headlights of the man's car, enough to see the cotton I was running through, and to see him chasing behind me when I turned around. Finally I reached the edge of the field, which was bordering the woods. I turned around and thought he had already gotten in his truck and was leaving. then instead saw that he had actually driven up the road some and turned into a driveway that was right on the other side of those woods. The woods were just a short bar of trees and forest that separated both fields. At that point I just ran a little further and saw I had no choice but to stay in woods or he would be waiting for me at the other field. I just planked against the forest floor and waited. I heard him get out of his car and could hear him stepping on leaves slowly while searching for me. This was one of the most terrifying moments of my life easily. Those few minutes waiting silent while my heart pounded. He finally went back to his truck. I heard the door slam and he drove off. I came out of those woods covered in blood from running through cotton and brush and went home. The only people I know that can truly believe me are my close friends I sent Snapchat snaps to after it all happened of my legs, arms, and face covered in bloody scratches. When I was around 14 I was on a 2-day bicycle hike with my scout troop. There was lots of off-roading and my bike is absolutely caked in wet mud. It was all up in the brakes and I'd noticed they weren't working great. I took a mental note to clean them out the next time we stopped. Point before we stopped, we approached the top of a hill. We had been warned about this hill before the hike began. It was notoriously long and steep, and at the bottom, the road did a full U-turn. Point at first I didn't realize this was a hill. Only shortly after heading over the apex and beginning to speed up did I realize. So I pulled my brakes to slow down and look at my brakes. Nothing happened. I just kept accelerating sheet. I pull as hard as I can hoping to squish out the mud and force my brakes to work, but it doesn't help. Okay, I need to use my feet to brake, right? No, I can't. I'm going too fast now. I'm still accelerating, faster and faster. I violently swerve side to side, barely avoiding my fellow scouts on their bikes, zigzagging at breakneck speed. Point at the bottom of the hill I see a runoff. At the sharp bend, there is a gravel track heading straight on and uphill. Perfect. I'm aiming for that. By now I'm traveling faster than I have ever or will ever go on a bicycle. My scout leader later said I was going at least twice his speed of 20 miles per hour when I passed him on the way down. I'm aiming for the runoff, but it's not perfectly straight ahead. I'm going to have to zigzag slightly left, then right, to go up it. It's fast approaching. Here goes. I turn slightly to the left and onto the gravel. Before I can even begin to think about correcting to the right, I'm no longer on the road. I don't know where I am or how I got here, but I was going far too fast to control my bike. I'm traveling through thick nettle bushes, still on my bike. Thousands of nettle stings building up on my hands and arms. I close my eyes. I feel a big thud on the top of my head, then another. Silence. Point I open my eyes. All I can see is tree branches. Through the gaps I can see the sky above. Suddenly I notice, suspended in and amongst the branches above me is my bike, precariously balanced maybe a meter above me. I squirm and wriggle, expecting a sharp pain from a broken bone somewhere, but nothing hurts. Then I notice the nettle stings. There's thousands of them, all over my body. My clothes are pulled up, and my bare back is laying in yet another nettle bush. Point my friends arrive and help me out of the ditch I'm at the bottom of, many meters from the road through thick vegetation and nettles. I'm completely unharmed. My cycling helmet took the force of colliding with 3-inch thick branches headfirst at high speed, and I'm totally fine. My ATL backpack filled with camping gear broke my fall as I landed on my back. Point deep in the forest we had no contact with the outside world. I had to walk my bike, severely traumatized and shaken, several miles to the next checkpoint, where I was picked up by the minibus. It was years before I got on a bike again. Point TLDR, check your brakes and wear a damn helmet. I was a teenager working at an arts and crafts store. I was the front-end supervisor responsible for making the store closing call on the intercom and then locking the front door behind the last customer. Everyone who works in retail knows that towards closing time, you start monitoring who is coming in the store about an hour before close, and you count them walking out. One shift I saw a young guy walk in, and I made the closing announcement a few times, but he didn't come up. So I start closing down the registers and walk to the back of the store to close out the framing counter. As I'm walking to the back I noticed the guy on one of the back aisles. I was scared he was going to try and rob us or hide out while we closed and vandalize the store. I told the framing guy what was up, and he said he would do a sweep of the floor and try to escort him out. After I dropped all the cash in the safe, the framing guy informed me that he didn't see anyone. So a group of us got together and walked the store from the front to the back. Bathrooms, classroom, basement and break room. We didn't see anyone. We were all ready to go home, so we were tidying up last minute things. I'm on the yarn aisle at the back of the store and I walk around the corner and this kid in this hoodie walks past me around the corner. He startled me, but what scared me the most was his face was not in color. It was grayish and not like a costume. He didn't really acknowledge me, and after I composed myself, I tried to follow down the aisle he went, and didn't see anyone. I fully expected the store to be trashed the next day, but it wasn't. I still don't know who or what it was, but I have always felt whatever it was, it wasn't good. It was very unsettling. After seeing UFOs regularly for months, to the point where disbelievers could go out with me, and I would guarantee they would see a UFO. I had a strange experience. I was driving to McDonald's. The light off the highway stayed red for 4 minutes. A cop was pulled off on the side across the street. Lights but no siren. A pickup truck in front. No one in sight. When I put on a blinker to make a right on red, the light changed. One more light to McDonald's. It turned red as I approached. A parade of 4 cars came in this order: police car, black SUV, police car, black SUV. There was no one else around. I had my friend in the car. They pulled into McDonald's. When I put my blinker on, the 2 cops pulled across the exit, blocking it. The SUVs pulled alongside the dumpsters. The men driving them were wearing obvious headsets. I ordered and paid. The second I paid, the vehicles began to pull out. They staggered so that they left in the same order: police car, SUV, police car, SUV. I drove a classic Saab 900 in a very small Hudson Valley town where the most reports happened during the Hudson Valley UFO triangle sightings happened. I mention this because it's highly unlikely a vehicle by the description of mine was being looked for in this area, and there is a huge history of UFO sightings. I never tell anyone about any of this because it sounds like a schizophrenic episode. But it all really happened, and I turned many people into believers. People still reach out to me now to ask if I remember that time I showed them a UFO. All I know is whatever I saw, it must have been significant, because it certainly seems someone noticed me noticing. I was on a flight from O'Hare. While boarding and taking my seat, I noticed it smelled funny, not just like gasoline, but fuel/solvent like. It was strong. Shortly after taking off, the engine just outside my window burst into flames. After that there was an explosion in the cabin and black smoke started pouring in. We had a violent emergency landing with firefighters all around. The engine, still on fire right outside my window, is so hot I can feel the heat through the glass. They left us on the plane. Firefighters hit the engine with water or something to put the fire out, then just kept zooming by at high speed with a thermal imaging camera. 2 hours later we were still on the plane. We had damaged the wheels on landing, but they were trying to tow us back. This was pre-9/11. No one gave a fluff. Once off the plane everyone was crying, kissing the ground, the floor in the airport, and praying. We got a pack of cookies each, shuffled onto another plane and an offer for $50 off your next flight. My father tried to get as far up the chain as possible, just trying to figure out what happened and why. He was a frequent flyer at the time, so I think he was trying to come to terms with it. Me, I still hate to fly. After all these years, the thing I'm most mad about is that I didn't get to ride the big yellow slide. This did not happen to me, but to a really good friend of mine. A group of friends of mine were all drinking during spring break at the house I was renting out. All 5 of my roommates were gone, and one friend gets so drunk that he starts crying, then passes out mid-cry. We carry him to the basement and put him on the couch and go to bed. It's about 3 or 4 in the morning. Someone wakes me up at about 7:30 asking where the one friend is. While we are searching for him, this is what he says happens. He was obviously blackout drunk, but eventually comes to in an apartment hallway. He walks out with the longboard in hand, wondering where the hell he is. He starts trying to open car doors in the parking lot to find a place to stay warm and eventually finds one, but it's not warm enough, so he takes the pair of cheap sunglasses and leaves. Eventually he gets into another apartment building and starts knocking on doors asking to use someone's phone he forgot is at my place. People either don't answer or tell him no. He probably looked pretty sketchy and reeked of booze. Eventually he finds a room where the door is halfway open and he hears music and just walks in and sits on the couch. Someone hands him another beer and after a while someone suggests he come with them. So he gets in a car with a bunch of guys and they drive to another apartment building where they get into a room, put a bag on my friend and start stuffing it with stuff, including a laptop. He also gets handed a guitar. So now they're leaving and he has a backpack, a longboard, and a guitar. When the cops show up everyone he was with bolts. My buddy drops the backpack and books it with the guitar and longboard. He gets away and is just walking down the street for a while when a lady walking her dog asks if he needs any help. He immediately says yes and she gives him some fruit snacks and asks where he needs to go. He says he doesn't know, he's not from that place and just says there is a red car in the driveway. She says she walks the dog past a couple of those and drives him there. Somehow she brought him to the right place the first time. My roommate left his car there over break and as he's about to leave he tells the lady have this guitar. She says no, but he says no seriously, you saved my life and this guitar literally means nothing to me. She takes it and walks inside to tell us this story. I probably wouldn't have believed it myself if I didn't see him give the guitar to the lady as he got out of the car. One of the craziest things I've heard. For people who gamble, I was at Paris Casino/Resort in Vegas playing craps at a $15 minimum table. It was 2 AM in the morning and I was down $750. I was about to call it a night when a man with prosthetic hand comes to the table. I greeted him as I would any normal person. He begins shooting, rolling of the dice, with two little metal fingers. He rolls for over 45 minutes. Anyone that plays craps that rolls for that long is considered a god. He is hitting number after number. About halfway through his roll I begin to increase my bets by more than half. So instead of laying 20 over 30 per bet I'm betting around $70 per bet on the pass line plus I'm playing every number. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. He sees me increasing my bets and decided he will too. After he increases his bet he looks at me and says I'm going to roll a hard 8 and 4 and a 4 on each dice. I decided fuck it. I put $100 on the hard 8 and looks at me, opens and closes his prosthetic fingers and says this is how it's done. Picks up the dice and faking rolls a hard 8. I freak the fuck out and start doing a handshake with him on his prosthetic and accidentally tugged too hard, loosening it. I freaked out in a different way because I thought I broke his already broke hand. He looks at me with complete confidence and says nothing can break me. Picks up the dice again and rolls another hard 8. At this point I've just been paid about $2,000 on the hard 8 alone, not to mention all other numbers he was hitting. Overall about 35 minutes into his roll I'm up a good $2,700. I'm super excited, having too much fun. I order 4 shots of JD from the cocktail waitress, 2 for me, 2 for Henry, guy with the prosthetic. We take M and he keeps rolling and about 5 minutes later he gets a 7 and craps out. From down $750 I walk away from the table with almost $3,500. Henry, wherever you are, God bless you. Hands down the best craps game ever, no pun intended. I went to Vegas on a business trip. This was in like 2002, the really early days of social media. I was 24 at the time point. I was out there for a big industry event with a bunch of my co-workers. None of them were interested in doing the town. None of them drank. They were mostly international grad students from India and South America. So I just started wandering around on the strip. Ended up at a karaoke thing they had going on at, I think, Treasure Island. These 2 girls come over insisting they know me. I wasn't born yesterday. I figure they're trying to con me. I tell them they are mistaken. They insist they are on the level, and then I figure out that I did know them. I knew them from this website we were all on. They knew my screen name. That was the proof. No smartphones back then. No way to just check. It was this site where you had a profile like you would on Facebook or a dating site, and your profile had a little message board people could write on, and the site had a big message board for all the users to bullshit around. It was like almost Facebook. Anyway, they had seen my profile and I must have skimmed by this, because of course I looked at the profile of pretty much every girl on there. I was 24 and single after all, so me and these two girls just drink our way up and down the strip all night. We end up at their hotel point. I never tell this story to anyone because, well, it sounds like total bullshit. It really does. It's such a cliche. It's out of character for me. I'm really not a stay out all night party person, and it's incredibly unlikely in its inception. Running into two girls at random in a town where none of us live who recognize me off an obscure early social media site. That just sounds like bullshit. Bullshit. Tell me I'm full of shit. You are right to say that. This sounds like a story a man-child would make up and post on Reddit. It did happen though, which is what I would say if it's bullshit. I know. Proof of this encounter, the part where we were out drinking all night, was captured on a digital camera that one of the girls had, but what happened to those pictures I don't know. Basically there is no proof point, so I've never told anyone, except one friend who I've known forever. Even he said he only half believes me. I know that nobody believes me, besides my husband who has had a similar experience. I've seen Slenderman in my parents' backyard. Some backstory. I was 19 at the time. It was this time in 2016. I don't drink, I don't smoke weed, and I don't do any illicit drugs. I was of completely sound mind and body at the time. But I digress. I had an old habit of walking the backyard of my parents' house when I still lived there. I'd listen to music and wander, giving me time to think and just de-stress after long days at work. That particular night, I do believe October 16th, I'd already been outside for a time. I had gone back in for some reason, and I was heading back outside. I opened the door with music already blasting. I heard nothing around me, but as soon as I stepped outside I got a very strong and easy feeling. Like I shouldn't be outside. I should be anywhere but outside. At the time, I ignored my instincts and walked to the edge of the porch and saw him point to the left was a storage shed about 30 feet away. At the edge, he stood. It looked so surreal, a faceless man with paper white skin, staring out into the field beside the house. I felt my stomach shoot up into my throat, and then he looked directly at me. Such a painfully slow turn, and where his face should have been, was turned right towards me. At that point in time I just walked backwards to the door, and went back in. I locked the doors, and watched him from the window until daylight, when he finally disappeared. And nobody besides my husband believes me. TLDR, I saw Slenderman in my backyard in 2016. I went to go pick up my girlfriend at the time from university, after she finished her semester midterm exams in October. Her school is a little more than 2 hours away from where we both live, so I wanted to leave before it got dark, around 7:30, because we live in Canada. We got a late start and ended up leaving at 8:00 p.m. 8:03 was the last time I remember seeing before we left, so it was already dark when we departed. When we left we were immediately hit with a roadblock and taken on a detour due to construction happening around the city. So Google Maps recalculated and took us on a path to the highway I've never been down before. I have been doing this for 3 years already, so I brought it up to her that this was a strange route to take and she agreed. Once we pulled onto the highway we both noticed there weren't any cars on the road, and it was unusually dark, maybe a light post every kilometers or so. This was strange, because it was a major highway right beside the city. She turned and shot me a look, not a scared or nervous one, just a "this is weird" look, but we talked for a bit, threw on some music, and continued our drive, like we had done hundreds of times before. After a little bit of driving she looked up past me, and out the window pointing, and realized we were driving by the airport in our home city. That couldn't be right, the airport's was 20 minutes past her house. It had been a bit but 2 hours. Simultaneously we looked at the clock in my car, then our individual phones, 8:46 p.m. Somehow we did 2.5 hours of driving in 45 minutes. Even though we are not together anymore, when our paths cross one of us always brings it up, and we still don't have any explanation for how it happened. TLDR. Picked up my girlfriend from uni. On the drive home we went through a wormhole. When I was in my early 20s, 3 friends of mine and I took an overpass trip to the beach and we did way too much Xanax, like literally pouring a pill bottle full of crushed Xanax into our mouth. I'm surprised we didn't die. Anyways, we ended up skinny dipping at night on the beach. One of us took his clothes off and laid them on the beach to get in the water too. A homeless guy stole his clothes with his wallet and everything in it while we frolicked in the water. We got out and realized and I had to run back to the hotel to get towels. I was so faked up. I don't remember doing this. We were in Myrtle Beach and I'm female, so running around in the middle of the night so faked up I can't even remember was so dangerous. So I managed to do this and bring him the towel which he wraps around himself. Then we noticed this man fishing and he had caught a sea turtle. I was so excited that I ran over there and asked him if I could hold it. He said sure, so I flipped it over like a baby and held it in my arms and stuck my finger near its mouth and it bit me. I'm still in a towel with 3 guys also in towels at this point. So after that I guess we head back to the room. I don't remember much of this except clips, but apparently I couldn't walk and fell the entire half-mile back and one of my friends had to keep picking me up to carry me. I woke up with the side of my face busted and my ear covered in blood. We make it back and I crawl into one of the beds with one of them that had already laid down and passed out. Now this is what I barely remember. I don't remember waking up in the morning. I don't remember leaving or getting in the car. Next thing I remember is one of them saying we have to go meet the person that stole the clothes. Apparently they called someone else's phone and said they had it all and would give it back if we paid. So we went to meet them. We got into an accident. I come to and the cops are there. I can't even walk and barely know what's going on. We get through this and make it home. They dropped me off at my parents and they went home. I guess I had dinner with my parents and hung out and then went to bed. I remember none of this. My memory doesn't come back until the next say, so I'm basically missing 2 days of my life due to extreme partying and was told most of the details from the guys I was with. Needless to say, I'm 34 now and don't drink anymore and the strongest thing I take is Tylenol. But for a good 5 to 6 years, these kind of nights were a common occurrence and I guess I had fun. Haha. I don't even believe me about this because it makes no faking sense. I've been able to tell when something bad happened to someone I know without being given any information. One time I was doing research and I just stopped and thought I'm feeling really weird right now. I don't even know what this is, but I'm not in the mood anymore. My mother ran into my room a few minutes later after being on the phone with my stepdad for a few minutes. Turns out he was in a car crash. He's okay now, but it was scary regardless. The explanation I'm going with is that I heard something through the walls while she took his call and didn't notice I heard it, but I was wearing headphones, so that doesn't make much sense. Another time I woke up and got a similar feeling at about 1:30 am. Then a minute or so later my girlfriend texted me about a horrible nightmare she just had. She was crying and lonely and scared. So I called her for a while and spoke while she texted her responses because she didn't want to open her mouth because she'd cry more, and hearing my voice really helps her feel better. I can't explain that one with any sort of logic. She was 1,000 miles away at the time. Sometimes in the middle of the day I'll think I wonder how she's doing. I hope I get a text from her soon, and then I get one within seconds. Or I'll pick up my phone and the notification comes up that second. Maybe I've subliminally recognized patterns she's fallen into and time she's more likely to be available to talk, but that still doesn't cover the second part. In middle school a friend of mine refused to wear his helmet, which I normally wouldn't care about. It's his potential brain damage, not mine. He'll decide what to do when I tell him the risks, but I could tell he was gonna get hurt that day. It wasn't like I saw the future or anything. I just had a feeling that that was the day something would happen. I was right. We biked home from school. He was a fair bit ahead of me, but then I saw a big cluster of kids who got off their bikes. and there he was, lying on the ground with a bleeding forehead. Only way you could possibly explain this one is that I sabotaged his bike, which absolutely did not happen. I'm a very logical, scene-see, fact-oriented person. I don't believe in ghosts, but I believe that we can't prove they don't exist, so I believe it's possible. Not probable, but possible. I don't read horoscopes, I don't bother with tarot cards, I don't pray, I don't think anyone has bad or good karma, just people that they piss off or befriend who influence the physical and social results of actions or related events. If it doesn't make logical sense, I don't believe in it. There is absolutely no logical reason that any of this should have happened. TLDR, I can occasionally sense when people I care about are hurt or about to be hurt, and it astounds me because I'm not the kind of person to believe in that. Marching band story. Poor dude. My ex-boyfriend. We broke up over this. You'll see why. So my ex-boyfriend was a brass player. Specifically the mellophone, an instrument known for nobody knowing what it is, and also for rendering the person who plays it completely blind to what's in front of them. The line of brass players was supposed to merge through a line of color guard, the people with the flags. Although they aren't flags, they're 6-foot solid metal poles that would make a quarterstaff jealous. While the color guard is 45 inches to the right and the mellophone blind. And in second position. If you know what second position is, you have already cringed. Feet shoulder width apart, 6-foot metal pole to the crotch. It popped like a blood-filled water balloon. It stained the field so badly and so visibly, they had to replace some of the turf. According to legend, he was physically lifted several inches off the ground. The color guard who did it wasn't a 5-foot girl, she was a 6 feet 3 inch hunk of mutated muscle from the basketball team with a voice lower than most men. But my ex, the trooper, he has marched a good 3 sets of drill before the drum major cut us off for obvious reasons. When the adrenaline faded, he immediately fell unconscious the moment the drum major said stand by. I never saw the damage. I don't know if he lost one or both, but he lost all interest in women as a result. Was hospitalized for 2 weeks, had multiple surgeries, and over 60 stitches. He also fractured his pelvis, right through the cushion of his balls. On the bright side, the get well soon cards were hilarious. This happened to me out in the desert, and all I can say is, don't skip your tetanus shots. About 2 years ago I was all set to rage out in the Coachella Valley, tickets and supplies purchased in advance. I was hyped. This was a lesser known venue and event, not Coachella or Stagecoach size, but still pretty massive. Drive out to the desert and start the night off with a couple drinks and a dabble of the supplies at the motel we were slimming it at, and then we set off on foot towards the festival grounds. Get to front gate with my group and realize my ticket is still stuck on my fridge back home. Same exact moment, the desert opened up and it started to pour, and a sudden rush of supplies had started to take over. Mind you, I'm in full rage/party attire, which for me was an old raggedy pair of board shorts and a lumberjack flannel type vest with no shirt on underneath and a bandana, nothing else. Not chill. Not wanting to be a buzzkill for the rest of the group, I told them I got this and I'll catch up with them inside. Now the sober person would have calmly walked over to will call with their ID and explained the situation. Easy fix. I was not in any such mindset, however, and I made the following decision. I thought my best course of action would be to go full commando and run around the fairgrounds to the back where the band and crew had their buses parked, and trailers and whatnot. However, 4 barbed wire fences with a reverse past vertical top of the fence you see in prison yards to keep people from climbing a sewage river that had just recently started. Rushing with the downpour, and multiple security guards stood between me and getting in. No problem, my idea came from watching Fight Club, where they throw the rug over the barbed wire to sneak over the fence. Turns out it's not as easy when you are dangling from a 20-foot fence with one hand throwing your vest over the barbed wire with the other, but my upper body strength and climbing skills definitely helped. Somehow I managed to traverse the first 3 fences, sneak on the bridge over the Sheety River by climbing through the rafters underneath, and dodge the first few sets of security guards. At this point I'm literally hiding under a tourbus waiting for the moment I can sneak over the last fence. About 20 yards from the bus I wait till I think the coast is clear and dart for the fence, jumping as high as I can to skip some of the climb, latch on and scramble up to the top. and try getting my vest over the barbed wire again to then throw myself over. Then I hear someone yell at me and shine their flashlight right on me, which causes a moment of panic, and I end up throwing myself over the fence more recklessly than I planned, and just made the drop off the other side of the fence and rolled in the mud. I sprinted to the closest piece of cover I could find, a mobile trailer with small patio, and I jumped on the patio and flung the door open. I immediately realize I'm in someone's backstage trailer and I should not be there, so I just beeline to the front door as a couple confused people stare at me with their mouths wide open in confusion. I bust out the front door and see a group of 4 very nicely dressed gentlemen with badges heading towards the stage area, and I can actually see the crowd at this point. I take this as my only chance and literally just get on their heels as they walked past security flashing their badges. He definitely saw me and wanted to say something, but I guess he saw the desperate yawn in my eyes or something and just gave me a concerned look without stopping me. Well, apparently in my adrenaline fueled mission I hadn't noticed the massive gauges from the barbed wire on my chest, side and right arm from the last fence. So thinking back on it, the poor folks in the trailer, a stranger just busted in their room covered in mud and blood and probably scared the shit out of them, and the security guard, well shit, I guess I would also have let me through if I saw what I looked like. I had earned it, and he somehow just acknowledged that and let me in. Holy fuck, though I still don't even believe it when I tell the story. Oh yeah, and back to the beginning, I was all set to travel to Central America the next week. So I had just received fresh immunizations and a tetanus shot, so I could tromp through the jungle carefree, and then find myself scaling rusty barbed wire fences a couple days later. Oh, the irony. See what I did there? Wow, if you stayed with me till the end, thanks for reading. I stopped even telling this story because it's too long and nobody believed me anyways. Either way, ended up finding my friends and had a great night after that, and I woke up with my phone and my driver's license, so all in all I would call the night a success. Well, it all started last year in October when my half brother passed away, and that's when everything went to shit. To make things clear, his mom practices black magic or something along those lines, I'm not really sure. Now, before all this happened I wasn't a big believer in religion. I was actually starting to lose faith in God around that time. But anyway, she basically put like a hex or curse on me that would ultimately drive me to insanity so that I would kill myself. So I went through a lot of shit mentally for like 4 months until my mom found out what was happening. But to sum it up, I would sob for hours on end and not stop. I started having problems in my relationship, all due to my mental being, which ultimately resulted in a breakup. I'd feel so scared and depressed all the time. I was just angry with everybody, and I couldn't help it. As I would describe it back then, it was like I was watching everything from the inside. I felt like I wasn't in control of my actions, someone else had taken control. I vividly remember all the times I would fight with my partner and just wanting to shut up. I would tell myself just stop, but I couldn't, and that's when I would cry out of frustration. I would hurt myself badly trying to leave my body out of the desperate yawn I felt. But anyways, the last thing that happened before I finally got help was over the summer. I had a horrible meltdown. I started sobbing and feeling so uneasy in my body. My aunt then came, and I still couldn't stop crying. I became aggressive when she tried to calm me down. And in that moment I had never had such a strong urge to die. It was as if somebody was pulling me, and I didn't want to go, I just wanted to die cause the feeling was unbearable. The hopelessness I felt was unreal. Everything was just awful. Eventually my aunt forced me to drink water, which I later found out was actually holy water. After that I calmed down and fell asleep. But anyways, after all that I got help, and now I'm doing much better. I always wear a cross with me now, just to make me feel safer. I'll never forget that night, and I hope to never go through something like that again. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people would believe this if I told them. I don't blame them though, cause I'd be skeptical if someone told me something like that. TLDR at the bottom. Sorry for poor writing skills for senior skip day. My friends and I ran around downtown doing a bunch of random bullshit. One of us had the idea of going to the roof of the supposedly haunted old hotel that was a few blocks away. Arriving at the hotel, we took the super old elevator to the top, but it didn't have roof access. We went to the stairwell, but it too didn't have roof access. We called it quits and headed back down to the door we came through, but it was locked. We started trying all the doors until one opened up to a random floor that was under renovations. The door shut and locked behind us. The whole floor was covered in plastic and lined with plywood. There were no doors in any of the doorways for the rooms, and each room was empty. On our way to the elevator we saw a guy typing on a laptop sitting at a fold-out desk in an empty room. He didn't even look our way. When we reached the elevator we realized that one of us was missing. We tried calling her on the phone, but we couldn't reach her. We hit the elevator button, and out comes a woman covered in burns holding a newborn infant. She glared at all of us and silently walked down the hall. The baby was naked. She was wearing a bathrobe. It was faking weird. We piled into the elevator and went down to the lobby, and as we left through the front doors, our friend is sitting on the front steps waiting for us. She tells us that in the stairwell she found a door unlocked and went through, but it shut and locked behind her before she could tell anyone. She went through similarly renovated halls until coming to the elevator, where a scarred, burnt woman with a newborn infant was waiting for the lift. They shared some small talk until they heard our group going down the elevator to the lobby, talking and laughing. They both get on and head down to the lobby. The lady stays on, and my friend leaves into the lobby. But we are not there. She tries calling us with no luck, so she sits on the front steps of the hotel. Not 5 minutes later, we all show up, and she's faking confused. The only way I know she didn't lie was that she described the same scarred woman with an infant. It's one of the most faked up weird things that's happened to us. TLDR, my friend time traveled in an old hotel that housed one creepy burned woman and her baby. In middle school we were on our way to school on the bus. Another bus pulled up next to us, and I looked at the little sign on the side that said diesel only, and I thought, what if the bus just broke down? Not even a second later our bus stops vibrating. All the lights at the front go off and it beeps a few times, which means the bus turned off. Our bus driver quickly starts to radio in some help, and I sit there in shock for a second. After not even a minute he got it to turn back on, and we were on our way. Similar moment when I was like 9 and me and my stepmom were riding bikes. The grass outside was wet but unavoidable because their lawn was huge. I left my dad and stepmom to roll my bike to the backyard to put it away. I think to myself, this grass is wet, I hope stepmom is careful and doesn't slip and break her ankle, mostly because she has previously broke both her ankles. I stop around the corner of the house from them to get a better grip and hear a very quiet thump that sounded like just footstep. I shrug and put my bike away and come back inside to see my stepmom in tears and her ankle swollen like a watermelon. She thought it was twisted, but went to the hospital the next day and found out it was broken. This happens a lot, even with little things like knowing what someone will say before they say it. I don't pay enough attention to notice how consistent it is. It was a bit bizarre, but if it wasn't for the fact the news reported it, some of my friends and family didn't believe me, or my brother till later in the evening. Long story short, there was a boxer that lived in a town 2 hours away from where I was. Apparently he was a well-known boxer and started going out with a 17-year-old girl. One of the team leaders in the call center used his Twitter account to call the boxer a "better for Lul." Apparently no one told the team lead not to leave the address of the place he worked at out of his Twitter profile. But next thing you know, the boxer stormed into the call center looking for the guy and was definitely going to beat him up. Management had to distract the boxer while security smuggled the team leader out of the building. I remember it so well because I was training, and when one of the other trainees spotted him, we all couldn't believe it. Another incident where it involved my brother this time. It was bizarre and my parents never believed me because he was the eldest and more sensible of the two. He started watching Higurashi, I think, or some other anime. That really made him paranoid. He asked me to make him a tuna sandwich. Can't stand the smell of tuna, but did it anyway. And when I brought it to him, my brother looked at the sandwich suspiciously before looking at me and asked back, quote, if I poisoned it. At first I said maybe, before I picked up the sandwich and took a bit out of it, regretted it later. He then asked me to make him another one, and I told him no. I was tripping quite hard on LSD one time, and I actively use the substance for uni. I've used it to write my thesis and get my bachelor's. I've used it to learn elementary neuroscience without any background in biology or mathematics. I've used it for tons of lucid and practical applications. One of them is replicating flow states at will. Often I do this with kung fu, but also with juggling, gaming, making music, and even things like Setch. When you get to that point, it's like your mind just shuts off and does its own thing. It's like you can sit in the audience and watch a master perform. One time I was playing around on LSD with these Baoding balls. I was trying to make the little ball inside kind of glued to a certain internal position through swinging it around, kind of like simulated gravity. I got better and better at it until I was able to do it so well the ball started vibrating. It was like I'd hit some momentum of frequency that was doing something I had never seen before. It was wild. A lot of people would say it's a hallucination, but you have those moments really often on LSD where you just get something. I've had plenty of those, and even though they are relatively wild, they are all explicable in terms of physics and the way the brain processes information. But that one was nuts. Worked with a guy in the shoe department of a well-known outdoor retailer. Shorter, kind of unassuming guy. Probably in his late 60s when I met him. Super charming and just felt like a good person when you talked to him. Little by little, I found out things about him that were hard to believe. They have since been verified in different ways. Things of note about him: grew up with and is friends with James Taylor, started working for Bill Graham in the 60s as a ticket taker on one or some of his venues, helped Bill set up lunch for hungry hippies in Golden Gate State Park whilst getting the Grateful Dead to come play for free, knows Bob Weir, etc. Assisted Lorne Michaels when he was starting SNL in the 70s, went to England in the 60s to work briefly at Apple Records, denied John Lennon a cigarette whilst walking down the street with him and the rest of the Beatles because he felt he was too demanding about it, founded Nickelodeon and MTV with Bob Pittman. Nickelodeon was his baby, had a house next to James Taylor and Eric Clapton. Friend of Bob Dylan's had to deny Prince the ability to air a 12-minute music video in the 90s, helped with the live broadcast of SNL's 40th, consistently incredibly charitable. Met with Mayor Bloomberg to try to continue funding a wing of Sloan Kettering in New York City for terminal children. To my knowledge, he personally funded healthcare for these kids for a while. When he was not able to continue because of red tape, he ended up going to visit, bringing the kids iPads for them all to keep, setting up for really good caterers to come to feed the kids with other sorts of festivities, setting up movie screenings, etc. There are other great stories of people he's interacted with and whatnot. But he is a Buddhist. He doesn't seem to care about any of the clout carried with any of these things and doesn't want credit for anything. He pays someone to scrub his name from the internet, so I've never been able to truly confirm much of this, aside from talking to mutual friends. And the fact that the first time I ever put in for the lottery to try to get a ticket for SNL, I mentioned that to him, and next thing I knew, had an email to see Tracy Morgan's comeback episode. I asked him if he did anything to make that happen, and he said slyly that he may have mentioned my name to someone. Anyway, such a sweet guy, and has been a great mentor to me, although I don't talk to him much these days. But I often try to tell people this story and they look at me like, yeah, okay. He worked at the retailer due to having a need to stay active mentally and physically as he was dealing with his health and getting older. Edit. Formatting. I lived with my grandparents for 2 years and the amount of crazy shit that happened was unreal. I have to really ease people into this particular story. It was 12:30 am. Me and my grandparents were watching a movie in the living room when we heard a crash. We looked out the window to see some lights in our driveway, so me and grandpa grabbed some flashlights to check it out. Now, it seemed a man had crashed his motorcycle in our front yard. When we called out to him, he asked if he was at the pumpkin patch. He was. He was searching for an old friend's house and was told it was just past the pumpkin patch point. So we finally get close to him, and he is filthy, covered in grime from head to toe. But more importantly, He only has one leg. He goes on to tell us he went to put his leg down to support the bike, but forgot it was gone, and so fell over. He then rambles about how he escaped a veterans hospital after being there from getting shot with a shotgun, which is how he lost his leg. He showed us a grisly healed over gunshot wound on his stomach. So me and my grandpa are dumbfounded. We ask if we can do anything to help him, and he asks us to prop him and his bike up so he can get going. We do, and he goes to start it, not with a key, but hot wiring the damn thing. We then look on the back, and the plates are from Mississippi. We're in California. We ask the name of his friend, which my grandpa recognized, but said they'd moved a few months ago. The guy decided to go check anyway, thanked us, went down the road a ways, knocked on some doors, apparently didn't find what he was looking for, and rode off into the night. We never saw him again. We gave the police a call, since between the incoherent rambling and lack of a leg we were a little concerned. Never saw or heard about him again. One of many spooky tales from the family farm. Robbing a notorious drug dealer in my neighborhood. My friend and I were 18, still seniors in high school, regular drug users, and generally going nowhere in life. We would be smoking rocks on the daily, getting crazy ideas, and bullshitting with each other all night until 6 or 7 AM. We didn't sleep, only stayed up tweaking together. We'd usually just sit in my old book and talk about everything we wish we had the guts to do, speeding around town and staying up late. My friend and I had both known the dealer for years. Us being two very small, petite, and attractive girls, we knew how to take advantage of our attributes. The dealer would let us hang out at his place. We'd just get high with him and watch TV, but never anything sexual. We let him believe he were into him and genuinely liked spending time with him, when in reality we would wait for him to go to the bathroom so we could swipe some of his weed. Normally we wouldn't ever do this, but the dealer was notorious for being a cheater, hitting women, cutting people short, etc. We both knew he was a terrible person and we used it to justify what we were doing. He never caught on to us stealing weed and other various drugs because he had a huge weed jar sitting in his room, usually with a full zip just sitting out in the open. Pills were left out in the open. We would steal little bits at a time, never more than 2 Gs. My friend and I were smoking meth in my car one night and we were talking about how much we hated the dealer, what an ass he was, how hilarious it was that he was only smoking us up because he had an idea in his head that he would get to fuck one of us. So I pull out a pen and paper and draw a diagram of his house, the front door, back door, which ones he left unlocked all the time, and where the video cameras were. We knew his schedule, when he left for work and came back, what time his roommate would come back home. We brainstormed for hours. We had everything figured out. The next night we dressed down into black and wore ski masks, parking my car further down the alley away from his house. We went into the camera's blind spots and sprayed over the screens with black spray paint without getting our faces or bodies into the picture. We were tweaked out of our minds, and it turns out none of the doors were unlocked, so we broke a window into his room. No alarms went off. We grabbed the massive jar of weed and stuffed Ziploc bags of pills and took off running out his window and down the alley. It was probably the fastest my heart has ever beat. I thought I was going to have a heart attack at the time. The entire thing was ridiculous, and we had always joked about doing it before but never thought we'd actually go through with it. She's the only one who knows what happened that night. The dealer ended up posting on his social media later that day/night, saying, "Whoever robbed me, I'm coming for you. You're not getting away with this. You're faking dead. I'll kill your family etc." We laughed way too hard about it. He never had any idea it was us, as we figured he had so many enemies at the time that it would have been impossible for him to guess who did it. 2 years later, and I live in a different state. She still lives in town. The dealer's incarcerated. If I were to tell the story to anybody, not only would it be idiotic to brag about, but they would never believe that I carried through with it. I'm sober now, in college, and hang out with people who live relatively normal lives, none of which would ever believe the things I've done. You ever heard the saying, never bring a knife to a gunfight? Yeah, while I would never recommend doing this, there was alcohol involved, and egos were in play. Several years back I was hosting a house party slash BBQ at my crib, when this dude who was not invited started passing back and forth in front of my front yard patio, making some of the people at the gig very uncomfortable, I guess. My girl at the time, son's mother, came in the house and told about it, so I went outside to check him. Sidebar, I was in the middle of preparing meat for the BBQ and just so happened to have a large chef's knife in my hand. So of course the guy sees the knife and is not too fond of me questioning him out and pulls gun on me. Why he had a gun, couldn't say, but a scuffle ensued almost immediately after that and things happened really quick. He got tossed and the gun snatched and I got tackled to the ground. Point long story short, I stopped him from lighting off and killing someone at the risk of almost dying myself, and almost went to jail for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Not that I was charged or anything. No shots were fired, and the only people who got hurt was my brother who tackled me before I could cut the dude to pieces, or before he shot me, or both, as he was cut up pretty badly. It seems like a tall tale, but I promise you, it's not. I'm also not proud of this particular moment in time. All I know is my son, my family and my girl was in the house and his antics triggered something in me, caused me to get really territorial, and it could have ended very badly for a lot of people, including those people I thought I was protecting. So, never bring a knife to a gunfight. This isn't that crazy, but to this day I don't know if my parents believe me, and it irritates me no end. When I was 8, my dad put a lock with a key on my bedroom door, so I could keep my little brothers from going in my room. I was pretty good about not locking myself out of my room, but one day it finally happened. And of course, it's like the one day my mom wasn't around to unlock it with her key. The problem was that I had my 2 friends over. They wanted to play on the swing in the backyard, and I was wearing a dress, so I wanted to change first. But my door was locked, and my mom wasn't home. So we are standing outside my locked bedroom trying to figure out how to get in. My friend Jane really wants to play on the swing, and is determined to get into the room. The other friend Sarah happens to be facing away from us, looking out a window, when Jane takes off her shoe and kicks a hole in the door with her bare foot. I mean, it was a hollow door, but still, we never did get into the room, because the hole was at floor level and there was no possible way to reach the knob. My mom came home a few minutes later, and Jane immediately blamed me for the hole. Sarah couldn't confirm my innocence, because she was looking out the stupid window when it happened. I got grounded for a month, and decades later I've still never been quite sure that my parents believe me about what happened. I moved an object with energy. It was back in 2016 over the summer. I had been looking into spirituality and how everything's not as physical or separated as it seems. I also happened to be going through a period where one of my arms would always go dead numb in my sleep, probably because of some wacky position I was sleeping in. The weird thing about this is that I could still move my arm. It just felt out of sync with where it should be, as if I had a real arm that had no feeling and didn't feel like a part of me resting in front of me, and then a fake one that I could feel kind of dangling through the bed. I figured the dangling arm was where my energy was, since that was the one I could feel. So one day I had just woken up and decided to see for myself if energy itself was all it had been cracked up to be. I reached for a spoon that was sitting on my laptop before my alarm and my energy, not sure how else to refer to it, could get back in sync. My actual arm went above the spoon, but the energy fake arm knocked it into the screen. It freaked me out a little, but ultimately made me question reality above anything else. My arm stopped going numb in my sleep after that, so I couldn't try again. I also stopped researching spirituality after a while and went back to normal interests, but every once in a while I think back to that day and wonder about the explanation behind it. I wrote a response last night, and it is literally gone, not in any category. Needless to say, I'm pretty mad. There was nothing inappropriate in my story, and it was a life-changing experience for me, so whoever erased it, that was not right. So I'm going to rewrite it with less detail in case they do it again. My husband and I were on vacation in Delaware, and decided to travel to Maryland for the day. We were heading west on a highway still in Delaware when this overwhelming feeling came over me, and I screamed at my husband to turn right on the next road. He says why? I just yelled turn now. He looked at me strangely, but turned onto the road. We see several historic homes set widely apart and there was a river in behind them. We go down the road slowly, and I feel some sense of familiarity that I cannot explain. The road started to veer to the right and I see it. It was a beautiful Victorian home painted in soft yellow with floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded by trees with a for sale sign in front. Somehow I recognized it immediately. We walked around the property, but part of me already knew what I would see. There was a huge backyard with a solarium and a boat dock leading down to the river. As we were looking, a couple shows up on bikes, telling us they are the realtors of the home. Even though I knew that it was not possible for us to buy it, I started asking questions about it. I couldn't seem to help myself. I wanted that house. It made no sense. We didn't even live near the area and we couldn't afford it, but I felt this unexplainable pull to this place, like I was drawn to it, because I was meant to be there. They took our information and said they would contact us. My husband finally said we had to leave as it was getting late. I felt like the house was begging me to stay, and it took everything I had to walk away. As we drove away I continued to watch it until it was out of sight, but it was all I could think of for days. When we get home, the realtors had called telling us that someone had placed a bid on the house. I was devastated. I think I cried for nearly a month over losing that house. To this day I cannot explain or understand what happened. And I still feel the pull of that place to this day and the sadness I felt still continues. Very late, but one time while I was at Circle K, two guys met. Man 1 was gonna buy a 1970 Charger. Man 2 had the Charger. The Charger looked in very good shape and sounded even better. Supercharged and turbocharged 426 Hemi and was cammed all to hell. An absolute masterpiece in my eyes. So powerful but so simple with a very modest black paint job. Man 2 who was selling it was a soldier in the US Army. I live right by an army base and see them very frequently, so that wasn't an interest in their conversation for me. Man 1 was a vet whose son died in Iraq in 2004. Man 1 said he always wanted to get his son a 1970 Charger like that when he got out of the army because it was his favorite car. Well, Man 1 asks why he's selling the car. Man 2 explains that he's about to be transferred to South Korea and can't take the car with him and is gonna need to buy another one once he gets there. Man 1 without missing a beat said, "So you're a soldier?" And Man 2 responds with "Yeah, 4th Infantry," and before Man 1 could say anything, Man 2 says yeah like the ad said. 8k. The Charger was very well worth 8k, if not so much more. Man 1 thought it was gonna be an old nearly falling apart Charger that was barely running, but it was not. This is where the story gets interesting, and Man 1 says to Man 2, 8,000? As if he was mad and shocked. Man 2 got a little shocked too and scared momentarily. Man 2 says that's a good deal on this car. What? Without hesitation Man 1 said, that car is worth so much more than 8,000. Are you nuts? I'm buying this car now because I couldn't buy it for my son. He was a soldier just like you, but he died in Iraq and he used to struggle with money while in the army, and I'm not gonna rob a soldier like that. Man 2 said I don't know if I can take any more than 8k for it. I won't let myself take any more than what's necessary. Man 1 yells at him, God damn it, I'm not gonna steal from you. The lease still pay for this car is $15,000. Both men somewhat confused and angry now get into a match of trying to one up the other with being kind. They got into a fight because Man 1 came with $15,000 in cash and refused to give Man 2 anything less, and Man 2 was refusing to accept any more than 8k for it. The fight got so bad that they both ended up in the hospital because of it. I'm not sure if there's anything online about it, but no one else in my town seems to know about it. I live near Fort Carson in Colorado and the Circle K was the one on 85-87. All of this happened because the other refused to have any benefit over the other. Their kindness and respect as soldiers and a father of a soldier collided with each other. It was a cycle where they'd get more aggressive each turn in asserting their kindness, and it eventually evolved into a fight. No one in my town remembers it or ever saw it. No one would believe me if I told them, because I tried telling one person and they said it sounded too weird to be true. There were paramedics and police at the parking lot too. I left right after they started fighting cause I was just getting gas. Sometimes you can kill with kindness. My experience with dreams. Once I saw myself and that I was floating away. I looked down and there's my body, and when I look up, the sky was very bright. I feel like I'm really floating. When I dreamed in a dream then woke up, and it's still a dream. I dreamed that I was in McDonald's, then I woke up, and I was in the end of a cliff, then woke up again, and I was in someone's dorm, and woke up for the last time, and I was in my friend's house. Then at last I woke up and finally it's reality. I even tried to slap myself to make sure this is a real thing. It's a dream in a dream in a dream in a dream. Yep. The other one was when someone is choking me and I can't really breathe. Just to tell ya guys, I'm living alone in my house and I was like, what the fuck, you got a problem with me beach? That's too much for sleep paralysis. And most RD Javis. Like someone was talking, then I suddenly remember the scene and I knew what gonna happen next or what the person's gonna say. Once I actually dreamed about our finals and I saw answers. Me being the desperate dumbass, of course I wrote what I saw without thinking if that was even correct. Needless to say, I failed. And why I can't tell this, if I tell people about my dreams they gonna think I'm just inventing stories or they gonna treat me like I'm Nostradamus. Hell no. By the way, I came from a superstitious country. I was on a school tour to Japan when I was 15 and my two friends and I decided to use the hotel onsen nude spa. Walked down with our towels in our gowns, and I was holding our room key, which was an actual key. I had been to one onsen the night before and was trying to pretend that I was completely fine with nudity and was comfortable with the whole situation. Walked into the locker area where there are multiple naked and partially erased ladies. Walked past them to the lockers and put my hotel key in one of the lockers to unlock it. Not the right key at all. Unlocked lockers had keys already in them to take with you. I tried to pull the key out and it wouldn't budge. My friends notice what's going on and each try to help. Good 10 minimum goes by of struggling and we decide that we don't want to snap the key in there. So I go over to the phone in the corner, call the lobby, and with my limited Japanese I say help, key, locker, ladies onsen. They say okay, so I hang up and assume help is on the way. In the meantime, some Japanese ladies have noticed what's going on and they try to help, and to no avail. The owner of the locker comes, put of the onsen, wanting to get their towel and clothes, but I have jammed my key in their lock. So I'm trying to gesture to her the mistake I have made and offer her my towels, which she declines. Standing in the locker room dripping naked staring at me and her locker. Still no receptionist lady. Another 5 minutes later, so one of the Japanese ladies calls down for us and explains the whole situation. The hotel staff runs up and gives the naked lady fresh towels and a gown and then pulls out some special spray for the key. By now crowd has gathered to see if this lady is Japanese author and can pull the key out of stone. There was considerable struggle. She had a leg up on the other lockers and it finally came out with her falling onto some bystanders. Everyone politely applauded her efforts and I couldn't stop apologizing to everyone involved. In my attempts to avoid seeing nudity, I ended up creating a crowd of fully nude to partially naked women around me whilst also preventing another woman from getting dressed after her bath. Growing up, we had a bird feeder on the porch and lots of pretty birds would stop for a bite. Well, so did a lot of squirrels, and it was my job to scare him off. I didn't have my BB gun at the door this day, but there were some golf balls close. I grabbed one, throw open the door and let loose a rocket. I miss horribly, and the ball rattles around on the deck. The squirrel, however, just jumped down to the ground. He'd been here before. See, most squirrels would run off or up a tree. Veterans of our feeder, however, would just hop down and wait for us to go back inside before getting back up to the feeder. Not today though. I sneak out to the golf ball and grab it, peek over the railing, and here is this guy. We make eye contact and he takes off. The squirrel in full sprint heads towards the barn, probably 40-ish yards away. If he can get there, he's home free. In a split second I decide today is his day to die, so I cock my arm back and let loose the golf ball on an absolute frozen rope. I'm pretty sure that ball set some kind of velocity record, but that's neither here nor there. Point, there is some kind of supernatural connection between man and a perfect shot. When you hit a good shot in golf, throw a perfect pass, hit a home run, let loose a 3-point shot, when it's good you just know the moment you make contact, or let loose the ball. This was one of those moments. That golf ball left my hands and tracked that squirrel to 35 or so yards and hit the sucker on the back of the head. It made the most awful hollow sound you've ever heard, similar to bouncing a golf ball on concrete. The collision from the ball sent the squirrel into head over heels, flips as its momentum died down. After the last flip he twitched super hard, rolled over, and died. I threw my hands up in victory and looked around to see no one around. I lived in the country, so it's as expected. But I've told the story 100 times and I stand here this day telling its 101st telling, and it is TBD if anyone really believes it happened. True story yo. I worked at a factory on the afternoon shift. I worked from 4 PM until 1:30 AM. We ran out of a particular part and we couldn't continue working until those parts came in, which wasn't until the next day, so we went home early that night around 10:30 PM. It was one of those warm summer nights. Really nice outside. My buddies and I decided to go to the local neighborhood bar and grab a couple of beers and play some pool. I jumped in my car and headed down an old suburban street in Detroit that was narrow, with cars parked in front of the houses on both sides. There was only room for one car at a time to go down the street. I had an open street in front of me and the bar was at the end of it, so I took off and was going about 35 miles per hour. Part way down the street, an older guy who sort of looked homeless jumped out from behind a parked car crossing the street. He looked like he was out of the 1930s with the style of clothes he was wearing. A perfect picture of what the guys looked like in the Depression. He stepped out into the street right in front of me, about 3 feet in front of my car going 35 miles per hour. He turned, looked right at me, and I had zero chance to stop before I hit him. I stomped on the brakes as hard as I could, held the steering wheel tight because there was nowhere to go, and closed my eyes tight so I wouldn't have to see me hit him. Waiting for the thump of the hood and front bumper and nothing. No noise, no thump, no bump, nothing. Just the noise of my tires coming to a stop. Opened my eyes, and no guy laying in the road or anywhere to be seen. I jumped out of my car, looked under it, nothing. Looked between cars and nobody. No one up or down the street/sidewalk. I saw this man clear as day a moment ago and now there is not another single soul on this street except me. There was nothing on my mind except going to the bar to have a beer and shoot pool. Nothing in the paper over the next few days as I checked. Very strange. Like he was a ghost. Just going to say I have no time for quackery, anti-vaxxers, flat earthers etc. Sciences, beaches, it works. NASA, quoted in an Onion article, but this autistic dude I work with is a bit ESP connected to other people. He just knows stuff that's been going on with you. Your mother went to the hospital. The dog got out. Something is coming up that you haven't told him about. He can't read or write. He lives in a bit of a cave in the suburbs and it's an hour's drive from where I live. He knows stuff about me no one that works there knows. His old main worker told me about it ages ago. He'd worked with my guy for years. I also keep an open mind and I know autistic people can be very sensitive to minor things and simply work stuff out intuitively. Plus they can be eavesdroppers with super sensitive hearing. But, the other week I turned on my laptop at his house and let Windows do one of those big updates. It said, Windows is updating, don't turn it off on the screen. He came to the office door and said, updating just as I was reading that word on the screen. He couldn't see the screen, there was no noise and he can't even understand individual letters. He wouldn't know what that word means and he can't pronounce most uncommon words without practice. Yet that is what happened. It's real. I know someone who is actually psychic. Years ago in Amsterdam with some mates we took some shrooms. There was 5 of us. Initially we had a great time, but then decided to wander around the city. Awful idea, and got split up. Myself and one other mate ended up wandering around Amsterdam all day completely lost and in a very weird state of mind. We tried to chill out by going to a bar, but it seemed like everyone was either laughing at us or looking at us like we had two heads each, which is not all that surprising. We walked past the zoo and saw the scariest looking clown ever. The fact that he had a big smile painted on his face, but his actual expression was so sad was pretty disconcerting. Point anyway, at one point in the day a large African man, his accent sounded very African anyway, in a huge fur coat with one golden tooth came up to us and just said, "You give me mushroom." Then he laughed the most sinister laugh I've ever heard. We had a few left and just gave them to him without question. We were in no state to be arguing. Point that evening, hours later after we finally managed to wander back to our hostel, in a very narrow alleyway who is walking straight towards us. Big scary man in fur coat. He just stared at us in the crowd and stood still and laughed that same sinister laugh. We had to walk past him and it was so narrow we were brushing against his fur coat. He just stood still laughing in amongst the crowd. We almost wanted to turn back around, but it felt like we couldn't as we were moving with the crowd and our hostel was just at the end of the alleyway and it had taken us hours to find it again. I'll never forget the fear seeing him again and him just standing still laughing at us and staring as we walked by. Point I would think it was just completely a consequence of the shrooms, but my friend recalls it exactly the same way. We tried telling other people the story, they just found it hilarious, but me and my friend sometimes bring it up with each other and give each other a look like no one else will ever truly get what that was like. Most surreal experience of my life. I have a couple vivid memories of events that happened when I was a kid but no one remembers them like I do, or say they happened in different times. For background, my family and I used to move around a lot, so I base when events happened on which house I was living in. I also have a sheet reference of time, so I can't really tell if something happened 5 years ago or more. Hell, I sometimes even don't realize that something happened a while ago when it feels like several months had gone by. I remember this one time I had to get my tonsils removed. In my memory, I clearly remember being woken up by my dad while it was still dark out, probably early morning, and heading to the hospital or wherever we went. Then I remember laying on the couch afterwards and my cousin was taking my 3 siblings out fishing, and I wanted to go, but couldn't because I was supposed to be recovering. Point that entire event, for me, happened in a house my family and I used to live in Utah that we call the colored house or the pink house. Think salmon colored with I believe some green somewhere on the outside. According to my mom and dad it happened in the house we moved to after that house, which was in a different city and looked entirely different. Point there was another time I was celebrating my 6th birthday and I had a few friends over and we had a helium tank. I have a vivid memory of inhaling helium and then waking up on the floor with people around me. No one in my family remembers that even though they were all there and around me when I woke up. I guess this counts, though I've tried rationalizing it out for a year since it happened. Here's some backstory. Point I have really bad memory problems because of a shitty, traumatic childhood that I barely remember. From what I do remember, there was a kid in my elementary class that I'm convinced was also going through horrible traumatic shit because he would take it out on me. He sexually abused/harassed me from 2nd grade up until 5th, before I left to travel halfway across the US to a new state. I moved when I was 9. I didn't get a cell phone until sophomore year of HS, and barely kept in touch with my elementary friends as is, so I dropped pretty much every person I knew back there in a matter of 2 years. I barely even acknowledged the bully at school after I moved, just so I could cope with other stuff happening in my life. Fast forward to June 2018. I'm 21 years old. I've transitioned since then, so I don't even go by my birth name anymore. I have a job at a bakery. It's 10 AM here, which means 8 AM at the place I used to live. I'm getting ready to prep a truck with baked goods to send to the other location when I get a text. This text is from the bully I had in elementary school. He pretty much asked for forgiveness because he found God and wanted to feel better about his past and tried to acknowledge that he was horrible to me. He used my birth name too. Overall, the apology was dog shit and he only wished for forgiveness for selfish reasons. I didn't give my number out to anyone I used to know in my old state, which means he probably paid money to get information about me, like on one of those tracking sites. and that literally scares the shit out of me. I asked how he got my number and haven't received a reply in over a year. On vacation with my family in Michigan, I, 22, totally got this very weird vibe in our house. Several weird things happened, and I thought I was just crazy. I was laying out on the patio on the 3rd floor right outside my bedroom, and the window about 5 feet away from me opened. And it wasn't a window that you pushed up. It was one of those that you crank a handle and it slowly opens. So I figured it was my brother-in-law just goofing off. So I opened the sliding door and he's not there. And he would have had to have passed the glass door to get away. So I would have seen him. There was no one. So I closed the window, and I'm like, okay, that was weird, and I went to plug my phone in. I went downstairs and realized my brother-in-law wasn't even there. He had gone to the beach. So I go back up, and the window's open and the phone's unplugged. And at this point I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on? So I close the window and plug the phone back in. Things go back to seeming normal. That night I was getting ready to go to sleep, and I was laying in bed playing Candy Crush. The light was off but I could see the switch from my bed. The light turns on, and I hear the sound of the switch. So I look over, and I can see the switch is flipped up, and then it turns off, and I hear it again. I'm just sitting there in the dark like, this is how I die. This is fine. I go back to playing my game, and you know how when it's dark, and you're staring at your screen and you can't see anything around you, because your eyes haven't adjusted. Well, all of a sudden I got chills, and felt like someone was standing next to me. And I look over from my phone and something is standing over my bed. Completely black. And it was like the room got taller for them. No eyes or anything. Just this thing stretched, and standing over me. It was like the most chilling thing I have ever experienced. And I just sat there motionless, because I was so petrified. And after a few moments I squeezed my eyes shut, and took off for the door. And I ran down the stairs, and to my sister's room, and slept in her bed the rest of the week. I've totally believed I was insane since this moment. Happened about a month ago. Took LSD with my brother, a close friend, and went to the mountains to enjoy the day. The day started off great. We were like kids excited to just be outside and play. My brother claimed a couple minutes after taking the tabs that it could go badly because there's nobody amongst us that will ground us. In other words, none of us were the type to go, no, that's probably a bad/dangerous idea. He was right. We walked about 2 kilometers towards the mountain and stopped by a lake. We were already tripping balls at this stage and the tears started flowing. Literally, out of nowhere. Felt like a lot of suppressed emotions from us, but it was great, much needed. We continued on, absolutely euphoric and on top of the world. 10 minutes after the waterworks by the lake, I spotted a tree halfway up the mountain. No trail walk, in the rough and very steep climb, and I suggested we make a beeline for that to eat some food and smoke some weed. So we did. We picked a few magic mushrooms on the way up too. We sat there for about 2 hours smoking, and we couldn't stop laughing at how we are just 3 guys on drugs, looking for more drugs, while smoking some drugs. At this point it's getting late in the evening, and my thrill-seeking ass suggests we should just keep going up and get to the top of the mountain, rather than descending back down the way we came. We quickly realized that we passed a point where it was treacherous to turn back, too steep, too wet, extremely rocky, no hiking gear, and the sun was setting. We all silently realized we were in a situation that could go horribly wrong. I mean, one misstep you're looking at death most likely. Whilst time passed extremely slowly up until this point, it was like, when we realized we only had limited sunlight left to scale the rest of the mountain, time started to cascade, very fast. We were all reaching our limits physically, but every ridge we managed to climb, there was another one in front of us. It's like the top of the mountain was so close, yet so damn far. We were climbing up about a 60/70 gradient, on grass, wet rock, with moisture condensing as the sun was setting. We were also still tripping balls. We eventually got to the very top, just as the sun set, and everyone's bodies started to give in at this stage. Had we been 15 minutes later, in getting to the top, we would have had to call for rescue somehow. With no phone signal in the area, we wouldn't have been able to see anything we were climbing. For a day that was completely orientated around the beauty of life, we quickly found out how fragile it can be flirted with death. We were all calm composed in spite of the circumstance throughout the remainder of the climb. We had a lot of trust in one another, in conquering what seemed like something extremely daunting, frightening. Best day of 2019 personally. It had everything. TLDR. Some guys on drugs, LSD, take to the mountains looking for more drugs, and quickly found ourselves in a life or death situation. But we managed to come through despite tripping on acid, and it was one of the most memorable experiences of my life. A couple of years ago, a friend of mine, let's call him Cole, asked me to take him to a city an hour away from where we live, so he can sell his PS4 to a friend of his. He offered to pay me for gas and an extra $50 for taking him, so I didn't mind. So we went to the place and my friend didn't bother to tell me that it was in a really shady part of town. Cole gets out to go into the house and I just wait in my car in the driveway and just play games on my phone. Not even 5 minutes later, some guy walked out of the house towards my car and tried to open my passenger side door. When it wouldn't open, because it was locked obviously, he seemed nervous and put his hand on the right side of his hip, like he was about to pull something out, and I saw an outline of a handgun beneath his shirt. The guy asks me what I'm doing here, and I tell him my friend Cole is selling a PS4 to someone living there. Thankfully the guy seemed to chill out and said, "Oh Cole, okay," and left. I just realized after that moment the guy was a drug dealer and thought I was a customer. I was scared shitless after that, and after an agonizing 10 minutes Cole finally came out and seemed slightly upset. I asked him what's up, and he said his friend wouldn't buy the PS4. He told me there were like 5 guys waiting for him in the living room, and he told me the guy wouldn't buy it because it was cracked or something. I thought it was weird because the PlayStation seemed fine to me, but I just wanted to get the fuck out of there. Sadly Cole died of a heroin overdose a couple of months later. So I'm wondering if he was actually selling the PlayStation for cash or was selling it in exchange for drugs. Don't get me wrong, Cole was a good friend and I still miss him to this day, but that seemed like a pretty extreme thing to go through just to sell a PS4. So I'm wondering if he was telling me the truth, but I guess we will never know. I tried telling a couple of people about what happened, but they thought I was faking with them, so I don't even bother to bring it up. Warning, mobile user, so grammar and format yada yada. Okay. This happened in early middle school to late elementary school. I'm in my last year of college now, so forgive me as I can't remember all the facts. But I do remember the gist. So, we all know about the entrance doors to schools, right? Those reinforced steel looking ones with the wire mesh in the glass. Well, in my heavy-set youth, when I was pushing 300 pounds, I have it under control now. By the way, I thought it would be a smart idea to rhino charge one of my friends that was standing in front of the doors and ram him into it in a friendly manner. Back then me and my friends at the time were faking tanks, so this kinda thing was like a friendly fist bump, but he saw me coming and decides to matador away from me at the last second. I kept going, and when I hit the door, I kept going through the high security door and I didn't feel a thing. I closed my eyes when I had the oh shit moment anyone would have in this situation of about to hit a hard ass surface at high speeds. And when I opened my eyes I was half through the door. I had to have my friend guide me back out because of the sharp ass metal now sticking everywhere. I looked at the aftermath and I'm still to this day surprised I didn't get even a single cut or bruise. I wasn't even sore, and because the school was kinda on a sheet budget I only found out about that a few years later, though they only had cameras watching the parking lot entrances and exits, and not the doors. Even the inside cameras were only watching the inside of the school. Essentially I was in a blind spot the whole time. So after faking obliterating that door, and yes I mean that as it was off a hinge and bent as well as having a huge asshole in the middle of it, I never got caught. No one figured out how it happened and blamed it on one of the parents who had a bad driving record. My boyfriend is the only one who believes me. And only after I did the something to a mid-sized young tree that time I did in fact hurt myself a fuck ton. My whole body was a bruise, and I had triple vision for a day or so, and faking took the tree out. And it wasn't a very big tree. Probably could have just taken an axe to it and take it down in 5 or so minutes. Anyone else that hears a story either sarcastically says sure or just flat out says I'm making it up. Whether you folks believe me or not is up to you. I just know that that's one of the 3 times I thought I was gonna die. Impact. Then sharp edges as I got pulled out. Then punishment from parents. Thanks for reading and have a nice day. I've told this story before but here goes. I was 5 at the time. I was going shopping with my dad and twin sister to the local supermarket. Along the way, we ran into one of my sister's, at the time, friends. Eventually, they decide to climb onto the 2 feet high concrete balls that were for whatever reason standing there across the sidewalk. Point note, at this time I was short as hell at only 3 feet 5 inches, so these things seemed absolutely massive to me. I'm also left-handed. Point, this is where things start to get worse. Point. So a few minutes later my sister finally manages to get on top of the thing, and my dad took a picture of it and sent it to my mom. Me, not wanting to be outdone, decided that I would try that myself. It turns out that to get on top of the balls you need to climb the side of some really tall pillars positioned about a foot away. The first ledge was only 1 foot 3 inches high, so getting on was no problem. However, my stupid brain decided that it would be a better strategy to jump the remainder of the distance to get onto the ball. This backfired almost instantly. I missed the jump, slipped, and was hurled backwards towards the pavement faster than anyone could save me. Reflexes kicked it, so I stuck my left arm out to break my fall. This was a huge mistake. Suddenly, I felt a searing pain in my arm, and it was basically paralyzed for the next few seconds. I let out what might have been the loudest scream I've ever done. Everyone, including me, started panicking. The mystery about this that still hasn't been solved is the complete absence of any blood. Really, there was none at all. I was rushed home, by which point my arm was still hurting like crazy. However, my parents thought it was just a bad scratch and nothing was wrong. When the pain didn't lessen after nearly an hour though, my dad agreed to take me to get an x-ray at the hospital. They concluded that I had fractured my left humerus on my dominant arm and that I would need to get surgery. Very long story short, I wore a cast for 6 weeks, and when I took it off, there were several bumps on my elbow where the surgery had been done. They are still here today. The weird thing is, there was no blood, like none, there wasn't even a scratch. Still baffles me to this day. I just thought at the time that I was invincible, which obviously wasn't true. I super hated my grandmother as she was just not a nice person to my mother 8's family, but was extra nice to my aunts. Anyway, we lived in a high-rise and I decided at the age of 6 to end my life, because grandmother was being extra that day. I went out to the balcony, climbed to the other side, and then let go. I got but a few feet down to the next balcony when I felt hands grab my shoulders and lift me straight up. I was wondering what the fuck, but climbed back into the balcony. As I'm still standing there wondering who, what, why, how, my grandmother comes running out of the living room onto the balcony and drags me back inside. She was white as a ghost. Maybe she saw a ghost, or saw what happened. We never spoke of it. I have yet to tell my mother, and it was well over half a lifetime ago. I recall my grandmother asking why I did that, and I told her to get off me. I hated her so much I wanted to escape her. She may have been heartbroken, I don't know. I went back to my room and sulked. We weren't allowed back on the balcony unless an adult was with us, which sucked as it was pretty much the only fresh air we had. Her attitude didn't change, that I noticed, but after she died, I had a vision with her coming to me and explaining she was the way she was because of the shit in her life. I can respect that. I asked her why the disparity between families and she didn't answer. She looked down, apologized and faded away. I've had lots of weird things happen over the years. This was my second earliest. I have a very specific memory of my father's birth father holding me when I was 3 months old. My mom says impossible until I told her what he told me, so she is just amazed I remember anything like that. So many weird things. I got the idea to start developing echolocation for myself upon encountering Daniel Kish's TED Talk. I've however spent more time developing passive echolocation than I have with active echolocation. When my eyes are closed I perceive everything in shades of purple. It's really useful for locating W/E. I'm looking for I've since taken up developing the same using transverse propagation of action potentials. It's moderately more difficult due to the fine-tuning required, but it's much more detailed than acoustic echolocation. I started doing tests with it once I simulated all the possibilities for every color, shape, mechanism, and function in every possibility between X, Y, and Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T, S, with every permutation from 0 and 39 for each value. After mapping everything in every functional physics model I could find, brute forcing all of physics has been exceptionally useful. I try to avoid mentioning any details of my experiments until I have/find a scientific paper demonstrating the possibility. One of the goals of my research is to find out how much the black box, any complex piece of equipment, typically a unit in an electronic system, with contents that are mysterious to the user, of the body-mind machine can be taken over by the conscious mind through general hacking and buffer overflow exploits in the software. I'll get more time to build and run experiments once I've moved. There are a lot of physics quirks I want to test. I have a concern I'd like to deal with at some point. If the quirks behave as predicted, anti-grav and FTL will be a thing. And more concerning, the possibility of being unable to cease existing may end up being the case. If the results reach the point of being able to demonstrate moving a mind between a machine and the mind's body, the likelihood of being unable to cease existing increases. This is something I want to determine before I die again. Dying was a bizarre experience. I choked to death in dreamless sleep 4 years ago. Woke up being aware I was dead. I couldn't feel my body. I was a bit incredulous when I got what effectively amounts to a game over menu with 2 options, continue and new game plus point. After watching possibilities a little, I pretty much started smashing the continue option and demanding to return. I sank into my body and panicked for a moment. For the first time I felt my synapses vibrating, feeling my brain waves propitiating outwards as I frantically scrambled to figure out how to get my body started. In the back of my mind I was fascinated seeing my bedroom in detail in one color like sonar. Feeling the shape and texture of things through wave propagation of thoughts was unexpected. I still wasn't breathing, my blood wasn't pumping, and my heart wasn't beating. I didn't know how long I could keep thinking before running out of electricity. I desperately tried to move my body with more determination and resolve to stay alive than I'd ever had before that point. I focused as intensely with all my strength and force of will on my heart, demanding it start beating. The intensity of vibration in my synapses skyrocketed with electrical potential surging. It felt like a thunderbolt striking my heart when it discharged. Every nerve and every cell lit up one by one as my heart started beating and my blood pumping. I still retain a sensory memory of each cell. I haven't counted them and haven't really examined the sensory memory of my DNA strands. I started coughing, rolled over and cleared my airway of dinner from the previous night. I took a deep breath, relieved it was painless, then passed out and woke up the next morning. I stopped tripping after 3 days. Well, it wasn't that crazy, but 3 to 4 years ago from now, I invited a friend over because it was exams day and we both didn't need to do our exams. Nobody was home, only my dog Ruby and my small cat. Don't remember his name, he died not long after that. My friend, I'm gonna name her Laura, decided to bring her Ouija board. She bought it with me, and we wanted to play, so we took this day, and took the risk to play it. It was summer, it was very sunny, so we decided to try it in the basement with candles. We tried, nothing worked and it was really scary, because it was kind of dark in the basement. I was younger, and I stressed very easily, so we played again, but in the kitchen and nothing worked again. Then, we heard weird sounds upstairs and kind of panicked. We went outside and closed the door, and I remember I brought my dog and my cat outside because I didn't want them to be alone in that house. My dog began to yap really loudly, and he was a big dog, for no reason at all. I said to Laura, this isn't normal, he never does that. We haunted the house. We then decided to go inside so that he stops yapping. We tidy up everything, put the board in its box, and just put a funny movie to put our minds somewhere else. It was Deadpool, I think. We suddenly heard a door upstairs closing really hard. We started panicking. My friend started crying of nervosity. We went outside leaving the cat and the dog inside, and we went to see the neighbors to tell them that we needed help. We were really stressed and scared. They said that everything was going to be fine. One of our neighbors gave us incense to put everywhere in the house. We did it, and then when we came back in the house, it was like she wasn't really herself. Laura tried to put the incense in her mouth. She laughed. I removed it and said, "What the hell are you doing?" She then just puked, and I was really stressed. I tidy up her mess. She only spit saliva, but in a way like she's puking. Laura took the incense, it was still burning, and put the tip on the couch. She made 3 holes, and my mom was going to be real mad about me, so I hid it with the blanket, but of course, she saw it in the evening. When everything came to an end, I let her go at her house, when my mom was going to come back really soon. I stayed in the first floor and barely slept. My room is upstairs, so yeah, sorry for the long text, but that's my story and I barely told people what happened, and my mom never knew, and still doesn't know what really happened. I began working with this company a while ago. I was staying with a friend and her boyfriend at the time I started. Eventually her mom, twice my age, began to like me, and one Super Bowl day we both got so drunk that I blacked out, and when I came to, I was on top of her in the bathroom. I felt ashamed and didn't stay with them for like a month and was at another friend's. It was a one-time thing at first, and we didn't do anything for a while. Well, they both got mad obviously and wouldn't talk to me. I even went over one time and asked if we could remain friends, that it was a dumb mistake. They wanted me gone. So I began living at another friend's until the mom took me in not long after. On one specific say, the daughter said her boyfriend was talking shit and said stuff about me and she would rather believe him than anything I'd say. I replied asking what he said. She replied it didn't matter. So I say to her, "So you won't even get the second side of the story, you'll believe one side exclusively because you're dating him?" And then she blocked me. And on that day I decided, alright, if they are gonna say it regardless, better make them into truth tellers, and started a relationship with them on that day. So neither of them even came over for the longest time, and even got married and invited my best friends to their wedding in spite of me. It took our entire town to literally burn down, California, for them to get over themselves and talk to me again. To this day I'm dating her mom and we have sex often. The mom is also the boss at my work and the daughter's work. TLDR, I'm faking my friend's mom and she is both our bosses at work. And the only people who believe it are the people who've seen us together at it. I realized I still have messages about it to this day and am reading through them right now. I'm actually getting annoyed at how stupid the situation was and how much assuming they did. My first apartment after my divorce was a pretty cool little townhouse. I only had one neighbor connected to my unit, and he seemed like a pretty cool dude, but I rarely had any interaction with him. I mostly stayed up late playing PC games and smoking pot. With my work at the time I didn't get off until 2 AM. One random night, about 2 days after adopting a new puppy, I'm sitting at home at 4 AM and hear this loud banging on my door. At first I thought it was friends from work coming to see my new dog. I run down their stairs leading to my front door, and as I open it my night gets pretty faking surreal. Standing there leaning on my front door is my neighbor. He had his left hand over his heart, his right hand supporting him against the wall. I can see in between his fingers of his left hand there is blood pouring out. At first I thought it was some kind of weird prank, but as I look him over I can see there are about 6 places on his body that he is bleeding from. What the fuck, neighbor? I ordered a pizza, and when the doorbell rang I thought it was the delivery driver, but it was some guy and he attacked me and stabbed me. This dude is literally bleeding everywhere. It's like December something, so it's cold as fuck out. I pull him inside right as he collapses into me. My dog is losing his faking mind, so I run upstairs to put them into my bedroom. I grab my cell phone and call 911. From my doorway I can literally see the police station. I'm yelling at them telling them this guy is legit dying in my doorway. It takes for faking ever, but I finally hear them show up and pound on my door. I open the door and there are approximately all the cops with their guns drawn and pointed at me. I explain who I am and what I know. They get tuned into an ambulance and then all faking hell breaks loose. With little exaggeration I can tell you there were 200 cops, 2 helicopters, and at least 10 dogs in my little apartment complex. They shut the faking place down 7 hours. 3 different detectives interview me, and finally they all go home without ever having found the attacker. After the 3rd detective leaves I realize my pot has been in plain sight all night. My apartment is now covered in blood. So much faking blood to local news channels, the Fox and NBC affiliates, show up to interview me. I go to the apartment management and explain that I have no intention of trying to clean that blood and that it is all on them. My favorite shoes were ruined, so I go to the store to get a replacement point. As I get back, one of the reporters that interviewed me calls me. Turns out my psycho neighbor self-inflicted all those stab wounds to attention ho and maybe get sympathy from a girl he recently broke up with. My entire life plays out like a sitcom, so I have a few stories. But one experience that was particularly ridiculous was the drug trip at the cinema. Me and a friend decided it's a great idea to have this psychedelic drug, 2CB for aficionados, and watch this Vincent van Gogh movie. To make the swirls extra swelly and cheat, my friend backs out and takes ketamine and Xanax instead, but I have this psychedelic stuff. We sit at the back away from everyone and wait for the movie to start. Goes without a hitch. Tripping balls and my friend is practically paralyzed to the seat until we hear a huge bang. Sat next to my friend and he is sat next to the aisle. He looks down at the aisle and says to me, "Someone has fallen." Puzzled, I look down with him and an old woman is spread eagled across the floor unconscious, which we both assume is a hallucination until we realize it isn't. Panicking like crazy, we realize we are absolutely the last people that should be helping, despite the fact we are a foot away from her, and simply stare at the screen while everyone angrily stares at us. The lights come on and now I see everything, which to me now looks like Van Gogh painted the world. My friend is still sorta paralyzed. 5 minutes later 2 cops come into the cinema and check on her. Remember, we are totally faked off our faces right now and have totally dilated pupils. With an unconscious woman and 2 cops about a foot from my friend. He freaks and decides to use his hoodie like a curtain to block the cops' line of sight and take a big sniff of ketamine. Mortified. Then an ambulance crew come in to take her away. After they leave, we do too. My friend is slow mo walking right now and is conspicuous as hell, and we get out to 2 cops' cars and an ambulance with lights, which in our paranoia is a ruse, and actually they are here for a sting operation to track us down and bust us. So we decide the best option is to conspicuously as fuck, Scooby-Doo style, sneak away in broad daylight and then run away at the next opportunity point. Most of our friends didn't believe us because they insisted the cops would have realized her shifty fakers right next to them. I still to this day don't know how we were and found out. Point summary, me and a friend go to a cinema and take psychedelic drugs. Old woman faints right next to us and cops start snooping around while we are low-key freaking out. Not mine but my grandparents' story. My grandparents were head over heels in love till the very end and would camp together a crap ton. I'm talking crazy amounts, and they both loved it to bits. This story happened while on one of their campouts, and they have never told people about it because they knew nobody would believe them, but they told my parents and me about it. One week they decided to go camping out in the desert. I don't know where, but it was probably California/Nevada/Arizona. They were having a good time and stayed up one day till very late at night drinking and just talking. This was before they had my mother, cause it was like the 50s or something. Well, after they had stopped talking they were looking up at the night sky and out of nowhere they saw strange lights in a V-type pattern. It made no noise and was hardly detectable. If it hadn't been for the lights, it was going incredibly fast and they only saw it for about a minute. They were baffled at what they had saw. "What the hell was that?" is my grandfather's exact words as they looked at each other wide-eyed. This was at the beginning of the hippie age and all that, but they were always skeptical of that stuff cause they knew better. They never told a soul about it, but they both remember that night very vividly. Well, years and years pass by, and they see an image finally, lights in the exact same pattern. They were amazed that someone else had seen this years later. They did some digging and found out what they had seen over the desert that night. They had seen a B-2 stealth bomber before the documents for the plane were unclassified. They were amazed at what they had found, and even to this day my grandmother still tells that story. Truly amazing point. My grandparents have tons of crazy stories. I would post all of them if I could, but this one is just the iceberg of who they were. My younger brother was 5, and I was 11 at the time. My room was upstairs and my younger brother's room was downstairs. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of clanging in the kitchen, and realized I wanted some water. I went downstairs, and saw my brother in front of the kitchen window. He turned to me with a smile with his eyes closed, and a kitchen knife in his hand, and he did this weird chuckle I'll never forget. He started walking towards me, and as he walking he made the knife slide across our kitchen island. I backed up, and tried to get him to drop the knife, but he kept pressing forward. When we got to the stairs he started to clang the knife across the stair rails. My mom woke up to the sound, and asked if I was there. I turned around, replies with a yes, and turned back around to face my brother. He wasn't there. I look over the stair rails, to see my brother's room. He was fast asleep in his bed. I asked him the next day, if he remembered anything, and he said, that he had a nightmare, where he was a killer. I asked him, why he felt, like he dreamt that. It was because I was watching a true crime show of a serial killer who would constantly clang his knife to scare the victims, and my brother, who I thought was sleeping, was watching the show without me knowing. I told my mom, but she said I was just dreaming, and when I showed her the scratches on the side of the kitchen island she said that one of our family friends brought a baby cat the other day and just have scratched it. TLDR, I thought my brother was going to be a serial killer. Turns out that I could've been responsible for it, because he watched a true crime show that I was watching. Was really stoned with my girlfriend in high school, driving around back roads at night. We were so stoned that neither of us were really talking, just kind of watching the road bend while we listened to music. We are coming up this curved hill. It was pretty steep and a sharp turn, so I was going pretty slow to stay in the lines, and at the top of the hill I see this weird humanoid walking out of the thickets to my left. It just strolls across the street and doesn't even look at us. It had kind of a dirty golden fur, kind of like a Labrador, and these really weird legs. Kind of like a dog's hind legs where the knee bends backwards instead of normally. It had really long arms and a humanoid torso. I specifically remember seeing nipples and ab muscles. It had the head of a goat, but it had really milky eyes. It was absolutely filthy and disgusting looking. Almost looked gangrenous, so I slowed down to let this thing pass, and in my mind I'm thinking, huh, that's a weird looking deer, must be hurt. But after it passed I continued driving, and realized how crazy it looked. There was no way that thing was a deer, so I think to myself, man, I must be way more stoned than I thought I was. I'm literally seeing things. I better get her and I home and safe. As we drive in silence I take solace in the knowledge that what I saw was just in my head, until my girlfriend shakily mumbles, babe, what the fuck was that thing? Hearing those words made my heart sink into my butt. Everything I knew about my area, nature, even reality was immediately turned on its head. I began to speed back to her house while we are screaming, wait, you saw it too? Yes, what the fuck? Oh god, did it see us? Is it following us? I can't look, I'm too scared. Neither of us looked, but I'm sure it didn't follow us. I still have no idea what we saw that night. Anybody we talked to about it would just laugh at us. We broke up shortly after that. I kind of wanna reach out to her. It's such a distant memory now that I again question if it even happened. When I was 21 I was living in Boston and went to visit a friend from high school who had just moved to Columbus, Ohio. We were so bored there that we decided to take a weekend trip to Detroit and found some underground show to go to for a DJ. We were nervous because it was Detroit and all we had ever heard about it is that it's super dangerous. When we got to the show we met two guys around our age who wouldn't leave us alone, following us around all night, trying to get us to go home with them. Super creepy. Finally they told us that they owned a restaurant with a famous celebrity who was in town for the night, and if we left with them, we'd get to meet him. Obviously didn't believe them. We told them to give us the address for where they would going, and we would meet them there on our own. They wrote down instructions for how to get to this place, the passwords to say when we got there, etc. We weren't planning on going, but figured what the hell point, so we take a cab separately and follow the directions. We get to the destination and it's a casino. We walk in, go to this back alley door, per the instructions, say the password, and this guard leads us up this back alley staircase in the pitch dark, and then pulls back a curtain, and then we see that we are elevated on a balcony in a giant nightclub, and Flo Rida is sitting in front of us with about 10 strippers and the 2 guys from the show pouring us champagne. One of the funnest nights of my life. My friend and decided to do a day trip to Rachel, Nevada. The closest you can get to Area 51 without being killed. We both live in Vegas and have the same interests in aliens. While we were there, some of the locals told us to stop by Mailbox Road. They told us that it was a hotspot for UFOs. Naturally we stopped. As we were sitting on this dirt road, I noticed a set of headlights coming down the road. It is worth mentioning that we are literally in the middle of nowhere, so this road is less traveled. I thought no big deal, it's just a car. Then I notice it went off-road, driving parallel to us. I mention it to my friend, but he shrugs it off. The car then makes a right and starts heading toward us, but is behind us. By the way, there's only one road, and the vehicle isn't on it. Still, my friend says I'm being paranoid. Then the headlights start heading straight toward us from the rear. We both panic and take off in my car. Now the car is giving us chase, and I'm in full panic mode. I'm doing 90+ down this deserted road with a car behind me, not knowing who it is or what they want. I can't see a way out of it. Then, the headlights disappear, and the car is no longer there. To this day I have no explanation of what happened or where the vehicle went. I haven't really told anyone, because I don't think people would believe me that it actually happened. When I was 20 I visited a friend of mine at college. His little sister was about halfway through her freshman year at the same school, and our 2 groups of friends were hanging out pre-gaming before the real start of the evening. I suggested that a group of us go outside for a smoke, and after packing the bowl and going outside with 2 of my friends and my friend's little sister, we'll call her Kate, and 2 of her friends, we get to the smoke spot and light it up. We're all still kinda going through introductions, and Kate was telling us about her friends. She gestures to a little blonde to my left and says this is Nat, and she has the best ass you will ever feel. Try it, go for it. I turned to Nat and raised an eyebrow, and this girl faking nodded at me, turned around and bent over. I had met this girl maybe 3 minutes ago, so I figured what the hell, and I grabbed her ass a bit, confirming that yes, it was indeed amazing, and was about to let go of my own volition and take a puff when Kate's other friend, a little Asian girl, grabbed my arm and said I don't really have an ass, but I have nice boobs don't you think? And pulled my arm over and put my hand right on her faking boob. At this point I was more than a little uncomfortable and was acutely aware that I had 2 of my friends standing there watching this happen, so I just backed off, said they were nice, and nothing more came of any of this. We finished smoking, went back to the room to get changed, and never mentioned it again. But it was the most surreal thing I've had happen to me, and it didn't make sense. Had a house party in college. Turns out a guy was doing cocaine and other shit in our bathroom, so we asked him to leave. He refused and started to Hulk out. It took a group of us to yeet him out of the house, and off the porch point he gets up and walks off screaming that he's going to come back and kill all of us, so the party ends and everyone leaves. Around 2 in the morning, we hear this dude screaming out on the sidewalk banging a pair of, I shit you not, grilling tongs on the ground and waving a golf club in the air. My roommate opened the door to try and see what the fuck was going, and the dude charged at the door. My roommate was able to slam the door on the guy's arm. He was a big dude, so he was starting to get the door open point. Since the dude threatened to kill us, my roommate left one of his knives on a table by the door. He grabbed the knife and stabbed the dude 6 to 7 times in the arm, opened the door, and Spartan kicked him down the steps. He slammed the door closed and locked it. Dude got up and ran screaming into the alley next to the house that they're trying to kill me, so we called the cops and they show up to blood faking everywhere. That was a fun conversation point. As far as I know, that guy is still in jail for assault with a deadly weapon, attempted murder, and it also turned out they got him for drug distribution point. Needless to say, we never had any house parties ever again. I'm 38F, Canadian, and when I was in my mid-20s I lived in Taiwan for a few years. My apartment was on the 9th floor of an 11-floor building, up on a mountain top, surrounded by forest. One night I was home. I lived alone, sitting at my laptop facing my open balcony door. I started to hear a commotion above me as well as out in the stairwell. I called a friend who lived in the neighboring tower to ask if anything "strange" was happening on her end. I looked out the peephole but saw nothing, as shouting voices and crashes grew louder. As I turned towards my balcony door, I saw a man scaling down the outside of the building and into my flat. I ran for the door. As I entered the stairwell, I saw a large, angry, beetle nut juice chewing Taiwanese man one flight above me, flying after me wielding a crowbar above his head. He was screaming "Passport! Passport!" I hauled ass down 9 flights of stairs, shoeless, in what felt like 10 seconds flat. Angry, scary, screaming man chased me all the way to the security office. Luckily, the Mandarin-speaking security officer knew me and defended me as Assman attempted to knock me out with a crowbar, all the while screaming for my passport. My friends who I was on the phone with came down, terrified for my life as they heard it all on the phone. It took 2 hours to sort out that Assman was part of an undercover meth lab bust in the apartment directly above me. The man who had scaled down into my flat was who they were after. I was mistaken for an accomplice fleeing the scene. They eventually arrested him after he bled all over my apartment and stole money from my drawer. There is a part 2 to this story that is equally unbelievable. If anyone wants to hear it. TLDR, I was chased out of my apartment and down 9 flights of stairs by a crowbar wielding maniac who spoke next to no English, all while having no idea what the fuck was going on. Starting this off with, I don't really believe in the paranormal, and I'm not religious or spiritual. I'm also not arrogant enough to think that we fully understand our reality either though. TLDR, I had what seems to be a shared hallucinogenic experience with an ex-girlfriend at a spiritual meditation Cyril. Anyway, when I was in my early 20s I was dating this young woman, let's call her B. B was super hot and very cool, and honestly about a million miles out of my league. So I was doing anything and everything to try and impress her. She had a new job which she was finding super stressful, and she'd be worrying all night about it. I suggested we try meditation as a couple to deal with the stress. I found what was advertised as a local meditation group that was being held in the back of this spirituality shop, and we decided to go along. We turned up after closing time and there was a circle of about 10 women there, and their guide who was this balding hippie dude. I was a bit apprehensive because this already seemed to be much more on the spiritual side than I was counting on. The guide explained to us that he was going to do guided meditation with the lights out, and that we may start to trip and see, feel, or hear things whilst the session was in play. So, anyway, we sit in a big circle and the lights go out. He talks us into a relaxed state, and I start to let my mind wander. After a few minutes I couldn't see anything, but I started to feel like I'm underwater. I couldn't get to the surface, but I wasn't panicking, and I wasn't drowning or anything. But there was someone just above the surface that I really wanted to get to. I kinda just chalked it up to an overactive imagination, combined with the fact I was pretty relaxed after a while. He brings us back round and slowly talks us back up. Some of the group have passed out and need waking. He lights some candles and asks us to tell the group what they experienced during the session. We were taking turns with each person going after the person to their right. The girl was seeing and had brought to the circle was sat to my right. When it gets to her she says I was sat on the edge of a lake. There was someone under the water but couldn't get to me for some reason. I felt a really deep connection with them. It was weird. My heart bottomed out at that point. It's still one of the strangest things I've ever experienced. I told my side of the trip and got some skeptical looks from both her and some others in the circle. We never talked about it again after that. When I was younger, I think 5 or 6, I nearly drowned while playing in a hotel pool while my mom was in the hot tub with her friend. I was walking along this tiny ledge along the wall and held onto the edge because I couldn't swim yet. I lost my balance and drifted backwards into the pool and went under. I was struggling for a bit but then realized I could breathe and kinda glided towards the drain in the middle of the pool. It's been over 30 years, but I vividly remember the texture of the drain and the bottom of the pool. I didn't feel like I was underwater. I looked up and I saw my body above me and this super bright light that looked like the sun shining through the ripples of the water down towards me. Like light rays from a central light in the middle of my field of vision shining through the top of the water around my body that was kinda drifting underwater above me. It looked like I was probably around 10 or so feet under me, which doesn't make sense since I doubt the pool was that deep. I was a little confused, but next thing I knew I was flailing my arms and my head was briefly above water when I saw my mom dive into the pool towards me. She pulled me out and spent some time after keeping me in the water and teaching me how to hold my breath. I think she wanted to make sure I didn't develop a phobia of swimming or something but yeah, I saw myself and a bright light above the water 100%. I didn't make it up after the fact. It's too vivid of memory. Late to the party, so hoping this doesn't get lost. Some context is probably important. Sorry for the length. Christmas magic deserves quality content. Point back, when I was around 10, my family did the Elf on the Shelf game during Christmas. It was your pretty standard setup. However, when it showed up, my sisters and I had been massive sheets to my parents for the longest time. Them not being abusive, they felt as if they had used up all the options they had available and simply prayed for a solution to come. I guess you could say their prayers were answered. This guy wasn't one of those cheap dolls either. He had a very unique face and build that I haven't seen on another elf since. That first day, he showed up with a really high quality, personalized, the kids in it were modeled after us, picture book which detailed the rules. The main one being you couldn't touch him or else his magic would go away. His name was Snappy too. That wasn't up to debate according to him, point as kids typically do. We ate this up. I would wait every year on Thanksgiving for him to show up and almost cry when he left Christmas Day. Throughout the years, I wrote him many letters. His responses were mostly handwritten, and I learned many things about his life and the lives of elves up in the North Pole. I only tell you these details to get across how truly unique my experience with my Elf on the Shelf was. Of course, as I've gotten older, Christmas has lost a lot of the magic it used to provide for me. There is one event that occurred during that time that is completely unexplainable to me, though. Point this happened 1 or 2 years after he first arrived. My family had just come home from dinner on Christmas Eve and were having quality bonding time in the kitchen. The kitchen was adjacent to our living room in that house, and when we had come home, Snappy was perched atop our Christmas tree like the loyal elf he was. Well, in the midst of our family banter, my sister noticed that he had moved and was now sitting in our hearth. Mind you, everyone in that house was situated in the kitchen. We looked away, and soon enough Snappy moved to our Christmas town, then to the manger, then the advent calendar. This happened at least 5 times, if my memory serves correctly. My sisters and I were so caught up in it and having the time of our lives that I didn't even question it until years later. There is no physical way anyone in that house could have moved that elf around. It happened within seconds. We would look at him in excitement, and the second we took our eyes off him, he would be in a different spot. All these years later, I still can't explain what happened. It's an interesting story in the least. Some years ago, I was awoken in the middle of the night, maybe 2 AM, by my dog asking to go out to pee. I headed outside with him, at which point he started sniffing around the bushes by my porch. Nothing too weird really. Until a freaking armadillo popped out and touched noses with my dog in the friendliest manner possible. Like 2 passing friends sharing a sniff. My dog wasn't freaked out at all, and neither was the dillo. After they said their hellos, it wandered out right past my feet and shuffled around for a bit before heading back under the porch through the hole that it had come from. The whole time I was just standing there gaping. I told my mom later, and she said that I must have been dreaming. Of course I was not, and I set out to prove it. The next day I crawled under the porch with a flashlight, intending to find signs that the armadillo had been living there. What did I find instead? a live chicken that had gone missing from our flock, starving to death because she couldn't figure out how to get out from under the porch she had gotten trapped under. I scooped her up and got her fed and watered and settled back in with the rest of the flock. Never did find that dillo. I tried to tell someone once and she flat out told me I was making it all up. I haven't told anyone since, not till now. The only time I had sleep paralysis was really scary because I had already addressed that I felt incredibly scared for no reason to my sister. I couldn't sleep. My heart was hearing fast. My skin was covered in goosebumps. I eventually did fall asleep, but woke up because I thought I couldn't breathe. The fear was back again and all of a sudden I heard low-pitched voices speaking in tongues. A nightlight cast a shadow on the wall next to me, and I saw a skeleton-like, incredibly tall shadow reach out to me. Before it was able to touch me, my sister, who was sleeping next to me, sat up and started screaming a prayer, demanding demons to leave our room. My sleep paralysis immediately stopped, and I looked at her. I didn't dream that she was screaming. She actually was sitting up straight in the bed, looking incredibly confused, and said, "What did I just say?" I was so freaked out, thought I was in a bad horror movie, when I looked at our alarm clock, and it showed 3:33. She got a message from her boyfriend a few minutes later who had a sleepover with the guys of our friend group that night. Apparently a very quiet and sweet kid had gotten up for no reason while being asleep, picked up one of his friends, and threw him through a door. I know this sounds ridiculous, but I have never been more scared of anything. Anytime I tell this story people think I made it up, but hey, ask my sister, she'll tell you the same thing. I'm so glad I can finally tell this story. Bear with me, it's a long one. Just to clarify, at the time of the, let's say event, we were all 15. In my secondary school, there was a group of really popular boys in my year. Everyone knew their names and they were genuinely seen as celebrities. They were charismatic, sporty, bad boy types and everyone seemed to love them. An important point here is that they had girls throwing themselves at them literally every single day. Even the teachers thought they were the best things on the planet, despite them often getting into trouble. Anyway, it was the week before the summer holidays, and lessons weren't really consisting of much. Movies in class, people could bring in snacks, that kind of thing. Most people were not in school for this final week, so it was fairly quiet. It was the last period of the day with only about 10 kids in the class doing a quiz, and we were using those little plastic football cones to denote teams, red team, blue team, etc. After the quiz, my teacher asked me to collect up the cones and return them to the pea shed near the running track. I took the cones and went to the shed, and when I opened that door I froze in utter disbelief. Two of these insanely popular boys were having sex. The shed had been almost pitch dark, so they immediately looked up at me with a look of absolute horror. I wordlessly put the cones just inside the door and slammed it shut. Hurrying back to the class, my 15-year-old mind was blown. I just couldn't believe it. These boys were notorious for always having girlfriends and having the rest of the girls absolutely devoted to them. Both these boys had girlfriends at the time and a string of exes in the past months alone. I felt like a tiny Nancy Drew that had uncovered the biggest mystery in scholastic history. I must have looked pale when I returned to class because the teacher asked if I was alright. I practically sprinted home after class for fear of these two boys confronting me about what I'd seen. It was so painfully embarrassing, and I couldn't imagine facing them. I didn't see them for the rest of the week, and after the summer holidays ended we saw each other, but never said a word. Our school certainly had a big bullying problem, so they would have really suffered if even a rumor surfaced. This wasn't just stupid gossip. At that age, it could have turned their lives upside down. On the flip side, I worried that if I said anything, people could accuse me of lying, which might lead to me getting bullied. It was just a very uncomfortable situation knowing what I did about these two boys, and having to hear so many of my friends swoon over them became very weird. I'm now at university, and recently got back in touch with a few people I used to be friends with. I decided to tell them, and as I had suspected, they absolutely refused to even consider it had happened. Only one of them started to believe me, but the rest can't comprehend that these two boys could have been in a relationship, and God forbid gay. I suppose, like most girls at the school, these boys were their first crushes. so I can see why they wouldn't want to believe it. I've got no idea where these boys are now. The year after this happened, they both still regularly went out with girls and took their girlfriends to prom. It's incredible to think they managed to keep their affair a complete secret from everyone. They were cleverer than us or had the entire school duped. So yes, I got my education alongside the cast of Brokeback Mountain. The school years. I'm a little late to the party here, but here's my entry. I was in kindergarten, and it was Halloween night. This story takes place around 2 AM to 3 AM. My parents love decorating. We had tons of Halloween decor, including a stuffed man we had on the roof. He was made up of blue jeans, a buttoned-up shirt, skeleton costume, gloves, and a foam head with a mask on over it. He was stitched up and stuffed. The roof he sat on was on a decline, but it wasn't steep. You could sit on the roof. This roof was outside of my window. I hated that thing, but as long as I kept the window shut, it couldn't hurt me. So there I am, waking up in that time range I said earlier. Much to my surprise, I had lost my blankie. I usually never let that thing go. And keep in mind that I only slept on my right side at this point in my life. I didn't like the left. So I check the bed and floor, and nothing. No blankie point. So I sit up and decide to check everywhere for that damn thing, and curiously found it on the floor, on the left side of my bed. I remember thinking that was strange, but I thought whatever, I want to go back to sleep, so I reached down to grab my blankie. When I pulled the blanket off the floor, the dummy's hand is under it, sticking out from under my bed. I'll save the details, as nothing really happened after that but me cowering in fear underneath my actual blanket for the next 4 hours. The thing is, I'm 25 now. I've brought this up multiple times to my parents, as I thought they were just trying to play a joke on me, but they denied. I'm not sure what happened that day, but it still creeps me out a bit. My boyfriend and I moved into a fourplex together. Shortly after moving in, we were cleaning up. My boyfriend, now hubby, was doing dishes, and I was outside gardening. We had a front area with plants. I had the door open, so I could hear the music we were playing. We were young, so we were blasting rock music really loud. Our CD player / speaker was on top of the fridge, not near the ledge, but towards the wall. Suddenly I hear the music cut out and something crash inside. My first thought is my boyfriend got mad and threw the stereo, so I run in to go off on him and basically figure out what happened. I see the stereo and speaker lying on the floor and I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? And his hands are still wet, mid-washing, and he's just staring at the stereo. He said, I haven't moved. I have no idea, the stereo just flew off the fridge. So I think maybe the stereo was too close to the edge. Boyfriend says it wasn't. So I put it back up there, touching the wall, and as far back as it could go. I turn it back onto the same song, turn it to the same sound level, and watch it to make sure it isn't vibrating off the fridge, which it hadn't ever done since we moved in. A minute into the song, my boyfriend and I both watch the whole CD player / stereo fly off the fridge and onto the floor again, with force. It looked like someone grabbed it and threw it. Other things happened after this. We were able to negotiate moving out early with the landlord. My career has been in the field of human resources. I have some truly crazy stories. I've worked in recruitment as well as training, consulting, etc. I've worked for 2 large national corporations. Job 1, I was in an interview when a man opened my door, waved, smiled as if he knew me. I excused myself and asked him to wait in the lobby until I was finished with my interview. As I walk out, the candidate, the man in the lobby, has stacked all the chairs on each other staring at the ceiling. I called security. They said he has been causing problems throughout the building all day, including repeatedly going round in the revolving door. Job 2, this same man applies for a job. One of my recruiters comes to me with a question. The applicant indicated on their application they had a misdemeanor charge for indecent exposure. We had strict hiring criteria. This was an immediate decline. He said we were discriminating because he has schizophrenia. No, we are declining you for your criminal charge. Coincidence, my company is the premier employer at a job fair. Guess who was there? Yep, same guy. I was actually concerned for him. Because I observed his behavior, honestly thought he may wander to an area of the venue, get locked in. I contacted the event coordinator. There happened to be a mental health vendor at the event. The vendor spoke with him, was concerned as well. The three of us stayed and ensured he safely exited the building. He didn't have a car. After an hour, he was still there. We called the police for assistance. They knew him well. Turns out, this poor young man is often dropped off at office buildings events by his family. Places they think he will be safe, because no one can afford to either stay with him or pay for help. Very sad. Never in my career have ever encountered the same applicant that many times. I have one I don't have a very good explanation for, that I don't share very much, because of the implications. I used to live alone, in a 1-bedroom apartment. Back when I was in that place, I was keeping up an intermittent fasting diet, so when I would get home, the first thing on my mind was food. On that day, I came home, cooked myself something, and served it on a glass plate, and brought my plate and a glass of water to the living room, where I would have dinner in front of my TV, eating on a glass table I had. Now, you guys know, that distinctive clink that glass makes when it bumps up against glass. Well, I was so hungry that day that I started chowing down before turning on the TV, so everything is silent. I had already placed my glass of water down on the table and was holding the plate in my left hand, fork in my right hand. I'm really absorbed in what I'm eating, so I'm kind of just watching the food / my fork when there is a sudden and very loud clink. That same sound of glass on glass. And I'm just watching my glass of water on my glass table and wondering how in the fuck, with no input from me. Remember, both my hands were full. Glass had long since been placed down at the start of the meal. The glass made that noise against my glass table, as though it had been lifted and slammed down. I immediately turned on my TV and noped all my thoughts about what could have happened there. TR on the bottom back. When I used to work for a hospital in the patient transport, I once got the late night shift, where I'm completely alone for all transports that happen. There aren't a lot during that time, but that one day was hell. I got a call from the station that a patient has deceased, and I should come get him into the morgue. So I went up there to get him, and one male nurse, Ronnie, said he would help me. I was glad actually, cause it's quite some work. So we went down into the morgue at like 23 PM. And started preparing everything. The morgue was in the basement and there was no one there during those times, and you needed a special key to enter it, which only a few have, as suddenly someone slams open the door while Ronnie and I just started to heave the body from the bed to the chairite, the aluminum bathtub like thing, and Ronnie, he's not the youngest anymore, almost got a heart attack as well as almost dropped the body on the floor. I was pretty shocked. Too big could at least hold the body up. So the one who jacked open the door was a doctor and a nurse. They said hi and started walking to the only chamber that was not empty and opened it. He was a doctor, so I presumed he knew what he was doing and didn't pay a lot of attention to it. As it turned out, I was wrong. He had no faking idea what he was doing, and he especially did not know that you could not just pull out the chairite without having a special frame under it that would hold it up. So he started pulling the chairite out, and I did not saw a body, which was weird, until the midpoint of it where it started tipping over, and those things are heavy. He couldn't hold, and it slammed down to the floor onto the nurse's foot. She started screaming like hell. Turned out her foot got broken the other day, and at the end of the chairite laid a towel that now was propelled with quite some speed, seeing as the chairite was a good lever. Props to the doctor though, he snatched the towel right out of the air before it hit the wall or the floor, which was good, because wrapped up in the towel was a dead fetus. So now I was standing there in the morgue holding onto a corpse, waiting for Ronnie to calm down and help me, while a doctor tries to calm down the nurse, who just got her foot broken by a chairite, while holding a dead fetus wrapped up in a towel that the just barely catched, before I had to pick it off the wall. While standing there I also got another call that someone else deceased, and I should go get them. That was a rough night and almost no one believes me when I tell it. TR. Holding a corpse up from falling to the floor in the hospital morgue, while a doctor almost flung a dead fetus against the wall and broke a nurse's foot. Many years ago I was traveling in Nepal. It was during the time when locals were selling bags of weed on almost every corner for the price of a chocolate bar back home. Needless to say, my buddy and I decided to partake and ended up carrying this bag around from town to town. After a couple of weeks, we decided to head to India on a bus full of other travelers. As we neared the border, I suddenly remembered I had this bag of weed in my pocket, and having seen the movie Midnight Express, quickly opened the window to toss it out. The guy behind me burst out laughing and said, "Dude, this is a backcountry border town. You don't need to throw that out. Everyone smokes weed here. They only care at the airports." So taking that stranger's sage advice, I put the bag back in my pocket. The bus pulls up to the border, a dusty and somewhat desolate looking town with a shack at the crossing and an 80-year-old man with a passport stamp. I walk up to him with my passport open, and he says, "Any drugs?" "Nope," I reply. He stamps my passport, and then my buddy joins me as we walk into India. It's all dirt alleys with rickshaws, street vendors and chickens running around. We are both tired after a long day and decide to get the first hotel we find. It's only a block away, and we get a room facing onto the street. It has a dirt floor and 2 wooden frame beds with a 1-inch mattress. But we are both tired and don't care and just want to kick back. My buddy says, "Why don't you spark one up?" I'd been traveling with this large bag for a couple of weeks and said, I'm going to just roll it all up so I don't have to do that every time. A few minutes later, I had 35 joints fanned out on the bed and then sparked one up. About a minute later, we suddenly heard loud yelling in the street, chickens squawking, dogs barking and a lot of commotion. My buddy jumps up and opens the door onto the street and I see the blood drain from his face as he yells, "Oh fuck." Suddenly 2 uniformed police officers come charging into our room with machine guns waving around. Now picture me sitting on the bed in a cloud of smoke, joint in hand and 34 more spread out on the bed. I couldn't believe that this was how my life would end. The 2 cops walk over to me and burst out laughing, look under our beds, then turn around and start to walk out. To which my bewildered friend blurts out something like, "What do you want?" Still laughing, the cops turn and say we are looking for a thief, then walk out the door and disappear down the road. Can I tell some stories from my friend? I don't think she has read it, but her life is wild. I'm calling her C, just because C has a crazy good gut instinct. She gets bad feelings, and they have yet to be wrong. I'm going to tell her most recent story. C is in a pharmacy, just getting some candy, gum, etc. On her way home, she turns her head to see some guy in a hoodie. I don't remember how she described him, and gets that gut feeling. The one that has saved her many times before. So C keeps an eye on him, making sure she knows what he looks like, she can describe him, and just watching him. She goes to another aisle, and as she's getting ready to pay, the same man from before runs out of the store without paying. The store calls the cops, she describes the man, and then tells me the story. The cops figured out that the man was stealing drugs, but they didn't find him. She was basically alone in the store besides the man and the staff. That is one of her wild stories. She's also been electrocuted, stabbed, poisoned several times, and caught on fire. Her house has been broken into, she's been stalked, and I'm pretty sure she's currently being haunted by a ghost possessing an old Victorian doll. Though honestly I'm like 65% sure she's an immortal from the Italian Renaissance, since she collects legit historical artifacts and knows more about history than anyone I know, and I know a lot of people interested in history. She totally met Raffaello Sanzio dall'Urbino, aka Raphael, the artist. I'm probably a bit late to the party, but I'm writing this anyway. So I was almost killed by an alligator while on a Boy Scouts camping trip. So I was with my Boy Scouts troop on a camping trip a few years back. We were all going canoeing down a swampy river. I was randomly matched with a less experienced Boy Scout who had recently joined the troop and had never canoed before. However, I was fine with this because I had gone canoeing many times before and was rather experienced with it, and I figured I could help him learn how to canoe. So after about an hour of canoeing down a narrow river, we came to a fork in the river. There were 2 directions we could go down. We all came to a stop outside the fork in the river, and the troop leader yelled out to all of us, saying that we got to choose which one to go down. The first path was a quick route that would be much faster to get back to the campground. The second route was the scenic route that would take much longer to get back to the campground, but was farther from other campgrounds and would be cooler to see, and there would be more animals. So only a few people chose the scenic route, including me and the guy I was canoeing with. So we were purposefully going very slowly because we were hanging out and really enjoying the scenic route. Around half an hour into the scenic route we were a fair amount behind the other people, and I took notice of a large piece of driftwood, but I didn't pay much attention to it and continued talking to my new friend. Eventually we came very close to the driftwood, then the driftwood hissed at me, and at that moment I realized that it wasn't driftwood, but rather a roughly 6-foot long alligator. The alligator turned towards us and started swimming towards us. It bit the side of the canoe and continued hissing. My friend was screaming and crying in fear. I was terrified as well, but knew how to defend against alligators, so I stayed calm, grabbed the oar from the canoe and smacked the alligator in the nose multiple times until it ceased and swam away. I genuinely thought I was gonna die there, and to this day it was hands down the most terrifying experience of my life. I had a sinus infection that wouldn't go away. I didn't go to the doctor because I live in America and didn't have health insurance at the time. Sinus infections were normal in my line of work and had them pretty much on a monthly basis, but this one got so bad that it dug a channel through the soft tissue and reached my brain. I suffered 2 strokes, one in my occipital lobe and one in my brainstem, and my roommate found me unconscious on the bathroom floor with clear fluid coming out of my nose and mouth. I get airlifted to a university hospital where 2 of the nation's top neurosurgeons happened to be on call that night. After an extensive emergency brain surgery I somehow survive, and my vitals are stable, but they are pretty sure that I'll most likely end up brain dead. Lo and behold, I regain consciousness after lifting me from a drug-induced coma, and I start to recover quite rapidly. I have short-term memory loss and am suffering hallucinations, but not all the time. Now while this is happening, an otolaryngologist is examining x-rays of my head and neck and notices by chance that my esophagus is pushed to the side and orders tests to find out why. Long story short, my thyroid is now almost completely replaced by an 8cm tumor and I'm diagnosed with stage 4 papillary thyroid cancer as they found metastases on my pelvis and spine. More long story short, I undergo at the minimum 7 brain surgeries, 3 neck surgeries and a surgery to transplant a muscle from my back to the side of my head to replace some tissue that had just been destroyed from all this surgical trauma. Most of this took place over only 2 or 3 months. I undergo 2 rounds of I-131 radiation treatment for residual tissue after my thyroid had been removed, and in less than a year I'm nearly fully mobile and cancer free. PS, the hospital decided not to charge me either. Also forgot to mention I was only 26 at the time. Oh wow. Something I can actually contribute to. It's nothing crazy and will probably get carried and never seen, but oh well. So when I was young my family liked to take trips to the beach. On one of our last trips to the beach we made exceptional time and made it shortly after noon. Being that we made it early, we decided to get a few hours in at the beach before unpacking. When we were out in the water my dad and I were playing and a large wave came by and hit us all pretty hard. We were all thrown back and underwater. My parents and sister made sure I could swim well from an early age, so all was well. Got our footing and moved back closer to shore. It was then that my dad realized the aviator style Ray-Bans were gone. We looked, but we were kinda far out when the wave hit. There were no finding them. Shortly after we packed up and headed in. The next day my dad got replacement glasses and was not loving them. Come day 3, we head back to the beach super early, like we were the only people in a quarter mile on the beach. I always wanted to find shark teeth, never did, so we would get out there early. After looking for the teeth for a while, it started becoming obvious that none would be found. My sister and I headed into the water. I've always been a bit of a scavenger throughout my life, always looking for lost treasure. I have always been on the lookout for lost jewelry when at the beach. While swimming I see the smallest glint of gold. I immediately dive down to get whatever it is before it's gone. And I'm unearthing what I thought was a gold chain. I feel resistance. I come up for air and immediately go back down to investigate. My initial grab had pulled the object up, revealing it to be the arm of a pair of glasses. I carefully dig the rest up. What I noticed at the time is that they resemble my dad's lost glasses much better than his current replacement pair, so I run down the beach to him to see if he wants the glasses I found. Yeah, maybe they are scratched on the glass part, lens, but I thought he would prefer it. I get to him and offer the glasses, saying, "Look at the glasses I found." He looks at them, checks the side, looks back to me and says, "Son, these are my glasses." Turns out he was checking the plastic part on the ear, because his had specific chew marks on one side from our dog. These glasses has the same chew marks. He ended up losing the glasses in the same trip. I think Poseidon really wanted his shades. TLDR, Dad lost his glasses in the ocean. I pulled them from the ocean 36 hours later. Posted elsewhere, but I was a bit too late in the thread for anyone to see it. Trying again here. In college, we went on an overpass road trip to surprise a friend. We were driving from Arkansas to Daytona Beach, Florida. This meant we would be hitting LA, which means lower Alabama in the south. In the loneliest part of the night point, our 2 cars of 8 college boys roll into a gas station around 3:30 a.m. Time to get some coffee, Red Bull, corn nuts, and large cups of boiled peanuts for all the heathens of our number. We go in, and there is only one other individual in the store, and he's acting just suspicious. He's a very large, very intimidating man. Maybe 6'5" and 300 pounds, if I remember right. He looked like a retired offensive lineman. Point either way, he's watching us. Everybody is quiet, and he's sort of just walking up and down the aisles looking at us. Finally, he approaches one of my friends and says, "Hey, lem hear you bark." Everybody sort of turns around and looks at him, and assuming he was maybe drugged out or drunk, we took a collective cautious step or two backward. No way we are gonna mess with this dude. So now, there are 7 college boys along the walls of this small, South Alabama gas station, and in the middle sits our friend being asked to bark by an enormous man. Our friend lets out an audible gulp and says, "What?" The man becomes visibly angry, and he says, "Hey, lem hear you bark." My friend sort of cowers and lets out a super pathetic "arf." The man, now seemingly enraged, yells with the timbre of someone like Gandalf, "Squeeze your ass cheeks together, son, and put some bass in that sheet." Our friend, maybe relieved that the man didn't hurt him after his puny bark, releases a pretty respectable "rough." The man starts laughing and barks back at him, "rough." Then, our friend and this guy just start barking back and forth. For about 20 seconds, they're just lurching at each other, laughing, smiling, and barking at each other. It finally dies down. We are all just so weirded out, and the large man says, "You a real one." He leaves. We all climb back in our cars, and we really didn't speak for a very long time, each of us silently processing what just happened. Went with a friend back when I was 19 to her weed guy's house. The weed was good, and I needed a new guy, so I went, and when we pulled in, everything looks normal. The area is slightly suburban, so it was just a double wide on a foundation, the backyard fenced in with the woods behind it. After about 25 feet of woods is a parallel street, which runs into more woods, and after a few thousand yards of trees is the freeway. It's not loud, but the freeway is part of the ambience. So we walk into the house, and I immediately go, "What the fuck?" Because no matter how normal the outside looked, the inside was just filthy. Looked like a legit crack house. There was a lanky dude and a slightly large woman in a wheelchair with a cast on each leg from foot to just above the knee in the corner of a sheet living room with a somewhat small window on the wall facing the backyard. My friend says hi to the woman, we'll call her Betty, and tells me this is her plug, and I introduce myself. She hands me a tiny bag to sniff, and I sniff it, hand over the money, and she faking stands up and jumps out the window behind her and starts running through the yard. We followed out the back door, and the moment she landed on the other side of the book she faking booked it. We lost her before we even got out of the yard. The funniest part was that she left her stash behind and ran with like $40. Dude didn't even bat an eye when we took the almost full ounce she had next to her chair and left. Nobody ever believes me when I tell them. I don't remember the exact date, but this was around Christmas, around the time drones came into the spotlight for normal people to purchase, but were extremely expensive for anyone to have, and I generally go to Mexico, to Tijuana during this holidays, so I wouldn't think anyone down there would have anything like that. I was drinking with my cousins, but I was still sober enough to comprehend what was happening around me. When I randomly spotted 3 red orbs flying in the sky just floating up high there, at first I thought it was fireworks, since Mexico is notorious for people having fireworks down there during those times, but they were up there for too long, and just sitting there still. I remember I freaked out, and had a few other cousins and aunts just staring at it, while I kept yelling UFOs, but they were trying to make something out of it, that perhaps it was candle floating bags or you call those, or someone flying some drones. Those things were up there for long enough to stare at them for a bit, but short enough for me to comprehend I had a flip phone and pop it out and record. Yet again I was somewhat tipsy, and wasn't thinking straight. Around this time most of my family had kinda split, and were chatting, and just not paying much attention when the things just randomly started moving back and forth really freaking fast, and like traveled in speed of light out of there onto space, and I was just like amazed and confused, unsure as to what the hell I saw. Till this day, the first few years I told people about it, but no one believes me lol, and my family just never brings it up, perhaps because they are a little more religious and didn't think about it being extraterrestrial life forms or UFOs of some kind, so they don't care. I eventually stopped telling anyone, but I've googled similar sightings around Mexico and even the world, and there is quite a few videos on YouTube on the same type of sighting point, exactly this. I was once in a mental hospital. I have bipolar disorder and sometimes need to find stability. My memory is typically good, and I don't see things, just my thoughts become confused. Point anyway, there was this one visit that was kind of wild. It was the first time I had ever been in a hospital in my hometown. There was this older black lady in the hospital, who I heard lived close to the hospital, and spent time in the hospital sometimes. Anyway, I was drugged up by my medication, and was sitting at a table with her. I locked eyes with her, and we were the only 2 people in the room. Then she starts laughing. "What are you doing in here?" she says across the table. She then picks up the pile of pills she had on the table, downs them all at once, saying, "These don't really affect me anymore." I say that I was stressed by my work, and for some reason I ran away from the city in a lot of stress. She then tells me, "I sometimes come here. The food is better than at home. I've had a plethora of life experiences. I was actually a fighter pilot in 2 other lives. This really messed with my head." She then asks me what I want to do with my life. I tell her I'm interested in building this complex water system that using wind turbines to pump water from the ocean into mountains to be filtered and aggregated throughout the world. Anyway, it was a wild idea, she says. "Let me help you with that." She grabs 3 pieces of paper and writes on all 3 in 3 different symbolic alphabets which I don't understand any, but they all had enough consistency to truly seem like actual languages. She then says, "Keep these, you'll need them." The next thing that happens was the craziest part. Moments later, everyone in the ward comes into the room where we are sitting. They all gather around the table where I'm sitting with this lady, and she is sitting at the head of the table. She then leads the meeting by telling each person in the room something about their family members, who no one in a ward should know anything about anyone else's family. She says stuff about people facing difficult times who are soldiers abroad, and how they need certain information to survive. She calls an end to the meeting and says she's going to bed. Everyone gets up and leaves that night. I thought I heard thunder coming out of her room and rain as I was walking to bed. I did not sleep that night and thought about Scandinavian gods the entire night. I got up the next morning and the lady was gone. I never saw her again. I was left wondering if the medicine made me trip that much, or if there was some reality to it all, like she was an omniscient being looking out for me and helping me understand my effect on the world around me. I had the papers, but this lady could have honestly been someone who was tripping just as much as me. TLDR at the bottom, not that unbelievable, but I've told it a couple times IRL and once or twice on Reddit. Got called a liar and bragged for it every time despite it being the truth and nothing but, alas, so the actual memory is somewhat hazy, because all of the booze, and most of the dope I have since strayed from my self-destroying ways for good, but that was a wild summer in general. In spite of that, I managed to somewhat reconstruct the events enough to retell the anecdote, which I shall do now. It wasn't a festival per se, more of a small get-together of close to 900 or so people to dance and have fun, outdoor rave in the midst of the forest. Lots of stories could be told about the wonders and woes of 8-story high trees and psychedelics, but that's not what I'm here for. I was having the time of my life on the dancer floor when my feet suddenly decided to notify me that bruh, you have had surgery recently, and 2 metal screws in your legs, and still have been dancing for over 6 hours straight. How about go fuck yourself? Understandable sentiment from a medical prof. I stumbled towards a few mattresses laid out in the chill out area and dozed off, as the furious molly-fueled dancing was what had aided in keeping me awake through the night. About I dunno, 4 hours later, it was still darkish. I came to and turned around to observe the makeshift bar to my right for people I knew to shout over for a bit of water and some assistance in getting up. But my view was blocked by a cute, small chick, roughly my age, but only about what I guessed 4 feet 9 to 5 feet 1 tall, adorned with hippie wear and jewelry to the nth degree, laying on her side, cheek in hand, and grinning wide point. Needless to say, I was flabbergasted, but she soon convinced me that she was a wood elf. Only I could see, well, not convinced 100% entirely. But I was pretty zoned out, so anything was game at that point. One thing led to another, and after about half an hour she was riding me right on that same mattress in the chill out area, her hippie gown covering us, so it looked like we were only hardcore snuggling. At this point I was sure she was only a figment of my imagination, because faking in my state would have been the equivalent of picking a lock with a foot of rope. The next part is rather blurry, but I guess I eventually came buckets and crashed hard again. In any case, I woke up to the sunshine burning my face. The memory of make-believe elf boinking somewhat faded, but quite a nice thought to nurse a morning woody for a while. I prepared myself for the day with a bit of water and coffee from the previously mentioned bar, ready to shake my tail for the best part of the Sunday, when I looked up at the DJ booth 6 feet above the floor and saw her. The amount of what ate in my face must have been hilarious to say the least. She waved at me to come up to her, had me roll a spliff and light it for us, while she explained over the course of her set that she was indeed real, that the set was a one-time casual thing, but that it had been surprisingly neat and satisfying given my inebriation. She had spotted my dedication to her music during her nightly set, and also had a thing for tall bearded men in general, and on top, had been rolling on some pretty feisty stuff herself. So yeah, spur of the moment kinda thing. It happens she had to leave after her set, because she was from out of state, pecked a kiss onto my cheek and drove off. Never really seen her much again, except 2 or 3 times way later as a bona fide DJ only, without time spent among the plebs. She did allow me to briefly come backstage and get high with her and her mates though, which was pretty rad in itself. Fun fact, whenever I later fapped to the memory, I did so to her clothed body rocking above me, because I never saw her naked under that hippie dress, which I kinda regret to this day. TLDR, what I thought to be a drug-fueled wet dream was actually genuine and real. Tiny wood elf consensually snuggle wrapping half crippled me was actually hippie Jane fiending for quick dick. I was up really late sneaking out of the house one night on a high school night. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, me and a buddy who was 18 walked to the gas station to get cigarettes for my underage self, and when we get out, we walk to the edge of the business property between the gas station side parking and the next business's side parking. We sit down on a wooden rail to pack the cigarettes and whatnot before heading back to our buddy's house, and right then a dump truck that was going south made a left turn to the east at what had to be anywhere above 50 or 60 miles an hour. The dump truck tips over on its side as it goes through the turn due to speed they were going and starts sliding on its side right up the entryway to the gas station, past the nearest pump by a few feet, and comes directly towards us. It finally came to a stop only about 20 feet away from us and must have traveled at least 100 feet. We have like 10 seconds to decide what to do, and we figure we are underage, had been drinking, smoking, and it is way past curfew, and the gas attendee had to be coming out soon, so we left. I had no time to get in and try and get the guy out, and I didn't want a cop to show up. So we run back to the buddy's house. No one ever believes me. The one guy who saw it was a friend of a friend and I never saw him again. Everyone the next day said bullshit because there was no story in the paper or on the news, as if they watched it. Used to date a guy who I thought was really cool. He was nice to me and all, even taught me how to play UGR, except he didn't. He taught me the basics, but would constantly change the rule of a card he used a lot. This happened often, so I avoided playing with him. When the school would switch classes, he would walk me to class, even though many teachers and myself told him not to. I started to avoid him in the halls, but he started stalking me through them to the point he would enter my classroom uninvited just to hug me or tell me something. A teacher that I didn't like who also did not like me stopped him from entering the class and told him to leave. She even asked if she needed to get the counselor involved. I told her no, as I didn't want to be the bad guy, but I shared the same class with him the next period. During one of those classes, he passed me a note explaining how relationships worked. Hugging, kissing, blowjob, things escalated to the point he told me he would kill himself if I broke up with him. Told me his brother killed himself because I wanted to break up with him. He's an only child, etc. Well, I finally break it off, and he gets together with this girl I hate, but I don't want her to go through the shit I did, so I warn her about him. Of course she doesn't believe me, but 3 weeks later, they are off. A few days later, I get a notification for an FB Live happening with a name I don't recognize, and it's my ex threatening to cut himself, and he threatened to kill me. I got a warrant on him. AMD found out he had gotten with another girl. I reached out to her and her friend, warning them of what could happen. Safe to say I got beached at and called many different names before giving up. Last I heard, my ex got dragged out of a card shop by his dad waving a gun around with his dick out. Some dull-hole cops, on their own will, or perhaps convinced by others, I may never know why, decided it was a rad idea to attempt ruining my life by slandering me for something dumb I did when I was 15 years old. Then after that didn't work, for obvious reasons, they went on digging up all the dirt they could on me, which was really nothing, since I've always been a great kid. Since 2005, at least that's the earliest I can remember this dumb conspiracy, or dun dun dun, not gang stalking beginning. People would say things either directly to me or within earshot that would make me aware they knew what I did way back when, and that I should be very worried. It would happen anywhere, at work, downtown, in restaurants, by staff, dentists, by pretty much anybody. I never really cared, because I knew what was going on, and it just seemed really dumb and pathetic that people were putting that much time and energy into trying to fuck with me. Borderline psychotic, really. I've always been introverted, so never really cared when people gossiped about me. Doesn't affect people like me. I've always been very mellow and reasonable thinker, not the panicky type. They've gone to hilarious lengths to try new things to get to me too. I've always kept it to myself because I knew people would think I was crazy if I spoke about it, and besides, I thought it would piss them off if I acted like nothing was even happening. Lols. For example, I worked at this warehouse, and one day as I walked into the office, a voice in the radio started singing "Stupid Little Loser is going to kill himself." I recognized the voice right away. It was my Uncle Jim. It was during a piece they did about David Bowie after he died. Of course I acted like I didn't notice and went about my business. It wasn't a big stretch of the imagination to think he could get on the radio to do something like this to try to make me go loony. Nice try, faker. This was in 2016, so keep in mind this sort of thing had been happening for 11 years now. It was one of their better attacks on my sanity to date. I admit I was a little surprised, but I'm no dummy, and I'm a mellow guy, and it takes salad to spook me. I have hundreds of stories like this. If you want to hear more, PM me. I'm not crazy, I swear.